Welcome to Montreal, welcome to the PokerStars Canada Cup. It is day 4, the penultimate day of the $3,000 main event. The day when we play down from the final 3 tables to the final table. From the 478 players who started, just 27 remain, and we're going to play down to the final 9. Some star-studded tables in action, some big names still in the field, including Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro, Marc-Andre Ladouceur from Team PokerStars Online, the inaugural one-drop winner Antonio Esfandiari. All 3 of those guys on our feature table. Get in touch, use the hashtag Canada Cup. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies. Icing go like this when the puck come down bank, my hand go comme ça, and the play stop.
So here is the lineup at our 9-handed feature table, headlined by Antonio Esfandiari, who is one of the chip leaders right now, with close to 100 big blinds. Also at the table, Marc-Andre Ladouceur, Jonathan Duhamel, Ankush Mandavia, and a few of the qualifiers and local players who we've come to know over the last few days, including James Armstrong from the USA, who came to visit us backstage at the start of the day with an interesting message, Joe.
James, Mr. Armstrong just wanted to send us some well wishes, some good positive energy, some thoughts out there for his son-in-law, Toby Davis, who had a heart attack this week and is going to be going through some surgery today, we think it is. So we just want to send all kinds of good wishes to Toby Davis out there, and lots of run good for James Armstrong,
who we'll see in action on the main stage. Where are we at right now? We are still in level 20 of the tournament. Blinds are currently 5,000 and 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. We have got about 9 minutes left on this level before we roll into level 21. We're playing 90-minute levels here on day 4.
There's James Armstrong right there, sunglasses on his head.
And as far as prize money is concerned, we're well into that prize pool of $2 million guaranteed by PokerStars. Everyone now guaranteed the better part of $13,000, $12,990 to be exact. Make it to the final table and you've locked up more than 36 grand. The winner, and we'll crown a champion tomorrow, that winner will receive more than $366,000.
And I guess this is a very crucial spot for the prize money to have reached, because now anyone who's played all 3 days is guaranteed to have made a profit at this point. Now we forget, it was a 3K buy-in, but you could have entered on any of the 3 starting days. So some of these guys may be in for 9K.
As well as the players you see at the feature table, a couple of other big names to look out for in the tournament. Steve Silverman. He is a short stack, the second shortest stack coming into day 4. Also out in the field, Marcelo Del Grasso.
Yeah, Marcello's a guy that used to be pretty big on the scene a couple years ago, at least on the American scene. North American Poker Tour is the last time I remember seeing him personally.
So first hand of the day, and we get a raise from Spencer Stacy. Under the gun +3 makes it 22,000. Antonio calling on the button. The blinds are out, so heads up to this flop.
Antonio starts this hand with near enough 1 million chips.
Ace, trade, deuce with 2 hearts. Average stack right now, 642,000. So Stacy significantly below average.
And Antonio's a guy that me, as a perceived amateur, as Spencer Stacy is, I might not want to continue all the time into a guy like Antonio unless I have a pretty decent hand, because he can make things very difficult for you. He's obviously, a world-class player. He's got tons of chips. He's in position.
And considering that Spencer Stacy started this hand with just over 20 big blinds, he probably isn't raising that light pre-flop. He continues for 28,000, gets called by Antonio. 8 of spades on the turn, puts a second flush draw out there. Now, if Stacy fires again, he's going to find himself pot stuck. He slows down, he checks.
Now Antonio can put a lot of pressure on if he wants to.
He can leverage here, he can bet relatively small, putting Stacy to the test for pretty much his entire stack.
And this is why I'm probably not going to continue all the time with Stacy's stack and to a guy like Antonio, because the second you show any sign of weakness, he's just going to hammer on you.
38,000 in the bet, and Stacy does fold. One of those situations where, yes, he could call, but it's not optimal. Antonio putting him into a position where really it's all in or fold. And Stacey leaves himself with just shy of 18 big blinds. The shortest stack at the table, the shortest stack in the tournament right now is the aforementioned James Armstrong. He is in the big blind this hand, and he's got about 8 big blinds behind. Hello to Maxime. Hello to Stefan. A few of our regular viewers chiming in on Twitter using the hashtag Canada Cup. Stefan reacting to a photograph I tweeted earlier on of the poker room here at the Playground Poker Club. Stefan says, if the Death Star had a poker room, it would totally look like this. That's right, Stefan. It really is that cool.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know if we want to play in the Death. I mean, the Death, that was bad. They were the dark side.
Hello to James Cole. He says, long time no see. Hope you guys are good. This newbie is multi-live game winner, qualified for first big comp next month. Can't wait.
Yes.
I think it was in Vienna, James, that you first joined us on the live stream, and we're asking a lot of questions. You were clearly very new to the game, and I'm glad you've been able to translate what you've learned watching live poker on PokerStars.tv into success. I'm also pleased that you've qualified via a satellite for a big tournament. Tell us more.
Are you listening, PokerStars, Fat Cat? We're getting through.
PokerStars Fat Cat is never, ever going to acknowledge that Joe Stapleton is good value for money. Raise and take it for Jonathan Duhamel, who is one of the shorter stacks coming into the day.
Bring me my goblet.
Jonathan playing around 18 big blinds at the moment.
Not only is it that cool here in the poker room, by the way, kids, we had a chance to play here last night. Very good times. Got to have our own little staff sit and go. Flip the light on, cocktails come over, which are free, by the way.
There was a lot of trash talking in this sit and go.
We got to play. Actually, we got to play a sit and go with a poker legend last night. Are we allowed to say?
I think we can say who we played with.
Mr. John Duthie, creator of the European Poker Tour, had a lot to do with the creation of the big game, was in town, sat down, played a poker game with us. Very good times, except he's not fun to play with. I mean, he's a fun character, personality at the table, but he does, you know when you're playing in a home game and you want to say to your buddy, like, just play right, man, just play right. Why are you doing that? Why are you cold 4-betting all in? It's a friendly game. Why are you doing that?
That hand raise and take here for Ankush Mandavia. Yeah, John dropped in on his way to the World Series. Obviously, a lot of people making their way to Las Vegas right now. But great to see him here in Montreal. Hello to Tim, who tweets to say, "G'day, guys. It's your Aussie friend here again. Very stoked to see the Magician at this table. Could be a fun night." We expect today to be probably the longest day of the tournament, maybe outside of the day ones, which were 10 one-hour levels.
Longest day of broadcasting.
We spoke to Marc-Andre Ladouceur last night, and he said, yeah, he thinks it's going to be a bit of a grind to get down to that final table. And this inevitably happens, and we're not new to this thing, and we know that at some point the tournament slows down. We've had 2 relatively short days. Day 2, when we played down to the money, went quite quickly. Yesterday, quite swift to get from 72 to 27. So naturally, things might just slow down as the stacks consolidate as we get to the final table of 9. Carl McCarthy tweets, "Hello from Kuwait. Time for some poker."
Cool.
Hello to you wherever you're watching in the world. Do get in touch. Tag your tweets, Canada Cup.
Yeah, sound off if you like. We're happy to give you a little recognition for your neck of the woods. Happy to have folks watching from all over the world.
Daniel tweets to say, "No Notkin on the feature table? Sad face." Hopefully we will see Robert Notkin in action later on. He is our online qualifier. And Robert, another player who's been chatting to us during the breaks. Big fan of the EPT TV shows. And thrilled to be playing in this tournament. Thrilled to be going deep. Are his family here yet? Was that a ruse on Twitter yesterday? Are they genuinely coming from Toronto to Montreal?
Yeah, I don't know. he seemed to be unaware of it. Maybe they're going to surprise him, but I think maybe they were putting me on.
Well, Neil Notkin, who I believe is Robert's brother, tweets to say, "Go, go, go, Dr. No." Dr. No being Robert Notkin's online handle. Stefan says this is the perfect warm-up before his own live tournament in an hour. That is the noise of Death Tangle Noir, which you see in front of James Armstrong, who has moved all in. There was an opening raise from Antonio Esfandiari, called by Jeremy Bilodeau, and now Armstrong has shoved for around 7.5 big blinds.
And let's hope Armstrong is hand strong here, because he does not have much fold equity.
And this looks like a reshove from Amir Babakani, which gets rid of everyone else. And he's got kings. Well, there's an ace for Armstrong, so he's got one overcard. Ace 10 the hand for Armstrong.
So kings are a big favor here, but all it takes is that one ace to make them a bigger dog.
Well, he has flopped a gut shot. Babakani does not want to turn a set. Doesn't have to worry about that now, because that would make him a full house. Armstrong drawing thin, looking for an ace. He hits it on the river.
Gets there.
Armstrong doubles up. And that beeping noise you hear tells us that we are now playing level 21 of the tournament. Blinds are up 6,000 and 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. And still, with 27 players remaining, 3 tables of 9.
Unlike Oceanic Flight 815, James Armstrong gets there. A little Lost reference for you guys out there. That was for you, Toby Davis.
Now, a reminder that when we get to the final 9, we'll conclude day 4 of the tournament. We will be back tomorrow for the 5th and final day of the Canada Cup main event. And because it's a final table, we'll bring you whole cards up coverage of that final table on a slight delay. As Tim says, I should take the day off work tomorrow. Darn tootin', Tim.
Looks like we've got another
Death Tangle Noir presented to Jonathan Duhamel, who shoves for 18 bigs. Fewer than 18 bigs now. We're playing 6-12.
This under the gun shove should get a little more credence for being a strong hand. Just has Ankush to get through. Hasn't looked at his cards yet.
Mandavia in the big blind. Folds. The Duhamel shove gets through and he picks up the blinds and antes. Hillary Notkin, daughter of Robert Notkin, says, I'd like to petition to move Papa Notkin to the feature table. Where do I sign? Well, bear in mind that over the course of the day, we're going to see a table broken as we get down to the final 2 tables. We're going to see tables balanced, so we'll see players moved around. There is a chance that we'll get Robert Notkin up on the main stage. I would remind you that if you want to follow some of the outer table action, if you want to take an overview of the tournament, check out the live updates provided by Anthony Charter at CanadaPoker.com.
The Playground Casino itself is also live updating too, so you can check out the updates on their site. And Hillary, if your old man makes the final table, he's guaranteed to be on the feature table. So that's your best bet for some live streaming Notkin action.
I would also argue, Hillary, and I'm probably putting this play out on behalf of my hairy American colleague, that you would be able to see Notkin in action if you were here,
yes,
as you promised yesterday.
And you might get invited out to a nice steak dinner, and that's all I'm going to say.
Tamer Al-Kamli raising under the gun +1, and again we hear the words, all in. Death Tangle Noir, presented to Spencer Stacey.
The great Sabu on his feet right now. Spencer Stacey's #1 fan. Says he's going to humble all of these suckers.
The shove gets through.
A humbling shove.
Wayne Hadfield says, I can't watch the stream today due to being at work.
Boo, hiss.
Well, Wayne, if you can slyly get the live stream going on your mobile or tablet device, you can maybe hide it under the desk.
Isn't it ironic that he can't watch the stream because he's at work and I have to watch the stream because I'm at work?
Also, he clearly has access to Twitter at work.
I just got a tweet, James. They didn't hashtag it Canada Cup, but I just got a tweet from McLean's Pub. Now, if you guys were following along yesterday, you know I posted a video online of a little experience I had in a bar here where I watched a woman give another woman a haircut in a bar.
Oh, yes.
And I posted the video to my Twitter yesterday, and McLean's Pub, which is where the haircut took place, which is the salon where the haircut took place, picked up on it. And they just tweeted at me saying, I say McLean's Chop Shop. I just sent it to the girl who got her haircut, and she is mortified.
Al Camley back in action, raising under the gun. Last time he got shoved on. Let's see what James Armstrong wants to do. He folds. Passed around to Spencer Tracy in the cutoff. Lets it go. Ankush Mandavi is on the button. He folds. Duhamel gives up the small blind. It's Antonio Esfandiari's big blind.
James, what will I do if I have a good hand under the gun? I'll calmly raise.
Very nice. And in this instance, raise and take it. Samuel Barber says, what time will Cards Up coverage start tomorrow?
Good question.
Well, of course, we've started every day at 11 Eastern time. And the final table will start at the same time, but of course we have to delay the stream because it's Cards Up coverage. So we'll actually start broadcasting an hour later. So 12 noon Eastern is 5 p.m. London time, 6 p.m. Central European time. So an hour later than every other day of coverage that you've had here from Montreal. And look at the stacks at this table, Joe. Half the table, more than half the table, with sub-20 big blind stacks.
Robert Notkin came in today saying he had done some calculations. He thinks that we're going to lose 10 players in the first two levels. I'd say that's probably close to accurate with all the short stacks out there.
And that's the point that he believes the action's going to slow down. And I would not disagree with that. By the way, chip denominations, we did see a close-up there of Antonio Esfandiari's stack. And he is the big stack at this table, one of the big stacks in the tournament.
Let me guess at them. Can I guess?
Well, you're meant to know. You shouldn't be guessing.
The yellows are 1K.
Yes.
The blues are 5K.
Yes.
And the reds are $1 million.
No, the reds are 25K.
Ah, I was going to say 25K. That was my second.
Now, the highest denomination chips in the tournament are white, and they're worth 100,000, but they're not yet in play, and we might have to wait until the final table until we see those 100K chips.
There's two of those red bad boys. Monsieur Bilodeau.
Bilodeau wins that one.
So he limped pre-flop and then fired flop. Bilodeau is has a unique style. I'm interested in the way this guy plays. I like James. I say this all the time, but I like the wild cards. I like the players that play a little bit that most players wouldn't call optimally, because I think it adds a nice little dynamic to the game and it makes it more real. It's more of an everyman's game.
By the way, those of you who were impressed by that photograph of the venue here, there is every chance that you could be here in the summer, because PokerStars is coming back for the PokerStars Montreal Festival, and satellites are going to start running on PokerStars at the end of the month. There are free rolls which are exclusive for Canadian players, but the real money satellites, anyone, anywhere in the world can play. The 30th of May is when you can expect to find those satellites in the regional section of the PokerStars tournament lobby, and the festival itself will run at the end of August into the beginning of September.
And that one, if you guys thought it was a little steep here for 3K to come play the Canada Cup, 1K for the August festival. Same deal, 3 starting days. So if you have a total of a 3K bankroll, you can afford to play each of those days. But I think this tournament is just fine. If you want to come take one shot at this, I don't think you're at that much of a disadvantage.
And the key thing to say is that there is a $1 million guarantee on that 1K main event, and I think the field will be huge, and that guarantee should be smashed. So we go to the flop here. Esfandiari's raise called by Bilodeau. in the big blind. Queen 9-4 on the flop. Bilodeau is checked. Playing in flow, which he doesn't always do. Antonio continues.
What a thrill it must be for some of these guys right now to be down to the final 27 in a tournament, playing at a table with Antonio Esfandiari, Jonathan Duhamel, a world champion, the world's all-time leading money tournament winner. Pretty sick.
Continuation bet works for Antonio Esfandiari. So we talk about qualifying for stuff, and James has got back to us. This is the guy who started watching our live streams when we were on the Vienna leg of the European Poker Tour. He says, yep, tips certainly help big time. I've satellited into a £440 buy-in for a 150k guaranteed event. Can't wait. Good luck to you in that one, James. Let us know how it goes. Also want to say hello to Marcus, who's throwing a live stream poker party for his birthday.
Cool. Happy birthday, son.
Scott R says, good afternoon, sirs, from not-so-sunny Scotland. Good to see lots of action during the first few hands of the Canada Cup.
There should be plenty more till we lose 4 or 5 players.
Joanne says, tuned into the Canada Cup stream to watch Jonas Makoff. Can't believe he's not on the feature table, and I'm forced to watch Antonio Esfandiari again. It's a tough life. What can I say? And again, if you know your horse does well, if they progress to the final 2 tables, or better than that, the final table, you will see them on the live stream.
Guaranteed to be on the live stream.
Esfandiari back in the action, racing here to 28,000. James Armstrong in the big blind. Starts the hand with just under 200,000. And he is calling. Queen, Jack 7 with 2 spades.
Man, this 8-16, what is it, a 6-12 blind level?
Yeah.
It's just virtually impossible. Armstrong's got somewhere between 10 and 20 big blinds. Really, it's anybody's guess where in that range it falls.
Check, check on the turn, on the flop rather. 3 of spades on the turn. And Armstrong now leads for 30,000 and gets a quick fold from Antonio.
Every pot, a huge pot at this point, to someone with a stack like James Armstrong.
And we have lost 1 player today. The tournament clock tells us that 26 remain. Just another 17 to go until we are down to the final table. And the action is set for the final day. So small blind of 6,000, big blind of 12,000. Everyone posting an ante of 2,000. Ankush Mandavia wearing one of my favorite PokerStars hoodies of all time.
Was that the 2013 PCA hoodie?
Indeed, the PCA 10 hoodie.
I don't know my PCA or EPT champions, but I know my EPT swag. Recognize that PCA 10 hoodie anywhere. I should know. I walked off with about 6 of them.
Well, he's been 3-bet by Esfandiari. Ankush opens to 26k. Antonio makes it 63k. The blinds fold. It's back on Ankush, the original raiser.
And I think Ankush is a kind of player who's not going to be immediately intimidated by Antonio. Ankush is pretty accomplished himself. I'm sure there are plenty of folks who started this tournament, maybe even still in this tournament, who are like, oh boy, I'm in a hand with Antonio. Things tighten up in the old Southern Hemisphere. Probably not Ankush.
Stay Dench on Twitter is enjoying the action. Canada Cup feature table is amazing.
It is a pretty dang good feature table. I think we would normally have some sort of alert here.
This is a 4-bet from Mandavia. A re-raise to 125,000. Antonio glancing at the chips that Ankush has behind.
Mandavia starts the hand with right around an average stack, probably just below average. And typically we would expect someone with this size stack to not be 4-betting light too often, although you can. It's the kind of stack where you can kind of get away with this move right around this point. But another reason you would expect him to be fairly strong here too is because there's so many short stacks at this table. He doesn't have to get in a massive confrontation with Antonio.
Well, Esfandiari calls the 4-bet in position. These two go to the flop, which is king high. King 10-6, rainbow. Mandavia first to speak. He has the pre-flop betting lead.
I think this board's going to connect well with both of their ranges a lot of the time.
Better part of 300,000 in the middle. Ankush with 430,000 behind. So he continues the flop for 75,000.
Very small continuation bet. There's 280,000 in the middle. Antonio has put out a raise.
Yeah, he just threw out a chunk of red, a raise to 200,000.
And typically the continuation bet, the small continuation bet that Ankush made here is fairly standard. It might have been a little on the small side, but usually you can, get the same job done with a small continuation bet and a 4-bet pot.
And the raise gets through. And Antonio gets his stack up above $1 million, 1.24 million. Ankush Mandavia left with 356,000. Significantly below average now, about half the tournament average, which is around 670,000 with 26 players remaining in the tournament. By the way, there will be a redraw when we get down to 18, when we hit the final 2 tables. So we'll have this lineup for now, but once we hit 18 players, we'll have a new draw, so we might have a new lineup on the main stage. So some of the players that you've been following over the last few days, some of your friends and relatives, your personal favorites, may make it up onto the televised table.
Mark Etienne writes in to say, I got to admit that Ankush is probably my favorite first name of all time. It's a good one. It is one of the good ones. I prefer the OG Kush, but Ankush is pretty good too.
So Antonio Esfandiari likely to be in the top 5 right now, if we look at the tournament as a whole. Rayan Shamar is the player who came into day 4 as chip leader, started the day with 2.7 million. There were 3 other players with 7-figure stacks. Make Antonio the 5th player now with more than $1 million.
Well, James, I got a pretty interesting message on Facebook.
Interesting is often used as a euphemism, Joe.
Hi, Joe. Not sure if you remember me. I was the girl in the bar who agreed, albeit very drunkenly, to get her hair cut. Thanks for the laugh when I saw the video, though I'm absolutely mortified. Lol, I couldn't watch more than 30 seconds without cringing and turning it off. Just wanted to preemptively ask that you don't tag me. I'm going through a pretty thorough vetting process, and the last thing I need in the corporate world. I thought she was going to ask me to take it down. Oh, yeah, no, I'm happy to not tag you. Sure thing.
24,000?
I thought she was going to say take it down, which I would have said yes to, by the way. If anyone asked me, hey, can you please take that down? I sure would have. Yeah, no problem.
Duhamel raising under the gun +1 to 24,000. Yeah, having watched the video back this morning and realizing that the reason she was having her haircut is because she had a job interview, I can completely understand why she's quite keen to avoid anyone finding that video. I'm not saying for 1 second that I would discount someone for a position in a company because they had their hair cut in a bar. But some companies may frown on that kind of activity. So 2 callers, a Jack-9 deuce flop. Spencer Stacey checks.
Check.
Duhamel does not continue into 2 opponents. He checks. Jeremy Bilodeau
150,000.
makes a huge bet. There's 96,000 in the pot, and Bilodeau bets 150K.
Hello.
Basically saying, I'm going to put both of you all in.
And we've seen Bilodeau do this a bunch of times before. He plays his strong hands very strongly. Very aggressively.
Shout out to Nanad on Twitter, says Deep Stack Final 27 in the Canada Cup with a great feature table, should be fun. Magic Antonio is a pleasure to watch. Hashtag one of the good guys. Well, Antonio is one of the pros who's already taken part in the PokerStars Shark Cage, a new TV show that will debut on TV networks around the world towards the end of this year. We filmed 4 of the 8 heats. The next 4 will be recorded at the Barcelona leg of the EPT. That's taking place in August. And the qualifiers, which could see you playing in that tournament, which is a $1 million free roll, are coming soon. In fact, they start running on PokerStars this month. From the 29th of May, that's just 2 days away.
Cool.
An opportunity for you to travel to Barcelona, all expenses paid, play with celebrities, sports stars, and poker pros. And if you win your heat, you will advance to the final, which is a winner-takes-all $1 million event.
I mean, if you think about it, it's probably the fastest path you could take to $1 million, because you have to win your heat and then win the final, right?
Absolutely.
You have to win 2 sit-and-goes and you win $1 million.
Effectively, you win a 6-max sit-and-go and an 8-max sit-and-go, and boom, $1 million is yours. But
you got to win your way there first.
You've got to qualify. There is an audition process, because we're not just looking for good poker players. We want people who've got personality, who are going to have fun with the pros, because this show is as much about the social element of poker and about having fun at the table as it is about the cards themselves.
We want a good TV show.
And trust me, should you be lucky enough to qualify and be chosen, you will have the time of your life, even if you are not fortunate enough to win your heat. You're going to meet some great people, and many people have said this, including some
Joe Stapleton,
cynical poker pros, that this is the most fun they've had playing live poker in a long while.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that everyone, including big-name poker pros, wanted to meet me.
No.
Did anyone say that?
No, in fact, no one actually mentioned you at all.
Even my parents, when they came by?
No, they came to see me.
It's unbelievable.
Tag your tweets, Canada Cup, if you want to get involved. If you have any questions about Shark Cage, by the way, fire them in. James Cole says, when is the next EPT and when do the qualifiers start on Stars? Might try my luck. I believe satellites have already started running. And bear in mind that
Mike McDonald's already won 10 seats.
the summer months are going to be a little bit quiet, because most of the poker world is going to be in Vegas for the World Series of Poker. But the 15th of August, I believe, is when the festival starts in Barcelona. It will be the 100th EPT, the first leg of season 11. And good luck to you, James, and good luck to anyone else who's going to try and win a seat in the 100th European Poker Tour main event.
Yeah, and it should be absolutely huge, by the way. Last year, the numbers in Barcelona were massive. People were camping out. They were lined up around the block to register for the side events, so there should be crazy value in these tournaments.
More than 1,200 players. It was the biggest field we saw all season.
It's really good timing on Barcelona because everyone kind of needs their fix again at that point because they've had some time off after the World Series in Vegas. It's like the first big thing after that.
And again, I say the same thing about winning a seat in an EPT than I'd say about winning a spot in Shark Cage. You are going to have an awesome time. It's an expenses paid holiday with a bit of poker thrown in. That's the best way to look at it. So this is an unraised pot, by the way. Bilodeau limp pre-flop. The blinds come along for the ride. Everyone checks the flop. And now Ankush Mandavia bets 22,000. Paired board, 2 flush draws out there. It's getting straighty as well.
I kind of like this bet from Ankush. You know, Jonathan obviously just got a free flop in the big blind, so you don't expect him to have too much here. And Bilodeau didn't play this hand crazy strong, so you'd expect that he doesn't have much here. So I like the bet, the lead there from Mandavia.
Alessandro says this is a serious table. No chatting, no laughing. I guess it's a lot of money to most players. Love to see Antonio doing so well, though. And I think these guys are reasonably relaxed. I mean, in most multi-table tournaments, we don't necessarily see a lot of table chat, a lot of banter, a lot of hysterics. I mean, Antonio often can get the atmosphere going at a table, but yeah, it's kind of business for these guys. We're close to the final table now. There's a lot of money on the line. We've lost another player from one of the 2 outer tables. We're down to 25 now.
You know you're going to do it. Just do it. Stop all the Hollywood.
Jonathan Duhamel all in.
First one, very good, sir.
Good luck, Jonathan. His hand go up like this, comme ça.
Should I even look at the second one? I wouldn't even
Dealer, card me.
Let's go.
So he shoves small to big, gets called by Antonio Esfandiari, who has an ace.
Let's just go all the way around. Just run it. No. Let's just go.
Ace 4 of diamonds, king 9 of clubs for Jonathan.
Well, the good news is if the ace holds, that we'll be getting Jonathan in the booth pretty soon. Ace holding so far. Well, Jonathan's got some more outs now.
Yeah, of course, Antonio has got the diamond draw, though.
All right.
No help for Jonathan on the river, and we lose the 2010 World Series of Poker main event champion, eliminated by Antonio Esfandiari, who boosts his stack to 1.4 million. And now we're down to 24 players.
Well, that's a bummer. We like Jonathan. Jonathan's a great guy. Good news, like I said, is we'll get him in the booth here pretty soon. Jonathan's the type of kid, doesn't need too much time to cool off, so I expect we'll be hearing from him sooner rather than later, unless the French stream gets him first. That's really too bad, because it would have been awfully cool to see him make the final table here in his hometown.
Oh, you're welcome. We're even now? I don't know.
So 3 tables of 8. As we play down to the final 9 here on day 4 of the tournament.
And there won't be a redraw again until we reach 18?
Correct, final 2 tables.
There's Antonio's stack, nearly 1.5 million, over 100 big blinds. Awesome stack to have at this stage of the tournament. Very difficult to have over 100 big blinds here.
He's got reds, he's got blues, he's got yellows. 25Ks, 5Ks, and 1Ks.
Jonathan was one of the short stacks, but we still have 4 players with sub-20 big blind stacks.
One player who's playing fewer than 10 big blinds. And that player is all in. It's Amir Babakani. And despite having only 9 big blinds, looks like the shove has got through.
Nobody wants to give him the courtesy double up.
First card.
So, James, I came armed with a couple of games today.
Couldn't have been too happy when he saw it.
Competitions?
Some competitions. We don't have to play them right away. Just want to let you know. Now, I think it was in Vienna, we debuted a game called EPT Co-Stars. And I have come up with a version of that game for today. That includes some of the players at our feature table.
Don't tell me. It's called Canada Cup Co-Stars.
You know what? That's even better. Canada Cup Co-Stars. And I have a new round of my favorite Canadian lined up for today.
Another round of my favorite Canadian, Eric Cagelet, is all in.
Correct, yes. I forgot to call it by the full title. My favorite Canadian, Eric Cagelet, is all in.
By the way, Marc-Andre Ladouceur is stuck in half of his stack. And the virtual all-in gets through.
So what do we have? We've got a couple of card protectors to give away today, right? We gave away 3 yesterday.
I think it was 3.
And we were allotted, what, 2 a day? But we only gave away 1 on the first day?
You think I've been keeping track?
What are you doing over there? Sudoku? James, come on. That should be a 9, by the way.
Got to keep your mind active. Babacarni all in again, shoving from under the gun. Same Al-Kalmi asking for a count.
141,000. Call.
So he's been called, the blinds fold, showdown. Ace-5 the hand for Babacarni. Ace-King the hand for Al-Kamli.
Domination Nation. Oh,
and there's
boy.
a 5 on the flop.
Some opportunities on the turn. No chop.
Pair of 5s hold. Babacarni doubles up.
I'll calmly double you up.
Hello to Lucas. He says, I created a Twitter account just to get in touch with you guys. Love your work. Greetings from Germany.
Thank you, Lucas.
Scott B says, Stapes, Americans living in London attempting a French accent is rude and also very bad.
How long have I been waiting to pull this card, James? Scott, my mom is from France. I have a French passport. I am a French person attempting a French accent, so suck it.
What is it at now?
Christian says, I guess this shark cage thing is just for people who have English as their mother language. Is that right? No, Christian, it's not. In fact, one of the qualifiers who came to Monaco was German. I would say that you are going to have a decent command of English, though, to compete in the show.
Which eliminates most Americans and several British people, honestly.
Eric says, I'm just glad there are no shorts at the feature table today.
I'm not.
Hashtag no more wiener legs.
Alva says Duhamel is out. Can I get a protector for that? Sure, Alva, I'll be your protector.
Marc-Andre Ladouceur raises under the gun, gets called by James Armstrong in the small blind.
Can be dicey here on the streets of Montreal. You could get your hair cut.
Babacarni, who just doubled up, folds the big. So heads up to this flop. Both players reasonably short. The flop is ace, queen, deuce. It's all diamonds. The great Sabu has made a prediction, by the way. Babacarni for the win. He'll humble them all, besides Spencer Stacey. Nothing like a bit of hedging.
How funny would it be if Spencer Stacy won heads up and the runner-up was just like, I feel so humbled. I don't know why, but I'm just overcome with a feeling of humility.
So what do you make of this, Joe? Armstrong plays in flow. He checks. Ladouceur continues for 30,000. Then Armstrong min check raises.
The min check raise is usually crazy strong, I think, from a player with Armstrong's sort of background. I think that the worst he's min check raising with here is like a pair and a king of diamonds. Both these guys do not have big stacks, or neither one has a big stack. I don't know. Take your pick. Here comes Marc-Andre.
He's all in, and I was expecting a snap call from Armstrong, but he's actually asked for a count. It's an additional 95K, and I think if you're going to check raise the flop and then face an additional 95, you've got to call.
So it looks like Marc-Andre probably who has the big diamond draw.
Can I show one? I can. Can I show three?
I don't really like the min raise unless you have a super strong hand, which is why I was sort of giving him credit for that, because you're just giving your opponent a crazy price.
Getting 3 to 1 on your money.
You have a diamond.
Yes, that's Armstrong's current price.
I think we have one of those situations where Mr. Armstrong may have raised without a plan.
He thinks if I'm in raise, then I can rep the flush. But it's pretty tough to do if Marc-Andre has got a blocker. And if Marc-Andre does have something like the king of diamonds in his hand, he knows that Armstrong can't be min raising with the nut flush. And Armstrong folds an ace. Not super crazy about the raise there with just an ace, especially if you're doing it to induce and you think that you can get Marc-Andre to shove light there, then you just have to snap off the raise. When you raise there with just an ace and then fold to a shove, you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit.
Oh, Joe, it's all kicked off between you and Scott. He says, hey, Stapes, I was on the phone. Did you just tell me to suck it? I'm 3 hours from Montreal. Want to talk about that in person?
Sure, I'll tell you to suck it in person, too. It's not a big deal. I'm not a keyboard warrior. Then we can have a beer afterward.
Tyler asks, is the family with the hot daughter there?
Well, probably not the one you're talking about, because I don't think the Notkins are here, but there are plenty of other hot daughters in this building. And sons. And sons. Look at Marc-Andre Ladouceur. The man's a specimen.
Ankush Mandavia raising to 26K. Round to the blinds. Just Marc-Andre in the big.
James Perry the Trier is with us. I love Perry the Trier. I love that he changed his name on Twitter to the Trier after I called him Perry the Trier.
He says, hi guys, here's Perry the Trier, trying to become a card protector winner. Good poker, good show. Have a nice one. I always kind of hear Eeyore's voice whenever Perry tweets. The hashtag to use is Canada Cup. Eric Schultz asking the same question. Have you guys seen the Notkin yet?
The Notkin Yeskin?
I'd like to think that if
No is the answer.
Robert Notkin, the online qualifier, does make the final table of this tournament, that we will see the Notkin in this venue tomorrow. what is it, roughly a 5-hour drive from Toronto?
Yeah, about that.
Okay, well, they could set off at
6
6
a.m.,
a.m.
yeah.
and be here for the start of the final table tomorrow.
Look, I think your dad's worth it.
I haven't looked yet.
Yeah, a lot of people in both English and French on Twitter questioning the check raise from Mr. Armstrong.
Well, since I know he goes back and watches the streams, I'm going to say I'm a big fan of it. And I think it was just fine. And he's also a handsome man.
That he be. Now, Eric Schultz is of the opinion that Spencer Tracy, when viewed from the top, like this camera angle here, looks like Tony G. Shouldn't he be busy doing government things? No one in the European Parliament is busy, trust me.
Sounds like the perfect job for me. I might look into this. I'm not European.
By the way, quick update on Robert Notkin. He has lost a few chips from the start of the day. He's down to around 1 million. So he's still comfortable. And we saw him do a little bit of yo-yoing yesterday. Hopefully he can get it back. This hand was raised by Marc-Andre pre-flop. Stacey calling. It's a blind-on-blind confrontation. Stacey calls the continuation bet from Marc-Andre. And now we get a 7 on the turn. The action slows down. It goes check, check. River card. The Jack of Spades pairing the board.
See if Marc-Andre fires at this bad boy. He does not. I think this ends up being a jack a lot from Spencer Stacey.
Every time I hear his name, I keep thinking of Spencer Tracy.
You said it once too.
You know, there's a certain genre of cinema designed for people over the age of 18 years of age where they have performers who have names that are kind of like the names of Hollywood stars.
Is it really? This is a real thing? Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adult films.
I'm saying that Spencer Stacey
Spencer Stacey would be one of
does
those.
sound like he should be performing.
Starring Spencer Stacey and what's the other one? Catherine Rugburn.
Well, Stacey won that hand by betting the river.
Perry the Trier is, I think, a little offended, James, that you compared him to a donkey. He didn't mean the donkey reference. He just means this sort of like sad, dejected, woe is me.
Someone's taken my tail. It's a commonly held belief that everyone is like a character from Winnie the Pooh. That everyone has a personality that matches one of the characters in the A.A. Milne
Which
stories.
Winnie the Pooh character are you on BuzzFeed?
Oh, I'm so an Eeyore.
You're an Eeyore?
I'm so an Eeyore. And you, my friend, are most definitely a Tigger.
Well, the wonderful thing about Tiggers, you know the rest. I actually don't even know the rest of that. I couldn't
I'm the only one, and thank God you are the only one.
The only one in this room, at least.
Al Camley raises under the gun +1, gets called by Bilodeau. Mandavia calling as well in the big blind. 3-way to the flop. Still at 24 players, by the way. 3 tables of 8.
5-5 trade 2 clubs.
Continuation bet from Al Kamli. Takes it down.
Take it down to Chinatown.
So we're halfway through this level now. 45 minutes left to run on level 21. 6K, 12K. Then we'll have the first break of the day. Don't forget that there is a new season of the NHL Alumni Charity Poker Tournament coming your way. Satellite running now. Remember, this is exclusive to Canadian players. And a chance for Canadians to play alongside some of their sporting idols, Joe, and of course members of Team Pro.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know if the guys would like me giving away who they're trying to get involved for this year, just in case it falls through. But I can say in past years, Brad May has played, Denny Savard. Who else? The real good-looking guy, Darcy Tucker. That's how I remember him. This looks like security camera footage. Watch what happens to the man in the hood and sunglasses. He tries to reach over the counter, but he's not pulling one over on this 7-Eleven clerk. He is armed and ready with an aerosol can and a lighter.
Al Kamli raises. Looks like he's got two callers. Stacey on the button. Esfandiari in the big blind. King 9-3 with two hearts. Kamli continuing for 52,000. Gets a fold from Spencer Stacey.
Antonio. Antonio. Calmly was the under the gun razor in this hand. I think he's probably going to continue this board no matter what he's got. But he should have a pretty big piece of this a fair amount of the time. I think this raise from Antonio, it could be for value, it could be a bluff. I think he's going to get Al Kamli to fold his like ace queens and his ace jacks. If Al Kamli's even going to raise ace jack under the gun, but I think that you know, this is a pretty tough bet to call with ace queen. It's not going to get a fold though. And it won't get a fold from your ace kings and your king queens.
So Kamli calls with just over a pot-sized bet behind. What looks like a brick on the turn.
Yeah. Believe me, James Hardigan knows a brick when he sees one. I like it when you're a little more excited about it, though.
Not really a tournament-deciding card, though, is it? Also, for all I know, one of these guys has got 9-6 and has just turned two pair.
That has been known to happen.
Eric's already getting his wish list in for the heads-up battle. Antonio Esfandiari versus Robert Notkin, heads-up. Pure gold.
That would be pretty awesome. Esfandiari following up his flop aggression.
Yeah, having check-raised the flop, he now leads the turn for 121,000. And it's getting tough for Al Kamli to continue in this hand. Do you think he can legitimately just call here for more than 25% of his stack?
I don't think he can He probably shouldn't be just calling very much here, no. I guess I guess one reason I would maybe consider just calling here is that if I actually have a real hand and Antonio's bluffing, I want to give him a chance to try to bluff me again on the river. But I do also think that once you call again here, if Antonio is bluffing, he might just give up on the river.
Well, that is not a brick.
No, it sure isn't.
The flop flush draw gets there. It also pairs the board. Nathan tweets to say, if Antonio makes the final table, I may have to not watch the stream tomorrow and watch live at the playground instead. Come on down. I hope we get a good crowd here tomorrow for the final table. We like an atmosphere.
Yeah, that would be cool.
As Svendiari shoves the river, putting Al Kamli all in. And Al Kamli folds.
Wow, that was just a massive pot. Al Kamli calling off a huge percentage of his stack there.
Antonio Svendiari now playing 1.7 million. Al Kamli left with 274K. And I think it's fair to say, Joe, that our favorite final tables are where you've got friends, family, a lot of people with an interest in the game, and a real buzz around the outcome of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. It's just so much more fun for us. You know, not that I'm rooting against any of these guys, but you don't need the rich guys to get richer, and it's a little bit more exciting. It's a little bit more, you know, heart-pumping to see people win life-changing money, to see people hugging the rail. The people on the rail, that is. Hugging the actual rail isn't... Well, it actually would be pretty entertaining, I guess.
Well, if we can get a couple of superstars at the table, someone like Antonio, and then guys like Armstrong and Notkin, for whom this is a huge deal, then that will be the perfect mix.
And that's the key. I just love it. I like a good mix.
Great. 26 down.
Button raised from Ankush. It's Antonio's small blind.
Antonio out. Al Kamli out.
Raise and take it from Mandavia.
Is it just me, or does he have just immaculate fingernails? I must spend a fortune on those things. Is that a clear coat on there too?
Still 24 players remaining as we continue to play down to the final table today. Just another reminder that if you are with us tomorrow, you do want to watch Wednesday's action. The final table, the final 9 playing down to a winner. Cards Up coverage will begin at 12 noon Eastern time on PokerStars.tv.
27.
I guess of the players left, I'm kind of also pulling for Marc-Andre F. Dog to go pretty deep and have a big score here, because he promised to take us out on Wednesday night. And I can only imagine it'll be a little bit better night if he's got a big score. So fingers crossed.
Babakani raises to 27,000. Spencer Stacy shoves for 175,000. Babakani asks for a count. And that's a call. So Spencer Stacy at risk. And they've got the same hand, ace queen, and they've got each other's suits.
Yeah, reverse suits. Pretty decent shot. This ends in a chop. %100% chance it ends in a chop.
Yeah. They both have top pair. Yay! So no one goes broke. Everyone gets their money back, just like in the socialist poker game. It is a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
We do love a chop pot.
Rose observes that Antonio Esfandiari is walking all over this table. Rose would also like to see Notkin versus Antonio heads up for the Canada Cup. Vader Nader points out that Antonio was shoving 99.9% of river cards there, either bluffing or having it. So why flat the turn and leave yourself only 288,000? Vader Nader not happy.
Yeah, I can kind of get behind that. It's a lot easier to flat the turn and then call a shove on the river when the heart doesn't hit.
I mean, you said, Joe, that the only way you liked the call on the turn is if you're super strong and you intend on calling when Antonio bets the river.
Yeah.
Maybe he was super strong and was then just dissuaded by the heart that
Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that, though. I think that, like Vader Nader says, you have to be calling, you know, 100% of the time when you do that.
We raised to 51.
So Spencer Stacy has raised to 25k. Antonio Esfandiari has 3 bets of 51k. And Death Tangle Noir is in play once again,
119.
as James Armstrong shoves from the big blind for around 120k. Stacy out. Esfandiari has to call.
And he do.
Antonio shows jacks. Armstrong with queens.
Great spot for Armstrong.
He is hand strong.
What a spot to wake up with queens.
And queen still holding.
Runner opportunities. 4 or 5 on the turn.
5 for a chop.
5.
A jack would see Antonio win. It's a king, queens hold. Armstrong doubles up again.
It's a nice pat on the back from Bilbo. I love it.
I used it once.
Look at the smile. That's a guy who really cares right there. I love it.
I don't really deserve anything.
James, Alva wants to know, where is that Chop Pot song from?
Well, in the same way, Joe, that you created the phrase, all you need is a chip in the chair,
Yes.
and so many other people take credit for it. The Chop Pot song is something that I came up with, which everyone credits Joe for.
It comes from us, though, Alva. It comes from us.
So Stacy and Ladouceur, the 2 shorties at this table. Esfandiari, the big stack, with close to 1.6 million. Average stack right now, with 23 players remaining, 755k. So another elimination from the outer tables.
Makes the average stack around 63 big blinds, which is solid. It's good for this stage of the tournament. It's perfect.
It's actually above what we would expect.
Yeah.
At this point in the tournament, we'd be thinking the average stack will be 50 to 55 big blinds. I mean, things are going to change, of course, in 30 minutes' time. That's when the blinds go up again.
Yeah, but I guess it's just weird because doesn't it feel like everyone's short stacked?
I think because there are so many short stacks at this table, well, short stacks and shallow stacks. I think they're a bit deeper on the other 2 tables. Well, let's look at this. An under-the-gun raise from Marc-Andre Ladouceur gets flattered by Esfandiari, and then Jeremy Bilodeau is a bit of a wild card, raises to 175k, and that raise will take this one down.
Yeah, buddy. What is that? That's the 7x re-raise? Or was it a limp? No, it was a raise. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
7x re-raise. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's boom. It's boom. It's boom. It's boom.
Wooly says, the voices of Stapes and Hartigan making poker love to my ears. It's been too long. Thanks for the hard work, lads.
Hello,
What?
my baby.
But not being funny, we could say it's been too long. We were in Monaco like 3 weeks ago.
Yes, James, but if you were away from your wife for 3 weeks, wouldn't you say it's been too long
I would also
for
say,
sweet, sweet poker love?
I would also say, Wooly, that on a weekly basis, new content is uploaded to PokerStars.tv. A new episode of the European Poker Tour TV shows,
That's
which
true.
of course air in the UK and here in Canada. But if you don't watch them on TV, you can always watch them on the PokerStars YouTube channel. You can always watch them on PokerStars.tv. And for a whole 48 uninterrupted minutes, we will make poker love to your ears.
Sometimes gentle, sometimes rough.
Mandavia's early position raise meets with resistance
59.
from Tamer Al-Kamli. A 3-bet to 59,000. Folded back around to Mandavia.
Mandavia out of position, but with a much bigger stack.
Calls 59.
Mandavia calls.
Calling out of position, okay.
He did this before in that hand against Esfandiari. Didn't work out for him.
I thought it was Antonio who called in that hand.
Well, that's right, he 4-bet.
Yeah. So we did the exact opposite of that hand.
Jack 7-5 with 3 hearts.
So what are some hands? Let's start talking some ranges here. What are some hands you might raise, call, 3-bet with? The king-queen suited, I think, is one that you wouldn't necessarily put another bet in. Pairs, certain pairs from like maybe even most pairs up to, you know, 10s. Check, check on that flop. Check, check on the turn.
No one betting.
Check, check on the river.
Check to showdown, so we'll see what Ankush called with.
Jack 9 suited.
Jack 9 of clubs, and that pair of jacks is good. I'm now interested to know what Al-Kamli 3-bet with and didn't continue the flop or bet turn or river with.
Yeah, it's a good question.
That doesn't count. Raised to 26,000.
Ankush at it again.
Under the gun raised to 26,000.
And the raise has gotten all the way through to the big blind. Spencer Stacy.
Star of Guess Who's Coming to Dinner for Two.
Actually, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner kind of works
Yeah, it does, you're right.
on its own.
In the Heat of the Night also works.
Yeah, also works.
Bad Day at Black Rock.
Yeah, still kind of works.
Wow, Spencer Tracy was in a lot of movies with dirty titles. Anywho,
Adam's rib.
this gets checked
Check.
to the river. And gets checked to showdown. 8-7. Cannot beat a pair of sixes. And Ankush Mandavia wins his second hand in a row.
He was also in a short called The Hard Guy. That looks new. A little alchemy symbol on there. The Old Man in the Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neither one of us was gonna go for it.
4,000
Man, that was the word.
28,000.
So if you want to come and play at this venue yourself, satellites for the Montreal Poker Festival will start running on the 30th of May. Just check out the regional tab in the tournament lobby at PokerStars. Svendiari raising under the gun. Alkamli moves all in. Plenty of players to get through, though, and this is a relatively small shove, just 197,000. Ankush Mandavia in the big blind, giving it some thought.
He's still got Antonio to worry about. That's the tricky thing here. I think with Antonio's stack, he doesn't necessarily have to be crazy strong here to be raising under the gun. It's probably what's giving Mandavia some pause here.
So Ankush calls, Antonio folds, Alkamli at risk. Nine's the hand for Mandavia. Alkamli all in with queens. 4-1 favorite to double up. And there's a 9 on the flop.
Oh, calmly gets sucked out on.
He needs a queen on the river. No help. Mandavia eliminates Alkamli in 23rd place, which means he will cash for $14,740. We're down to 22 players.
And we've only lost, what is it, 2 players from this feature table so far?
Yeah.
With all those short stacks? Ankush now with over 800,000 in chips, who is just treading water, slightly below average all day. All it takes is one big hand, one suck out. Now he's up above average.
James Cole says, watching live has got me in the mood for playing tonight. Think I'll see what's happening live. Hashtag big fish. Wish me luck.
Or you could play the free roll tonight.
There will be another Canada Cup free roll starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time. We'll give you the password a bit later on. You'll find it in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. Spencer Stacey is the short stack with 10 bigs. Marc-Andre Ladouceur not that healthy either with a 14 big blind stack. And just 20 minutes left on this level.
James Alva's back with some questions. He wants to know, what's your favorite color?
Red.
What's your favorite pizza topping?
Pepperoni.
Which players would you like to see the most sitting at the same table in a high-stakes cash game? I can tell, I get asked this question a lot, and I don't think about it too much. I have one name, Phil Locke. You put Phil Locke at any table, anytime, I will watch it. He is hilarious. He makes the game fun. He's always talking. He's an absolutely stellar guy to watch play poker.
Stacey all in. Shoves the button for 123,000. It's Antonio's big blind. So this is a 10 big blind shove.
How the breast was won.
You want me to call you?
Antonio's hand can't be very good here.
What?
This shoves for 10 big blinds.
Pretty iffy call on my part.
It's a pretty iffy call. It must be ace 5, ace 6.
Give me some action.
Antonio says, I'll give you some action. He calls.
All right, we're going to see what it is.
Stacey at risk. And he's got Queen Jack, King
se-
7. Antonio's ahead.
Very iffy call, but he is ahead.
2 live cards for Stacey, though. He's not that far behind. 44% equity with 5 cards to come. Well, King High is holding.
This is so brutal when you get it in with Queen Jack, get called by King High, and King High holds. So brutal.
Stacey needs a Queen or a Jack. 6 outs to hit on the river. It's a 7. Antonio hits a pair, and he eliminates Spencer Stacey. We're down to 21.
Turns out Spencer Stacey is coming to dinner. Because he is out of here.
Spencer Stacey will also cash for $14,740. Next money jump has just hit. Everyone's now locked up 16.5 grand. As we continue to play down to the final table, right now we will have 3 tables of 7. You'll notice we've only got 6 players on the main stage at the moment, so someone's going to have to be moved from one of the 2 outer tables to come up to the feature table.
James Cole gets back in touch, says, how about I do both, Stapes? Stars on the phone and play live. Fun times. That's cool, but I don't think you can play a free roll on the mobile app at this point. I think you maybe have to at least register for it.
In my experience,
yeah,
as long as you register for the tournament and start playing the tournament on the desktop client, you can then continue the action on your mobile. But also, James, assuming you're in the UK, that free roll is going to start at 1 a.m. your time.
Maybe he'll be home from the pub already at that point. Or the live game, or whatever it is. Like a raise and take at that hand. Stan Gold wants to know, what's a guy got to do to get a card protector? Well, Stan Gold, the #1 thing you have to do is not ask for a card protector. Now, I'm going to go ahead and allow this question because you're not exactly asking for one. You're asking how to get one. So I'm just letting you know. We're going to run a competition, probably in the next level, I would say, where we will give away at least 1 card protector. I've come up, I spent a good hour this morning coming up with a game, coming up with some clues for a game. James was not helpful. All he was doing was playing online poker and trying to tell me bad beat stories. And then later, he'll probably poo-poo my game. You watch. You watch. When he didn't, he put in no effort, no help whatsoever. And thank you to Rose for cluing me in to some happy news here in the poker world. Talon Chick, Adrian Rousum, part of PokerStars Team Online, just welcomed a brand new poker player to the world, a little baby. Carrick Emerson Carter, born yesterday morning. Congratulations to Talon Chick and Mr. Carter. James, Talon Chick had a baby.
Oh, congratulations.
Carrick Emerson Carter. And you know what? For a newborn, it doesn't look that much like an alien.
Good boy.
Look. Pretty decent looking for a newborn.
Very sweet baby.
Usually they have squished up faces and mucus and things growing off of them. You know what I mean? Did you go through any of that? No, you had a perfect little angel, didn't you? Perfect little Scandinavian angel.
25.
So, Asijo, there will be an extra break inserted into the tournament when we get to the final 2 tables.
You said inserted.
When we get to 18 players, a 10-minute break so they can redraw for seats around the final 2 tables. But whatever happens, there is likely to be a break in 15 minutes' time when we come to the end of this level. Doubt we'll see 3 quick eliminations, but you never know.
Well, 2, right? Because we're down to 20 players.
Boom. Another just bit the dust from the outer tables.
So Marc-Andre raised under the gun. Bilodeau flatted on the button. And the big blind getting a decent price here. Has 3-bet. And he looks pretty excited. His chest is heaving. Yeah, Marc-Andre gets out of the way. Looks like he's going to get some action from Bilodeau.
So heads up to the flop. 8-8 deuce.
I think Babakani's got to be pretty comfortable with this 8-8 deuce flop. I think most of the time here he's going to have a pretty decent pocket pair. He checks. Oh, look at this. Bilodeau also heaving. Ace on the turn. Now you absolutely hate it if you have like kings or queens and you check this flop and an ace peels on the turn.
A bet and a quick fold. Babakani chips up to 383,000. So Marc-Andre Ladouceur is the table short stack right now with 154K.
James Cole's got another question. We like these questions. Guys, the big competitions with people cash, how's it paid? Cash as soon as they're knocked out, or is it all bank transfers? Either one, I believe.
It depends on the venue.
Certainly cash is always an option.
I mean, generally, at the events that we're used to, absolutely. You can always withdraw for cash or for casino chips. Most venues will allow bank transfers if you'd rather not take the money in cash. And some of the places we go to in the world, you can even have the money transferred directly into your PokerStars account.
Alva's got another question, but before we get to that, I have a question for you guys. Yesterday, when we were having breakfast, there was a television show on in the Rail restaurant. Now, yesterday was Monday morning. Heads up to the flop. And it was really cute animals wearing chroma key costumes on a green screen background. I couldn't hear what was going on, but it was about the cutest thing I've ever seen. It was like a puppy and a duck on a green screen, like in a scene together. And it was about the cutest thing I've ever seen before in my life. And I think it was on the CBC. If anyone out there knows what that show is, let me know, because I want to buy the box set. Get to Alva's question after this hand.
Esfandiari raised pre, Bilodeau called. Antonio continues to flop for 32K, gets a fold, increases his stack.
Antonio is kind of running over things here.
By the way, it does amuse me when people send kind of like production tips or any kind of comments about the webcast directly to Joe, as if you have the power to like completely overhaul a webcast production.
Like Charles, who wants to know if there's any way if we could get the players mic'd up, because it would add some excitement to the cast for sure.
Because look how talkative they are. I mean, Antonio hasn't shut up since he sat down.
I know. They are mic'd up, guys. They just literally haven't said a word.
I apologize. I've interrupted you, and we still haven't got to Alva's very important question.
Alva just wants to know if we watch Run It Up. And I have to say, I love Run It Up. Jason Somerville, great guy. Love Run It Up. One of my favorites. It's my second favorite show after Breaking Bad.
Maximilian says, what would you do if the tournament staff came to you and said, we need a 7th player on the feature table, can you guys play?
That is just an absolutely ridiculous, that would just literally never happen.
I was going to use the word stupid. I was going to say that's a stupid question, but I don't want Maximilian to be offended.
There are no stupid questions, but that one is close. That one's real close.
When balancing tables, they don't just pick random people standing around in the venue. They generally would take someone who still has chips in the tournament.
It just wouldn't work in this particular setting. Now, maybe Maybe, like, I could see maybe there's like a 0.0000001% chance of it happening on something like a shark cage. Or it's at least possible there because we have the control to just put in someone random on the shark cage. And if that happened, I would fist pump and push James out of the way to get out there and play. Not because I want to be a poker player, but $1 million free roll. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm dying to just have some TV time on the felt.
I don't want to burst your bubble. Actually, that's not true. I really do. 3 words, pal. Ain't gonna happen.
Why?
Still make the 20.
You host a TV show.
Because you don't want to have a good, entertaining show.
Because you host the TV show, you fool.
Yes, but it would easily be the most entertaining of poker television that's ever aired.
Can you imagine if...
Yeah. Get someone else to do the color for the day.
But imagine if, due to high variance, you somehow won.
Yes.
Do you really think we want to be wading through the conspiracy theories about how that happened? We get enough false accusations as it is. Tim says this may be a silly question. It's not, Tim. It's actually quite a good question. How does a player go about concentrating and staying reasonably tight during a long tournament? I, for one, don't know how they do it.
I have no idea.
Because I've never played, it's not strictly true, I played one multi-table tournament, but I only made it to day 2. But generally, like if I do play a tournament where it goes on really long, like say I've been playing for 8 or 9 hours, I'm done. I just want to get out of there. My brain goes, my body goes.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it either. I mean, it's not only that, it's just you have to play perfect poker. And then you still might lose. You still might get unlucky. Just to make the right decision all of the time is exhausting. And not always fun. It's not always fun to make the right decision. You know what's fun? Calling and trying to hit your hand. Playing Jack-9 suited out of position. That's fun.
Nathan likes the idea of you playing. I want to hear Stapes interview himself. He does it frequently, I'm sure, in his bedroom.
I do. The interview often leads to romance. Things get physical.
Carter Swidler says, I'm pretty hungover, but the most important question of the day, where's the party tonight? It's Tuesday.
Carter, I would love to party with you, my friend. I don't think we're going to party tonight, though, because I don't typically like to go out before final tables, because it's kind of important. It's kind of a big deal. But tomorrow night, we're going out.
Tomorrow night is not a school night.
And I would be happy for you to come join us tomorrow, Carter.
Eight minutes left on the level. We're still at 20 players.
Carter, didn't you win something big recently? Maybe it was our teabag competition from Monaco.
Did I notice, by the way, that the guy who won last year's Canada Cup had a kind of mini beef with you for saying that he was not newsworthy?
Yeah. I said he was not noteworthy, but it was just a play on your name, bro. Noseworthy, noteworthy. It's just a joke.
I'm a great believer in following the general thought line that you are always joking, and that way you'll never be offended.
Yeah, look, I don't have a mean bone in my body. I got one real mean bone, but you know, that one's generally up for fun most of the time too. It's just jokes, buddy. They used to call me Joey Jokes.
So we're currently playing 6-handed on the feature table and 7-handed on the 2 outer tables. Total of 20 players remaining. And a reminder that when we get down to 18, down to the final 2 tables of 9, there will be a redraw. The penultimate redraw of the tournament. Colm, it's almost going through your mind. We'll get to your question after this hand. Mondavia's raise called by James Armstrong in the big blind. Ace, Jack 7 on the flop. Armstrong checks. Mondavia continues. A bet of 30,000. 40,000. 30,000. I was right the first time.
30,000. That's what I was going to say. Is that it? 30,000.
Armstrong with a check raise. Now, Ankush has some information here because the last time Armstrong did this, he had an ace.
He had top pair. And it's pretty hard to have better than top pair on this board, especially out of the big blind. You can have ace-7. I guess you can just flat with ace-jack also. I think with Armstrong's stack, maybe he shouldn't have flatted ace-jack. Yeah, no, flatting ace-jack I think is probably fine too. But there's not like a lot of like weird draws and anything out there either. It's a fairly dry board, so.
Well, Ankush has called the raise. Armstrong then moves all in on the turn. Mondavia calls and shows ace-7 for 2 pair. Ace-queen, the hand for Armstrong.
Armstrong in real bad shape here. Now he can counterfeit.
Needs
with
a
a
jack
jack
or a queen. It's
Gets
a jack!
there. Wow. Armstrong gets there on the river for the second time today.
2 pairs, ace and jacks with a queen kicker beats ace and jacks with a 7 kicker. Mondavia counterfeited, and Armstrong gets another double up to 488,000. So very quickly, Samuel says, what tournament did you play multi-day? I played the very first EPT Deauville in 2005 and made it to day 2, and it was an exhausting experience, although very enjoyable. Colm, a very depressing question, and this will be the only morbid question we answer all day. What would happen if a player died in the middle of a tournament?
I mean, other than us all being very sad and probably shutting things down for a while and just being a horribly morose and sad thing to happen, I think his chips would probably just be removed from play. And
that's exactly what would happen. And the sad thing is it has happened.
It doesn't happen at the table usually, but on breaks it's happened.
It's happened on breaks and obviously in between days.
Overnight, yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about events, and I think the World Series is a classic example, if you've got a field of 7,000 players, weird stuff's going to happen. I mean, we had a situation at the PCA a few years ago where someone was taken sick or someone had to go home because a family member was sick, and unfortunately you just forfeit your stack. And if you say to the staff, I'm not coming back, I'm leaving, or a player is unable to return because they themselves are sick or have passed away, then their stack will be removed. If the next day comes and that player just doesn't show up and we don't know what's happened to them, there is a chance that player may still return. So
they get blinded out at least until we figure out what's happened.
Absolutely, but the minute we know they're never coming back for whatever reason, the chips will be removed.
And as morbid as it is, just to finish it out, I can guarantee in a PokerStars run tournament that if there was cash involved, that we would make sure that the cash was given to the appropriate family member.
On a happier note, Ben G says it's 2:38 a.m. in Australia. 2,000-word essay due in 2 days, but I'm lying in bed listening to Stapes cracking lame jokes. Yay!
Did you say that's happier news than someone dying in a poker tournament, James? Someone saying that I have lame jokes? That is wrong. That is dead wrong.
Sublame?
Sublime? Yes, my jokes are sublime. Thank you, James.
Well, this is good news. Brianna tweets to say that Hillary Notkin and I are driving up tomorrow if Papa Notkin makes the final table.
Hello, Brianna.
You're doing the same thing I'm doing, aren't you? You're blowing up the Twitter avatar.
I don't even know where I haven't even gotten that one. Oh, wait. Okay. Good. Good. Let's go knocking. One time. Brianna and Hillary.
Andra says to survive long days, you have to eat well, exercise, drink lots of water, and get a lot of practice in it. The adrenaline helps too. Solid advice, Andra. Samuel comes back and says, was the tournament where you made day 2 the UK IPT Hippodrome 275-pound buy-in event? No, I didn't make day 2 of that.
Jennifer Robin Robles gets in touch from Poker News to say, tell the 2K Turbo bounty winner from the EPT Grand Final, Carter Swidler, the party is wherever he is, duh. So get to Vegas quickly. No, Jennifer, you cannot have Carter. He's staying here to party with us. I knew he won something, though. Uh-oh. Sounds like that is it for that level.
This will be the last hand before the first break of the day. Antonio opens to 75k. He gets 3-bet by James Armstrong, who raises to 75,000. Antonio, in hat mode, calls the 3-bet out of position. Oh, wait a second. Is that a 4-bet? Did he just throw in a fistful of red? It is a 4-bet to 200k.
And this should be a decision for all of Armstrong's chips. All in or fold. I don't think Antonio expects him to be 3-bet folding a lot, so I don't think Antonio's light here pretty much ever. Fuzzy Tales, that's the name of the TV show. Just brought so much joy into my heart. Yes, 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 Fuzzy Tails. James, look at this. Come on. That's a dog with a green screen hat on a green screen. Look at all these kittens. Look at all these kittens on this green screen. Look at this.
Go on, click through to Amazon, order the DVD box set.
I gotta make sure I got the right region, though. Look at this. It's a rabbit and a hamster, and they're wearing a crown and sitting on a throne. Decision on Armstrong.
Well, this is only meant to be a 10-minute break, and we're already 2 minutes into that break.
He's gonna get on with it. I got Tinder matches to respond to.
There's a plate full of bananas sat next to me. How many bananas do you reckon are on this plate?
Might be our next competition.
Ooh, like it.
What's my favorite Canadian? Eric Casually is all in. How many bananas? Would you say that's a 6-foot, 7-foot, 8-foot bunch?
Daylight is coming and I want to go home.
Speaking of which, tanks for the memories. Now, this is a big decision. This is for his tournament life right here for Armstrong, so you can certainly understand why he'd take this long. Like I said, I don't think Antonio is doing this too light, so he's probably got a real decision here. I think this is a tough one with ace queen. Here he goes. Here he goes.
Armstrong all in. Antonio calls and shows queens. Armstrong with ace king. Classic race underway at the feature table.
This is just a sick race right here. Like Vasco da Gama versus Ponce de Leon. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Ace king way behind right now.
Queen's holding. A club on the turn gives us a sweat. A super sweat.
We know Armstrong likes the rivers, though.
Oh, ace on the turn.
This time it's on the turn. Antonio still has 2 outs and 1 card to hit it.
No. So Armstrong doubles up. Ace king cracks queens. And Armstrong will have close to 1 million chips.
And you can certainly understand why Armstrong would take so long there, but I think he does absolutely have to get it in there with ace-king every time.
James Armstrong now playing 982,000. And Antonio Esfandiari drops down to just over $1 million. And 20 players still remain in the Canada Cup main event as we play down to the final table here on day 4. These are the stacks of the players on the main stage. We'll continue the action in 8 minutes' time when we come back from break. Keep the tweets coming in. Tag 'em Canada Cup. And watch more live poker from Montreal in 8 minutes' time here from the Playground Poker Club.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Hello once again, it's James Hartigan here at the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour in Barcelona. Now, all this week in Spain, we've been catching up with various members of Team PokerStars Pro. We've been asking them questions that you've submitted on the emails and on Twitter, and we've been discussing a wide variety of topics. Well, Joe Stapleton recently sat down with Daniel Negreanu and Theo Jorgensen to talk about amusing stories and embarrassing incidents at the poker table. Here is part 1 of their chat.
Hey everybody, Joe Stapleton here, and I'm with 2 Team PokerStars Pro, plural. Daniel Negreanu here, Theo Jorgensen over here, 2 of the more well-known guys on the tour. Yeah, you know who they are already. I'm not going to introduce them anymore. And we are here today to talk about stories, embarrassing stories at the poker table, storytelling in general. And since we're supposed to kick things off with embarrassing stories, I don't think I've ever seen you embarrassed, ever, in life. So I'm going to throw the first question over to Theo.
Good call.
Theo, anything that ever embarrassed you at the poker table, any time where you didn't feel exactly comfortable, anything really dumb that you've ever done?
I think the worst part for me is when you're sitting in these really big tournaments and there's an all-in, and now we're waiting for the cameras, which I really hate. First of all, I want to see the last 2 cards really, really fast.
There's anxiety, right?
Second of all, I don't want people to see me cry. It just goes bad. But there's been moments where I think I've controlled myself, but I really just want to lay down and cry. And when you can feel the heat coming up, that's kind of embarrassing.
Do you feel like there have been times that you would have reacted differently had there not been cameras around?
Oh, yeah. That was an $18 million pot in the World Series where I would have laid down and cried if I could have.
Oh, man, we could have seen Theo cry. Actually, I wouldn't like that at all. I'm really glad you kept it together. Yeah, that would have really bothered me. He's such a nice guy. Daniel, like I said, it takes a lot to embarrass you. Maybe in your early days, anything where you...
I don't really get embarrassed by anything I do, but recently when I won the APAC tournament, there was a hand where, I had it won. I was like 11-1 chip leader, and I had ace-8 against 8-4, and it was like, okay, cool. Flop is an ace. I see the ace, and then it comes with a 7 and a 6, and I'm like, okay, no, please don't. And then the turn, is a 5, and as soon as the turn hit, I just banged the table really, really hard, and it hurt my knee pretty bad. And then on the river, I didn't even look at the river, and I started counting the chips to pay him, and then realized that I sucked out on the river. We split it. So I broke my knee for nothing because I split the pot anyways.
And that's not like you in general. I mean, that was more of like a knee-jerk, literally a knee-jerk reaction.
Literally a knee-jerk reaction. No, I was emotionally attached to it. There's so many times I've been in the TV spot where I'm heads up, and then weird things happen. So I just wanted it to be over, and I was just emotionally connected to it.
How about a time when either one of you have been embarrassed for someone else at the poker table? I mean, we've seen Mike Matusow cry before. I've seen lots of poker players cry. Actually, I'm not going to call them all out.
I'm not really getting embarrassed about that. I'm close to getting really, really amused by that. I think it's extremely funny watching these guys. There was this young English guy that was crying on a TV show. I can't recall when it was, but first he started complaining about that he couldn't get water fast enough. Coincidentally, that was when he was actually starting to lose. the service wasn't good enough.
Story
and then
checks out.
In the end, he started crying, and I loved watching that.
I guess so, if he's like a huge brat to begin with, and then
Yeah,
eventually...
but I don't know if he was. I don't know the dude, but I just love the fact that you can start getting so emotional over it. That is embarrassing, yes.
And how about, let's talk about, I know, Theo, you were mentioning beforehand that you have a favorite story from one of the high-stakes cash games, the television show.
Well, yeah. The embarrassing thing was, they're talking about, to me, it wasn't obvious to call in a high-stake cash games. And then 2 or 3 of the geniuses is talking about, well, yeah, he can't really...
So we got a
get in.
setting here where you're playing on a television table, high-stakes game. One person eventually makes a call that you're going to call with all the time.
He's calling with a full house, as far as I recall it. That's beaten by another full house.
Generally a standard call with a full house. I mean,
Well, yeah.
some specific
And
situations.
now the other guys are talking about, well, he can't really have any in that spot anything other than quads or the big. full
Obviously
house.
quads.
Obviously, so I guess you could lay it down, and that to me is embarrassing that these guys is doing that.
And wasn't it Gus who called them out?
Gus interrupted the whole thing and said, well, I love when these geniuses are talking about obviously foes, and then ending with the what the fuck. I love that.
Theo, you got picked to do this Q&A because you're known as one of the better storytellers on the tour, but somehow you got paired with this guy. And what was your reaction?
Oh, I'm not a storyteller. I don't really do stories. That's it, like I leave that to you people.
He just generally talks.
Yeah, I talk a lot, but I don't really tell any stories.
there's
It's a lot of babble that just goes
Yeah, not
on.
a lot of substance to
No.
your talk.
But I do have a
Daniel
embarrassing...
talked for 9 hours at the table one day.
There was no story,
But there wasn't a story.
Just a bunch of randomness. There was a woman, because you were asking him about the story. Recently in Florida, this woman, she had this hand where there's like, I don't know, 40 left, and she has 2 kings.
I saw the video
And
of
she
this.
takes 5 minutes. She goes, I worked really hard to get here. I worked really hard. I came all the way from San Jose. Oh, I can't lay this down. It was annoying.
This
like,
is
you'd think she
pre-flop,
has
by the way.
Ace Queen or something, right? Then she has 2 kings. And it's just like, I wonder if she watches that and thinks that's normal behavior. I've met the woman before. She's not exactly an amateur. She just does this. But every time I see her in San Jose, it's just embarrassment after embarrassment. Like, I'm embarrassed for her. She's rather annoying.
Now, before we started, you said, I hate people who tell stories.
I don't hate people who tell stories. It's just, I find, I don't, sometimes there are these people that tell these long-winded stories and they don't really have a point. And then they just keep going and going. And you're like, come on, bro, you gotta have a punchline
there.
sooner or later.
He's
I
gonna
got
get there.
15 minutes on a break. You're telling me a story. There's gotta be something good in there. And then when it's really, really flat, and then the guy had ace king, I'm like, really? That was,
Yeah,
that was the
poker stories
punchline?
in general. Stories about hands aren't so good.
No,
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
I like, now you did mention one, that you had a lot of stories about Sam Grizzle. And I've heard a story about Sam Grizzle. I believe it was about Sam Grizzle and Eskimo Clark in the bathroom of the World Series. Do you know this story? Can
Yeah,
you
I
tell
do
that
know
one?
that
That's like
story.
maybe my favorite all-time
Oh,
poker
I got
story.
a better Sam Grizzle story. I got
Okay, you
several.
tell that one.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you the one that I know. So
Yeah.
Sam Grizzle is notorious for never really having any money, and he was always playing for other people. So he's in a big game, playing 1,500, 3,000 stud with David Gray, and make a long story short, he ends up like sucking out and getting lucky on the hand. So David Gray's like going, I mean, how do you even call on 3rd Street? What are you doing in this pot? And Sam says, hey now, you play your money the way you want to, and I'll play somebody else's money the way I want to. He's the king of one-liners.
My all-time favorite poker story is supposedly, now this is legend, I don't know if it's true or not, Sam Grizzle and Eskimo Clark are in the bathroom at the World Series of Poker, and I don't remember who says what, but one leans over to the other and says, hey, do you want to swap 10% in this event? He says, yeah, sure, no problem. So the first guy leaves, and another guy in the bathroom says, you know, he busted out of the tournament 15 minutes ago. And the other guy says, doesn't matter, I never registered in the first place.
Yeah, that's the way it was in the old days, a little bit.
All right, well, we got a couple of questions for you guys from social media. Pierre writes in to say, in terms of great old school players, which ones had the best yarns? We'll start here with Theo. The best story. Who were the best storytellers? Like Daniel. All right, we'll actually go to Daniel. Tell me somebody whose stories you actually like in general.
Well, I mean, Sam Grizzles are usually short, and he's the wittiest guy I've ever met in poker. May not be the cleanest, but like just the way he comes up with stuff. Another one from Sam, because it's just so good. He was playing, and this dealer was dealing, and he was running really bad. He lost like 20 minutes straight. He looked at the dealer and says, "Yo, I got it." He says, "Dealer, you got an umbrella?" And she's like, "No, why?"
I love the
He
accent.
goes, "Because the next time I tip you, there'll be pink and purple elephants peeing on your head." I just don't know where he comes up with this stuff.
Tip your dealers, folks. Tip your dealers. How about you, Theo?
Yeah.
He's seen the pink and purple elephants before, I think. Who are some of your favorite storytellers?
I seriously I'm drawing a blank here, I think.
Yourself? Can you?
That is the Canada Cup, which we will be presenting to the winner of this tournament tomorrow. Right now, 20 remain as we play down to the final table here on the penultimate day of the PokerStars Canada Cup here at the Playground Poker Club in Montreal. These are the players who are watching right now on the feature table. Antonio Esfandiari took a bit of a blow to his stack in that last hand before the break, doubling up James Armstrong, who's now second in chips of these 6 players. Marc-Andre Ladouceur, the low man at the table with just 10 big blinds. Blinds are now 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. This is level 22 of the tournament. Do get in touch. Use the hashtag Canada Cup. It's the hashtag to use if you have a question for our guest, because right now, Joe Stapleton and I are joined by Jonathan Duhamel, the 2010 World Series of Poker main event champ, and of course, a member of Team PokerStars Pro who made it through to day 4. But Jonathan, you knew coming in that you were a short stack. You had it to do. Plus, you had a tough table draw today.
Yeah, it was a tough table, but also given the fact that I was short stack, started the day with 16 big blinds. You know when that happened that it might be a short day. You need to double up pretty quick, which didn't happen. So I was out pretty early in the day, but still a good run. Very happy with the tournament in general.
That's the key thing. I mean, it is a deep run, and congratulations on securing yourself another cash. And you've enjoyed the experience. I mean, obviously the result in the high roller as well. We can't ignore that.
Yeah, absolutely. I only played 2 tournaments over here, and both the main event and the high roller, and I cashed both of them. So a very good week. Well, very good week in general here at the playground in Montreal. Also, doing it, you know, at home, and going to sleep back home afterwards. It's always a little different than being on the road. So it means a lot. I'm really happy about those 2 runs.
And Jonathan, when you said you came in today with about 16 big blinds, when you come in with 16 big blinds, is the pressure kind of off a little bit? Like, you don't really have too many decisions to make?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that tough to play a short stack like that. So it's just about knowing your mathematics a little bit, knowing when to fold and when to shove, basically. So unless you double up early in the day, you know, you don't have much to think about. Although you want to be rested in case you do double up and then play some real poker afterwards.
Sure, absolutely. You have to be prepared to spend the whole day playing poker. When you say you need to know your mathematics, are there spots when you have a 16 big blind stack or a 20 big blind stack where you don't know what to do, where, you know, it goes, you know what to do, but then someone raises in front of you and you're not really sure?
It's always going to depend on the table, on who the players are and what stacks they have. It's interesting because we just had a discussion on the French webcast about a hand that I played this morning that I wasn't too sure about, where I was under the gun with ace-king, and I had at that point 15.5 big blind. So the question was, would it be better to min-raise or to just shove? And there was a lot of thoughts on that question. A lot of people answered also on Twitter. I mean, the 2 players are pretty good, considering that, I mean, if you just shove, you're going to win the hand, you know, most of the time, win some chips. But if you do min-raise, you might get some more action behind and try to maximize your value, get more chips. So, you know, those are the kind of questions, depending on your table. You know that the 2 players are good. You know you're not folding. You know you're not calling. But there's 2 other plays that you could make. Yeah. And you just want to decide which one's the best. So it can be interesting, even though you have a short stack. There's always a lot of different scenarios, and I think that's what's fun, you know, about poker in general. That there's no precise way of playing. There's always a couple things possible, couple plays possible that you can do.
I guess I would kind of look at it from the glass is half empty perspective. I know we're not really supposed to do that, but let's say you open shove with ace-king and it folds all around. You might be kind of bummed that you didn't get someone to call off and double up. But if you don't, if you just limp, or sorry, if you just raise and the action goes like 7 ways, or 4 ways, or whatever it is, and ace-king doesn't hold up, then you're like kind of kicking yourself. I think that the worst result of shoving is probably better than the worst result of just min-raising.
That is true, and in that hand I did min-raise to try to just maximize the value, but it's exactly what happened. Bilodeau called in position, and then the big blind called as well. Flop came jack high, and I just check folded the hand and lost the hand where I could have won a small pot, but still won the hand and win some chips.
Yeah. Well, we saw Bilodeau in action there, and I want to ask you about this guy, Jonathan, because he's been on your table a lot over the last 3 days, and this hand is a classic example of how he plays. Yep. It was Babacarni who opened, Bilodeau just calls, and then leads the flop.
He did that very often yesterday to me. Most of the time, he did show me his hand.
It was always like top pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, well, it was always at least up here, and then the flush draw came with it most of the time. He's a very casual player, to say the least. He's a recreational player, playing here for fun. And he's having a lot of fun being here, playing this tournament. I think he was stressed yesterday. He's not stressed anymore because he has played all day yesterday on the feature table. But he plays he plays in a different style that most people wouldn't play that way, just because it's kind of sometimes weird a little bit or
It's
something.
not the hero style.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, when he hits a hand, he's gonna protect it by betting pretty big, and when he doesn't have a hand, he's just gonna fold. So it's pretty basic stuff that makes him stay in the tournament. I think he's hitting a lot of hands and stuff, but he's not, he doesn't have that much experience. That's true, but he plays better than what most people would think.
And we love having these guys in the tournament, these players who probably, many of them playing in the biggest tournament of their lives so far, enjoying the experience. I think another person we can throw into that mix is Robert Notkin, the PokerStars qualifier, who's come up to us a couple of times, Jonathan, and said that, he loves watching the TV shows, he qualified for this, and he's just having an absolute blast here.
Exactly, that's what's fun about it. People just having fun playing here, for the first time, making a deep run in that kind of a big tournament. And they're having a lot of fun, and it's fun to see those guys also. It's kind of refreshing, it's different, and it's just fun to chat with them, hear their stories, hear what they have to say, and just have fun with them and play some cards.
I'll answer a couple of questions. Peter says, guys, just joining, how many are left? 20 players remain, Peter, and today we're playing down to the final 9. Connor says, can't find it anywhere for some reason. What is top prize in this thing? Top prize, over $366,000, the lion's share of the $2 million prize pool guaranteed by PokerStars. And Sean says, can we get an updated chip count on all the remaining players? Don't remember, there are live updates of this event available on the Playground Poker Club's own website and, of course, at CanadaPoker.com. They'll give you an overview of the tournament as a whole. We're focusing right now on the feature table. And your friend Marc-Andre Ladouceur, who's pretty short right now.
Yeah, playing with the short stack, there's not much decision to do. Rather fold or go all in. Want to wait for a good hand.
I mean, once you get down as low as Marc-Andre, you definitely have to wait for a good hand.
Yeah, there's not much bluff going on right there. I just want to wait for a good hand to just go all in with.
He's got like 8 big blinds at this point.
Especially that right now, this hand coming up, if the action falls to him on the small blind, he's going to be shoving a lot of hands just because he has to take some risk. Even though he doesn't have a good hand, probably might shove still to try to win the blinds and the antes.
Well, it's not going to be folded to him.
Fistful of blue. 5,000 chips thrown out by Jeremy Bilodeau.
He's going to make it 32,000 though. There's the extra 2 yellows.
Yeah, we are now playing 8-16, so min raises to 32,000. Marc-Andre has folded, but Ankush Mandavia defends his big blind.
Ankush is a very aggressive player, very dangerous when he gets some chips. And now he does have some chips to play with, so we've got to expect him to play a lot of hands.
King Jack 4, rainbow flop. Action goes check, check. 9 of spades on the turn.
Bilodeau fires, quick fold from Mandavia.
One thing for sure, Bilodeau isn't scared today or yesterday. When he's betting strong, and that's a good thing for him, considering he's a recreational player. But when he bets, he bets strong, and he put pressure on the other players. So that's a very good way of playing a very solid poker.
We talked a little about Robert Notkin and the fact that many of the Notkin kin may be coming to Montreal to watch the final table tomorrow if he makes that final. Meanwhile, that is the password for today's Canada Cup Live free roll.
Ah, you're famous.
Hey, good password.
You are now officially a free roll password. This
Yay.
must be the biggest accomplishment in poker in your career.
Kind of want to call my mom right now to tell her.
Duhamel will get you into the free roll, but remember, registration won't open until 4 p.m. Eastern time, so it won't open for another 3 hours or so. Do get in touch, by the way. Fire in those questions for Jonathan. Use the hashtag Canada Cup. Eric just wanted to ask is if the Notkin kin do come here to the Playground Poker Club tomorrow, can we get Hillary Notkin in the booth?
Yes.
With Stapes and James? I wouldn't oppose that.
I'm not opposed to it, certainly.
Or
I
her
guess-
friend Brianna.
Guess I'll have to ask her dad's permission. Let's get them both in here. Hardigan can take a break.
I can just watch.
That was nice, Jeremy.
Eric Schultz has a follow-up question. Jonathan, what did you think of Notkin's play while he was at the feature table yesterday?
Well, I think he played pretty solid too. A little bit of the same way Bilodeau did play. He was, although very active pre-flop, he was raising a lot of hands, which was interesting because no one really expected that from him. So he was putting a lot of pressure on the guys, raising a lot of hands. One thing though that I found about this play that he might want to change a little bit is that he was raising and then folding to the 3-bet way too often, especially when it was all in after that. Often he was folding, showing an ace. You know, that shows.
Well, that was after he called off a couple times with worse hands than that.
He did call with, connectors and suited cards and then started folded with some bad ace-high. The thing, what happens then is just that the player sees that and then they're going to start shoving on him way more often.
Right.
So you just got to be careful with that, you know, when you show that you're folding an ace after you raise with it. But I thought he was playing fine because he was raising a lot of hand. He was very aggressive, so it was fun to see.
Here we go, Marc-Andre all in.
That's big for him. Everybody folded.
And those blinds and antes boost his stack by a significant percentage.
I mean, it's nearly a double up once you're down to 7 big blinds.
Doesn't look like much, but you're so happy to just win the blinds and ante right there.
So, Jonathan, we went out to a bar you recommended to watch the Habs game the other night, a place called McLean's. Had a great time there, great suggestion. We appreciate it. But I couldn't help but wondering, and they were nice to us, and when we walked in, they were like, hey, I have a table, which is pretty rare for like a crowded bar and a sports bar. But I couldn't help but wondering if we had walked in with you, would the treatment we had got been any different? And it was perfectly good treatment as it was. Are you a man about town? Do people recognize you when you go into the bars here?
I mean, most
Just
of the
as a
time,
big spender or as a professional poker player too, by the way?
Maybe as both. Maybe we'd have like a couple of round of shots paid by the house or something. But McLean's is a nice place. Montreal in general is a nice place just to go out and, you know, have some drinks and try to have some fun, especially during a hockey game. There's a lot of people around, you know, just watching the game, having fun and stuff. So I'm happy you guys enjoyed it. I was not surprised that you enjoyed it. It's always a lot of fun over there. And, yeah.
And you know what I noticed about this city in general, and I get accused of being slightly sexist, so I'm just going to put it out there, genderless, is that there are a lot of beautiful people in this city. This is a good-looking city, and I was not expecting that.
That is true.
Just look at Marc-Andre Ladouceur.
I know.
You know, when I was a kid, I didn't realize it, and then I think it's the same for a couple of people who started traveling. Then you start traveling a lot, and you realize, like, oh, like the girls in Montreal are really nice. Like, I want to go back home right now. So we realize how lucky we are in Montreal, in Quebec in general,
Yes.
to have those people around us. Yeah, just living the dream. We're lucky.
Well, that experience on Sunday night, for me, Jonathan, that was the first time ever watching a hockey game, albeit on TV. And at first I was a little bit skeptical, didn't know whether I'd get into it. And by the end, when it went into overtime, like Joe's like, we can go now. I'm like, no, we can't go. I want to know who wins.
You can't, especially in overtime during the playoffs in Montreal. It just doesn't get any better than this. Although we lost the game, Martin Saint-Louis, a French-Canadian, did score in overtime. So happy for him, but not happy for Montreal, obviously.
Sure.
It's always a lot of fun to watch those games. They're playing tonight at the Bell Center. So you got to expect, again, a lot of noise in the city, a lot of people watching. Although we're losing 3-1, people are still believing, and people are still hoping we're going to win
And at
tonight.
home, that's got to be an advantage, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing at home, especially playing at the Bell Center, which is one of the greatest place to play hockey, I think. One of the loudest play for sure. Place. Everyone is so into it. The people who goes watch the game are real fans, so it's a lot of fun being there.
That is all in again. Shoving from under the gun. It's been folded around to Armstrong in the small blind, and that noise, ladies and gentlemen, is Death Tangle Noir, the Playground Poker Club's version of the red triangle of death. And the weird thing is, Jonathan, obviously, that Bell Centre is just around the corner from where we're staying in the city. On Sunday night, we naively thought it was a home game because there were so many people on the streets in their jerseys.
Absolutely. people are just fans over here. It's hockey or it's nothing. You grew up playing hockey. You grew up watching hockey. And you just want to keep watching every time. You wish your team is going to do well. Haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1993 in Montreal, so really hoping this year is going to be the good one. But we need 3 wins in a row. Tonight's a big game. Just wishing for the best.
Is anyone going to the game tonight?
I was maybe supposed to. I know Philip was doing their French webcast on the other side. Is supposed to go to the game as well.
Armstrong's announced call. So Marc-Andre at risk.
Good luck, all-in player. 2 7s and
against
2
2 9s. So Marc-Andre 4-1 favorite here to double up. But we did see queens cracked by 9s earlier.
9s have like a 40% chance of flopping a set.
So far, so good. Just has to fade a 7.
No weird backdoors either.
9s holds. Marc-Andre still alive.
Big double up for him.
Big double up for him. Not too much damage for Armstrong. Still got around 800K.
And we are still at 20 players. 2 away from the next redraw. We get down to 18. They'll redraw for seats around the final 2 tables.
Something else I noticed about the bar that night is there was a group of really obnoxious Ranger fans who were like kind of going bananas every time the Rangers scored. And the people in the bar were pretty kind to them, considering it's such a crazy hockey town. Is it safe to be an obnoxious away team fan in this city? Because I thought they were treated very well, to be honest.
I feel like it has changed, you know, for the better over the last few years. That in general, the Canadian fan are a lot more respectful to the other teams. Although if Toronto Maple Leafs or Boston Bruins are in town, it's a little bit different.
They're bigger rivals than the Rangers.
Big rivalry over there. Rangers is kind of the first time we played them in playoffs for a couple of years, so it's kind of new that we have to, you know, see them for a couple couple of games in a row. But I feel like it was pretty respectful when we won against Boston the last series. You know, a couple of years ago there was a lot of problem on the streets and stuff. While this year it was very, very respectful and nothing bad happened. So
well, Boston is a town that's not very kind to their opposing team fans either, so you can understand why that would go down like that. I was a Yankee fan living in Boston for a few years, and I got punched, I got batteries thrown at me, I got chains thrown at me, I got spit on.
I went to see a game in Boston also wearing the Habs jersey, and it's funny to say because I was happy Boston won the game because I might have get into trouble otherwise.
Yeah, no, I understand
they would not
that.
have been happy about
I felt
that.
unsafe before, for sure.
Yeah.
Robert Ross tweets to say good luck to the Habs. Was fortunate enough to see them parade the Stanley Cup at the Canadian Grand Prix in 1993.
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, this hand has gone to the flop. Mandavius raised called by Armstrong in position. Mandavius' continuation bet wins him the pot. Ankush now playing a stack of 724,000.
You know, I'm going to Vegas on Thursday morning for the World Series of Poker, and I am coming back to town if Montreal makes it to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Excellent, very good.
I am for sure coming back to town. I want to see that last game. I want to be there for La Parade. It's going to be crazy in town, and you want to be in Montreal if that happens.
I have to think about coming back here myself if they make it.
Average stack right now is 867,000. So we've only got 2 players at this table with above average stacks. The 2 shorties, Marc-Andre Ladouceur playing 20 big blinds and Amir Babakani playing 13 bigs. Still more than an hour left on this level.
Jonathan, how much does Antonio love his spot right now?
It's pretty good considering he got possession on Ankush Mandavia, which is a very good aggressive player as well. I mean, he's got possession on the 2 dangerous players at the table, the 2 most dangerous players. So he's loving his spot right now. He's got a lot of chips to play with, even though he just lost a big one like 30 minutes ago. It's a perfect spot for him. You got to expect him to probably go to the final table because there's really no reason, unless it's like a big setup or a big cooler, there's no reason for him to not make the final table right now.
And that's what we were saying earlier on, Jonathan, obviously the Dreamo vision for us, and we're looking at this very much in terms of what people will enjoy watching is to have that classic mix of some of the big names, people like Antonio, but also some of the guys who've never been here before, players like James Armstrong, players like Robert Notkin, for whom winning $366,000 in a poker tournament is the stuff that dreams are made of.
Absolutely. This plus the trophy. I mean, you play in a final table, a big one. big money on the line, the trophy, and you're playing against some of the best players in the world. So just to be able to be there and compete with those guys and just play, it's something pretty amazing. So, I mean, having, like, let's say a heads-up or three-handed poker with, you know, let's say a big pro and an amateur, and it would be something very special, you know, both for those guys and for the people watching.
Plus, it's Canadian money, so it's all colorful and shiny and
And
slippery.
a sort of see-through window in it.
Yeah. It's very sexy money.
It used to be strong money, but
yeah, didn't we all used to have strong money, buddy?
So Antonio's pre-flop raise called in position by James Armstrong. Antonio continues this king 10-6 two-spade flop for 38,000. Decision on Armstrong.
I remember I used to come here as a tourist and get more Canadian dollars from my American dollars, and now it's bang on, dead even.
those were the good days.
Armstrong calls. Ed Hakeem, will get to your question after this hand's concluded. Board pairs on the turn, 6 of diamonds. Antonio slows down, he checks.
Armstrong is playing pretty straightforward up to that point, so you have to expect him to have, you know, a real hand at that point. He's not messing around.
Well, he checks behind.
And that's kind of what Ed's question's about.
The river card, the 9 of spades. Straighty, flushy paired boards. Oh, how we love them.
Wonder if Antonio tries to bluff this now that a bunch of draws just came in on the river.
He wants to do it, that's for sure. He's thinking about it.
I think there are sometimes more profitable spots than trying to bluff solid players.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't have been a bluff.
Wow.
Just decide to take the showdown value in case Armstrong got there.
Antonio with a full house. Possibly trying to induce a bet from Armstrong, maybe hoping that Armstrong called on the flop with a flush draw, got there on the river and was going to value bet it and could then check raise him.
That's true. Probably what happened, though, is he had a king and he just got scared from with that river card. That's why I decided to check back the river.
So Ed Hakeem says, Jonathan, how do you change your strategy when playing against a recreational player, someone like Jeremy Bilodeau or James Armstrong? I know it sounds so simple, but so many players kind of get themselves kind of all caught up because they're used to playing against other pros, people like themselves, and not everyone thinks like them.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be able to mix it up. You know, against amateur player, just very important, play ABC poker. Just play the basics, play some good hands. Don't try some, you know, crazy bluffs that's going to work against some, you know, other pros or stuff like that. Just play basic poker. Bet when you have a good hand. Don't bet when you don't have a good hand. And that should be it. That should be enough.
Don't get fancy.
Yeah, don't get fancy. Just play ABC. And it's going to be more than enough to try to win some chips.
Eric Schultz says, as a diehard Blackhawks fan, I'd love to see a Habs versus Hawks final for the Cup.
It was a tough match yesterday for Chicago, wasn't it? Kings are leading 3-1 the series right now. So it's looking like it's going to be Los Angeles versus New York Rangers on the finals, but nothing's over yet.
Bilodeau raises under the gun.
Jonathan, are Ankush's fingernails as beautiful in person as they look here on the stream?
I know, but I think people are mad at me. Montreal might win, but it's looking like Rangers have the advantage right now.
Look, don't get mad at this guy for being realistic.
Even if I'm home watching the game, I'm going to have my Habs jersey on, like every time. Don't worry about that.
He has his Habs jersey on and nothing else. Picture that, ladies.
Bilodeau folds. Now, James Cole is someone who's relatively new to poker, Jonathan. He started watching our live streams earlier this year. And he says, Jonathan, I told the guys earlier that I qualified for my first big competition, a multi-day, multi-table tournament. What tips can you give to adapt to that type of tournament? For someone who's used to playing maybe a £75 or £100 tournament at the local casino, which is going to be over in 5 hours, what's the adjustment they need to make if they're playing something like this, which lasts 5 days?
Very simple. Be patient. I mean, in general, the structure is going to be better. You have more
but
time.
how do you be patient?
Wait for a good hand. I mean, sometimes you're going to get short stack. You know, like it always happens in tournament. don't get, you know, don't lose faith in some ways. Don't start going all in with mediocre hand or stuff like that. Even though you get short stack, there's still plenty of time left. I mean, let's say you have 15 big blinds or something like that. There's nothing to be worried about. You got to wait for a good hand and try to double up. So, I mean, a chip as a chair is always important, especially in those kind of tournaments. So it's never over until it's over. Try to win some chips, but just play patient, take your time, and be ready to play for a long time. So have a good sleep before.
Well, look in the top right-hand corner of your screen, everyone. We're down to 19 players now. Another elimination from the outer tables. We are one elimination away from the redraw. King deuce on this flop. Mandavia, the pre-flop aggressor. Bilodeau called in the big blind. And he folds to Mandavia's continuation bet. Another question for Jonathan Duhamel. This one from Roland. Any side bets or bracelet bets during the World Series? And are you tempted to take Daniel Negreanu's even money on him or Ivy winning a bracelet this summer?
Thing is, I won enough money out of Negreanu with hockey bets that I don't want to take some more. But I think that bet, you know, is pretty much even, to be honest. I don't know which side to take. You know, you never want to.
It's pretty close to the true odds, right?
Yeah, exactly. You never want to bet against Ivy and Negreanu, right? I mean, those are two of the best, if not the two best in the game right now. You know, their chances of winning a bracelet is always there, so you don't want to bet against them. So as of now, I don't have any bet regarding the World Series of Poker. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right, here's a question for Jonathan. Jonathan, s'il vous plaît, expliquez comment le Québécois a Joe sentir sur l'américain semblant accent français.
Now, this is Scott, who was offended earlier on. You know when Joe does his kind of like...
Jonathan, the bracelet!
I think I should read the question because
I didn't get it. Go ahead, you can read it. You can read it yourself.
Jonathan, s'il vous plaît, expliquez comment les Québécois à JOE sentir sur les semblants accents. Well, you don't know how to speak French either, huh? I still can't read the question.
Aw. Now be careful because Scott threatened to come down here. And I wouldn't want to have to buy him 2 beers.
Scott, I don't know what you're saying, but...
I think he's trying to tell me that it's rude for me to do my Jonathan Duhamel fake French accent.
I think it's pretty funny. I like it.
Merci, Jonathan! Jonathan gets it, Scott.
Yeah.
He gets it.
I have to say, Joe, your fake French-Canadian accent sounds a lot like the Monaco nightclub entrepreneur Francois Bonsoir.
It does. It's a similar dialect.
I was about to say the same.
Esfandiari raised pre, got 2 callers, both the blinds.
I think Francois was looking at franchising one of his nightclubs to Peel Street.
Esfandiari has continued this Jack 9-7 flop for 56,000. Action on Bilodeau. He folds. So a reminder that when we lose a player in 19th place, we will take a short break during the redraw while we set up for our new 9-handed feature table. Everyone is now guaranteed $16,500. The next money jump is when we get down to 18 players. That's when everyone's locked up. The better part of 20 grand, $18,810. Antonio Seabet gets through.
Jonathan, a question that I know last time we asked you this, you hadn't decided yet. This is from John Joe Dunn. Are you playing the big one? Have you figured that out yet?
It's still not 100% sure, but it's more and more looking towards the, nah, I won't be playing. 2 reasons, again, the same 2 reasons. First one, it's a little million buy-in, so it's a lot of money. But also one of my best friends is getting married. It's a big, big wedding during that weekend. So I would feel awful to miss that wedding.
And lose $1 million.
And lose $1 million. But I'll definitely be playing the smaller one for OneDrop, which is only $1,000 buy-in. But there's still 11% who goes to the OneDrop charity foundation. So this is going to be a couple thousand players like last year. It's going to be a very fun one to play.
Esfandiari keeping up the pressure, wielding that big stack.
I mean, he's just, yeah, like we said before, he's in a great spot. The two players that that are capable of getting a little fancy are to his right, and everyone else is a fairly straightforward player, so he can raise, and then when someone shoves over the top of him like this, he can just fold. He doesn't have to think too hard about it.
He definitely has the best spot on the table right now. I'm sure he doesn't want to read right now. He wants to keep it to 19 players for as long as possible, so he can just keep on, you know, grinding and winning some more chips.
Well, one of the 19 players remaining in this tournament is Laurence Grondin, otherwise known as the French-Canadian Joe Stapleton.
Yep. She was supposed to do the French webcast also, but she's still in, so that's a very, very good problem that she's not there right now doing the commentary.
The last
Wish her
remaining
all the
lady.
best. Yeah. Girlfriend also of Marquez McLaughlin, who did the World Series of Poker final table. The main event finished in 6th position.
And he's a fan of the live streams. He's a regular viewer. We appreciate him having him on board.
Well, he watches. I'm not sure if he's a fan.
I'm sure.
Well,
he is.
why would you watch if you weren't a fan?
Have you seen what some of the people say in the timeline?
We're pretty lucky.
It always amuses me that some people have nothing but contempt for us and yet watch every minute. Antonio first to speak here.
It looked like a raise and take it for Antonio the last hand. Just keeps on chipping up.
Reminder of chip denominations. Yellows are 1,000, blues are 5,000, reds are 25,000. Well, action's still on Antonio. No, he folded, had he?
Sort of almost out of turn.
Almost. And Bilodeau has raised, if we've got this right, to 77,000.
Probably made the fold a little easier for Antonio.
I had threes, I swear.
He raised to 77,000 because he had pocket sevens.
Oh, that makes sense. That's something I'll do occasionally.
It's the kind of thing you want to be careful about when you play that kind of tournament. Don't, you know, talk out of position. First, you might get a penalty, but also you might lose some chips. You know, Antonio said he had a pocket trees. He might put some chips in the middle, but seeing that Bilodeau just raised that big.
And we saw a situation yesterday, and I have to say, I love the way that they've been running the event here at the Playground Poker Club. I particularly like the line they've taken with players who maybe have broken the rules is maybe a little bit harsh, but maybe they're not aware of these rules. We had a situation where Robert Notkin, for example, just called with the nuts, but rather than getting an automatic penalty, they just advised him that he'd done that and shouldn't do it again. We had a situation with Jeremy Bilodeau where he told the dealer that he was going to the toilet and folded when the action wasn't on him in the small blind, and again they just spoke to him and said, you know, don't do that again. I guess, for want of a better word, it's the softly approach. It's not being overly harsh and just handing out penalties left, right, and centre, but just also making sure that everyone observes the rules of the game.
Exactly, and they're doing a good job because they know it's not on purpose. So that's why they give a warning. They explain the situation, what happened, and why they should not do it. And then after that, the player understands it, and they don't do it again. So it's just a warning. It's fair for everyone, and you don't penalize the recreational players. So it's very good, and they take care of things very well over here.
Yeah, this place is just for a recreational player. It just seems like an absolutely stellar
It's
room.
back every night, even though, you know, when there's no big tournaments, there's still, you know, so many players playing cash games and some smaller tournaments over here. It's packed every day.
I gotta tell you, last night we finished here, what was it, 5:30 or 6 o'clock, and I was like, we could go home. I wanted to stay and play poker. I was like, I kind of want to stay here and play poker, and we did.
Marc-Andre all in, called by Armstrong.
Oh boy, it looks like he's in trouble this time.
Ladouceur came over the top of Armstrong's open, gets snap called. It's jacks against kings.
Ouch.
Armstrong just always has a hand.
Marc-Andre, huge underdog here. Give us a 9 on the turn. That's boring. Marc-Andre Ladouceur drawing to 2 outs. Needs a jack on the river to survive. It's a queen. So we lose Marc-Andre Ladouceur from Team PokerStars Online, and we are down to 18 players. We're down to 2 tables. There will be a break now in the tournament while they draw for seats around those last 2 tables. And when we come back from the break, we'll have a new lineup of 9 players at the main feature table, and we'll continue playing down to the final table of 9.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
I guess it's a fairly little known fact that I grew up in this beautiful place with these wonderful animals. People always think, oh, she's from London, she's obviously a town girl, grew up all glammed up and so on, but it couldn't be further from the truth. I was such a disgusting child. I used to try and make pizzas by just gathering detritus from the floor of the woods. And then I'd bring it and be like, look, there's a pizza. And my mum would be like, that's lovely, dear. I think you can catch diseases from this. My mum was a huge influence on me growing up in terms of, you know, riding.
As a very little girl, I think I was told before I could even walk, I had this passion for horses.
She used to ride a lot. She used to compete, and you know, my mum sat me on her horse when I was about 6 months old, apparently. He was a big old gentle giant, and it was mostly my mum that was my influence, my inspiration.
Obviously, when I had Olivia, she followed the same sort of passion, and so we got her a little pony.
He was just a pony on loan. And then I had another one when I was 8 called CJ, and he was this little grey devil.
She and I were able to ride together, which was really nice, especially in lovely countryside that we've got round here.
Sadly, my little pony wasn't big enough to keep up with her big horse, but we tried anyway. He was fantastic, so talented, and we won a lot of competitions together.
She actually was quite competitive. She competed locally quite successfully, and because she was quite brave, she did very well.
All the rosettes, you know, meant the world to me, and when I was about 12 or 13, sadly I grew too big for CJ, and so we got Bella.
When Liv went off to university, we reluctantly sold her because we decided it wasn't really going to be worth keeping her.
After I won San Remo, my mum called me and she was like, Bella's back up for sale, do you want to buy her? And I was like, yes I do, I can afford this. I guess it was nice for everything to kind of come full circle. You know, I was lucky enough to have a daddy that would buy me a pony when I was a little girl, and now, you know, I made my own way and was able to buy my own. So Bella, she's a woman. You know, she has mood swings. Some days she's an absolute angel, and other days she's an absolute cow.
Hey.
Bella. But she's a very good horse. I trust her hugely. She's got an incredibly gentle nature. She's very patient, and the other animals love her. Oh, it's so nice when I can get on my horse and go galloping across the fields. Definitely blows away the cobwebs, and poker is the last thing on my mind. It's gone. I'm just me and my horse trying to stop. You know, if you're in fear for your life, then it's hard to think about anything else. No, Bella's not that bad. She can just, she gets a little excited sometimes.
Her love of animals has definitely come from me. If I have an animal, I commit to it and look after it well, and I've tried to teach her to do the same thing.
There we go. Oh, God. He's a good boy.
I just love all creatures. I don't really care what they are. I used to have pet snails.
No, not my hat.
Stick insects for a while.
He's got his legs stuck in it.
I don't really care what they are. I'm not scared of any creature.
Ow. Come here.
One thing that's mildly frustrating about living here surrounded by animals is that when I was about 14 or 15, I started developing really bad allergies to animals and animal hair and just anything to do with them, basically.
So it does limit the amount of time she can spend with them.
Now, whenever I ride my horse, either my mum helps me tack her up or I just have to kind of do it from a distance.
I wish I could give her a kiss.
And then try not to cuddle her too much until I come back, because otherwise I just can't breathe, I can't see, I won't stop sneezing, it's awful. The thing with horses is that you have to work really hard to get them to a level that they're going to win when you enter competitions. My mum in particular was quite a driver, shall we say, when it came to getting me to practice, and it really paid off because, you know, I would be bringing home armfuls of rosettes and trophies. Having that drive and having someone sort of supporting and pushing you really instilled this work ethic and taught me that diligence and hard graft will pay off in whatever field you enter into.
Whatever she put her mind to, she really succeeded. She always put 100% into it. She was successful riding. She was realistic enough to know that she wasn't going to earn money from working with horses, but she always showed a great determination and committed to it.
I was probably one of those annoying kids at school that had to be the best in every subject and then the best at sports. I'm not saying I always was, but I wanted to be. My competitive nature, I guess, drives success in some extent.
I'm obviously very proud of her, and also her degree at Manchester University. I don't know where she gets her brains from.
After returning from university, I was living in London, didn't want to get a normal job, so I started applying for game shows randomly. And one of the first shows I got on, they took 5 complete beginners and taught us how to play poker. I was taught by Annie Duke and Phil Helmuth and the Devilfish.
First of all, we thought, oh my goodness, you know, 21 years old, weren't really that keen on the idea.
I fell in love with the game of poker instantly. And one of the things that I learned, particularly from Annie, she was like, well, if you want to be good at this game, you just have to study it and study and study and study.
She very quickly reassured us that the sort of poker world that she was involved in is not the image that a lot of us had. And she clearly was going to make a success of it.
I just bought all the books I could and read as much information as I could. I had some pretty early on success in small tournaments in London, and then, yeah, it just sort of blossomed from there. My mum was obviously supportive of me growing up in all of my sporting and competitive endeavours, particularly with the horses, and nothing's changed.
I've been on a few tours with her, not as many as I'd like to. I really enjoy it. I would rail her for as long as I can. It's great to watch her.
So in 2010, I was down in the south of France playing a €500 event, and then the volcano went off and I couldn't get home. I was with Liz Liu, and she said, well, I'm going to San Remo. There's an EPT there, you should come. And I'm like, well, that's outside my bankroll. And she's like, well, there's satellites and some side events. Come along anyway. So we got on a train and a bus and a train and a bus, and we eventually got there. And there was a satellite that night, so I'm like, all right, I entered it, and I won my seat. I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to play this main event. It was an absolutely enormous tournament, 1,240 runners. It was extremely exciting, obviously, throughout the whole thing because I didn't get to play many main events. I was quite nervous because I'm like, oh, this is big.
It was the most frustrating time for me because it was when there was the volcanic ash cloud. I knew she was going to be doing the final table. I was all set to jump on a plane and come down there. I'd been following it on the live streaming, and of course I couldn't get a flight out.
I played the best that I could, and obviously the cards were on my side. And then I go and bink the whole tournament.
Please.
I was obviously having some crazy emotions and extremely happy.
I think one of the first things she said was, I must ring my mum.
I speak to her on the phone and she's just crying her eyes out.
Yeah, it was just floods of tears, very emotional. It was a shame I couldn't have been there to fling my arms around her, but I know she had lots of support out there.
Let's give it up for the winner from UK, Liv Bory.
The thing that I'm so happy about is just how proud she is of me.
It was probably my proudest moment because she worked hard at it, so to do that was brilliant.
I guess it has changed my life in some way. It's made me much more known on the poker circuit, and it led to me being invited to join Team Pro, which was a huge personal goal. I'm so lucky having an incredibly supportive family, and especially my mum. I definitely wouldn't be here without that. My family kind of described me as a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde in terms of what they see of me on the cameras, out on the poker circuit, to what they know of the Liv, or Olivia as I'm known back here. Coming back here definitely gives me a chance to decompress and really feel refreshed and invigorated. It's nice to be able to get away from all of it. I don't want to say I escaped to here because I love my time when I'm on tour, but I also love the polarity of being back here with its calm and its peace. So the two just complement each other so, so well. It definitely gives me a real boost and, you know, a new lease of life, ready for my next poker trip.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own. Hey guys, welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, and today we are at the penthouse apartment of PokerStars Team Pro Olivia Bory. Now, this might be my last chance to sort of get into it with Liv, and I know that she loves rock music, so that's what today's show is all about.
Hello.
Hello, Olivia.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Good. What the hell?
You like that?
Is it dead?
I mean, I'm very much alive every time I see you. Yeah, anyway, we're here with Heads Up with Stapes. You want to talk a little rock music today?
Absolutely. This is the living room. I apologize for the lack of flooring. I'm getting it changed because the person that lived here before liked things to look like old lady things, and I don't, so...
So you're just in the middle of some stuff. You're not in the middle of, like, the worst run you've ever had. You got the big TV here.
Yep.
What kinds of shows do you like?
Arrested Development, I think, is the funniest show on TV. actually think we should go outside because this smell is killing me.
So, Liv, this is a kind of an awesome view that you have here.
Thank you very much.
I want to rattle off a bunch of music questions for you, just all yes or no answers.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Can you play an instrument?
Yes.
Have you ever dated a musician?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a band?
Yes.
Are you more attracted to someone if they are a musician?
Yes.
Have you ever played in front of a large crowd?
Kind of.
Okay. Have you ever been pulled up on stage by the band Steel Panther?
Yes.
Have you ever partied with Metallica?
Yes.
Have you ever won an air guitar contest?
Yes.
Tell me the story about Metallica.
I met them through another rocker friend, Scott Ian from Anthrax, who plays a bit of poker, and he was like, "Oh, Metallica in town. We're going out for dinner. Want to come?" I'm like,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
And then just became good friends.
How late did that party go?
9 in the morning.
Did the hotel room get destroyed?
It was the most rock and roll night of my life.
So what do you say we go play Guitar Hero?
Whoever lays down the best score in Electric Shock Guitar Hero wins. The loser's got to perform at open mic night.
All right, well, here we are ready to play some Guitar Hero, but Liv, there's one thing I didn't really tell you about.
Okay.
Guitar Hero by itself, too easy. We've thrown a little monkey wrench, a little fly in the ointment, a little caveat, if you will. We're going to be playing Guitar Hero while we receive electric shocks. Let's wire each other up, huh? You know, when I play Guitar Hero, my friends call me Cool Dad because I look like the guy, the old man in the basement, trying too hard, like leg kicks and stuff like this.
Oh, man.
This song is tough. A lot happening here. Woo! Oh! Hiya! Ha! Ha!
Oh.
Only strum. I actually can't. It might be a summer camp. Oh my god! I think I cooed.
I've got cramps.
Ah! Electrocution base, electrocution base, electrocution base. Fucking base. That's what I get for show money. That's awesome.
Boom.
Yeah, big. Okay, I'll high
Yes.
five you for beating. Well, I guess I gotta go do some stand-up comedy now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the King Williams. So, I am very, very proud to introduce, all the way from Los Angeles, California, Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, Joe Stapleton, yeah! Thank you, Olivia. Fantastic. I just recently moved to London for my job. I have not seen my new apartment yet. My company says it's very nice. They're putting up in a place called Council Estates. Do we have people who live in the UK here at all? Anyone?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Out in traffic, you have these signs that say camera enforcement. And next to the camera enforcement sign, there's a picture of a camera. But it's not like the universal picture of a camera. It's not like this square with a little flash on it. It is an old-timey, accordion-style camera. If there's a guy on the corner in a top hat with a blanket over his head, twisting his mustache, holding a phosphorescent flash, waiting for speeders, maybe that's not the best way to catch people. So, unbelievable. That didn't work out as a joke or as a thing. You guys are a great crowd, by the way. You guys are amazing. Very warm and welcoming, loving environment here. I got laid last night. Thank you, yes. I had unprotected sex with an old lady. She gave me hearing aids. All right, guys, that's my time. That is it for Heads Up with Stapes. Thank you very much. Be sure to subscribe to Heads Up with Stapes on YouTube. And of course, you can always tweet at us, hashtag it, Stapes, HU. Olivia, Wow, all right, that was for you. Smell you later, everybody.
Join us next time on Heads Up with Stapes.
Well, Raymond, yeah, I've been with PokerStars for quite a while. As far as my role changing, I think there are times where, you know, we've been doing some, you know, television production, and they've asked me for my advice on some of the stuff, like the big game and things like that. So I played a role there. You know, and they asked for my feedback in a lot of ways. I've been around long enough. I do have a good sort of ear for the players' voice and what they want. So they've definitely gone to me there. As far as like the newcomers to the team, yeah, I feel like I've really, you know, made some good friendships with guys like Jason Mercier and Eugene Kachaloff and the like. They're really great players, and we travel together. You know, we do a lot of media stuff together. We don't really talk a lot of poker, to be honest with you. Mostly just, you know, we really just kind of have fun talking about life. Well, Raymond, yeah, I did win the APAC, and you know, I've had a decent year so far. But the year's not over. I've got Player of the Year titles that I'm, you know, looking forward to winning. So I'll be working my best at it. I'm going to be in Europe playing, you know, the EPTs and also the World Series Poker Europe. So I'm going to give it my best. Well, Raymond, one of the things that you have to be conscious of is you always want to be introspective. You know, check in with yourself, like every 6 months to a year, and how you're playing, and are you in line with the way that you think you should be playing? Because often when we're losing or not doing as well, you know, we blame it on bad luck, and it's very likely true. But what bad luck can do is also make you play worse. So you need to really be honest with yourself and you know, take a look at how you're thinking about the game. Carly, yeah, I'm a vegan, which I feel just is a healthy lifestyle for me. It works for me. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be, but it's certainly what works for me. As far as energy, when I became a vegan, I felt like I had way more energy. I don't do caffeine. I don't do drugs, except for drinking sometimes. But I've just always had a lot of energy and spirit and spunk, and I think that likely my diet and the way that I live my life contributes to that, yeah. Well, Carly, if somebody put meat in my burger during the tournament, I would not be happy about it. I don't know that I would get sick. It depends how much of it I consume, but if you haven't eaten meat for as
I appreciate that cutting off Daniel Negreanu mid-sentence is a crime in Canada, but we've got to do it. We're going to get back to the action here in Montreal at the PokerStars Canada Cup. We're down to 18 players, and they've just redrawn for seats around the final 2 tables. And a great lineup at our new feature table. He's back, Robert Notkin, our qualifier, alongside the tournament chip leader, Ryan Shamma, who's playing 2.8 million, Antonio Esfandiari, the magician, and some other players that we've come to know over the last few days, including Micah Johnson and James Armstrong.
Are you sure it's not Mike Gack Johnson?
That might just be a typo. So here's the lineup. We're 9-handed once again, and we have 54 minutes left at level 22. So blind still 8,000 and 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Our thanks once again to Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro. He dropped by in the booth after busting this tournament, and Jonathan will be back tomorrow to provide some analysis on the final table. Remember, we're playing down to the final 9 today. We'll be back tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern time with every hand from the final table live with whole cards up as we play down to a champion.
Yeah, it's cool that we're down to the final 18, although kind of a bummer that we lost Marc-Andre Ladouceur and Jonathan Duhamel.
And also it was Laurence Grandin, the
yeah,
French-Canadian Joe Stapleton, the last lady remaining in the tournament, who went out in 20th place, but at least she gets to go back and join Dominic on the French language stream.
Yeah, at least she gets to go to work now.
The Twitter hashtag, by the way, is Canada Cup, and we always say it's a good idea, as well as using that to communicate, that you kind of search and look at that filter and see what everyone else is saying in the timeline. I'll give you an example here. A lot of people were asking during the break about the whole checking the nuts thing or just calling with the nuts, and Robert Ross has actually provided a link to an article about a situation where players check the nuts. It explains why the rule is in place and how tournament directors view that and whether they think it's worth a warning or an automatic penalty, but it's all explained. So great to see one audience member helping out other members of the audience asking questions.
We're a community here. We're all in this together.
The other reason why you should be viewing that timeline is because in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to tweet a photograph which is tagged Canada Cup, and this is a photo competition and a chance for you to win a Canada Cup card protector.
And maybe even a piece of fruit.
Eric Schultz is happy. He screams in capital letters, Notkin is back.
He is back.
Well, we have an all-in from Amir Babakani, shoving for 236,000.
Blind still at 816,000.
It looks like the shove has got through, so he adds the blinds and antes to his stack.
So what's this contest?
In the booth, we have a plate full of muffins, about 5 or 6 muffins on a plate. But more impressive than that is a fruit platter that was presented to us this morning. Now, I should point out that this fruit is for the entire crew to use. It's not just Joe and myself. But it's a plate of bananas and apples, and it's quite humongous.
I find it odd that you said the plate of fruit is for us to use instead of to eat, because it is ironic that we'll often use fruit for something other than food.
Particularly unskinned bananas. Point being that this competition will require you to do some detective work and guess how many pieces of fruit are on the fruit plate. I am tweeting it now.
So first person to tag their tweet Canada Cup with the correct number of pieces of fruit wins.
Correct.
No ties, no takesy backsies. One submission per punter.
How many pieces of fruit on the plate? I've just tweeted the photograph. The tweet is tagged Canada Cup.
Well, geez, James, I think you can probably figure it out pretty easily from that photo. Or is there more fruit hidden in the middle?
But also, the question you have to ask yourself is, are the bananas double stacked all the way around?
Interesting. I'm going to write down a guess, James. You tell me if I'm close.
Okay, well, Rose is the first person in, guessing 65. Rose, you are incorrect.
Is that right, James?
Joe guesses 1,117. Joe, you are slightly over.
Come on!
Slightly over.
But if no one else gets that close, I win, right? Like if I'm the closest?
Vader Nader and Joanne Lewis both guessed the same. Now, Vader Nader got in there first, so if Vader Nader is right, he's won. 52 pieces? No. Which means Joanne is also wrong. Matt says 55. Nope.
We do have action right now. Shamas, where did we land on that one, by the way? The original Razor.
Yeah, opening to 35,000, getting called by Robert Notkin. And now Micah Johnson raises to 110,000. Now this is a player
Have not seen, yeah.
No, he's new to the feature table. Francois Binet, who's in the big blind.
Burnett said something. Maybe he was just asking for a reconfirmation of what the action is. It's weird. Micah Johnson was repping the Toronto Blue Jays yesterday. Today, the Atlanta Braves.
He's fickle.
Chief Wahoo himself. So here we go. Is that a call? Just a flat call from Burnett in the big blind.
No, it's not. It's a 4-bet.
There
He's
it
thrown
is.
out more red.
Either way, strong. I'd say strong to very strong.
I would say it's a small 4-bet, 185,000.
Yeah, I could barely even tell that it was a 4-bet.
So the original raiser, chip leader Shema has folded. Action on Notkin on the button.
Is that not even a 2x 4-bet?
He's letting it go.
Out of position, you're usually supposed to give a little bit worse. Oh, excuse me, he's in position now, though, I guess, so. Well done, me.
This is literally clicking it back.
Yeah, this is...
Because the raise was to 35,000, the 3-bet to 110,000, so that's a raise of 75,000. So it's an additional 75,000, the absolute minimum.
And that's probably what he was asking. What is the minimum I can raise? I mean, this just looks cray-cray strong because you don't expect that you're going to get a fold.
Just to quickly answer Philippe's question, yes, the redraw is done randomly. The player's given random seat assignments, and then we decided to stick with this table because it's got Antonio Esfandiari, Robert Notkin, and the tournament chip leader at it.
Because Micah Johnson's just getting a crazy price. Wow, and folds despite getting, what's that, better than 5-1 he was getting?
Burnett wins it. So let's get some of your guesses then. Kurt says 52. No. John Joe Dunn 37. Will says 48. Jared says 17. Ray 27.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Can we go back to 17? You can easily count more than 17 pieces of fruit plainly in the photo. Unless they're, James, are there pieces of negative fruit on the bottom, sort of subtracting from, there's no negative fruit on there?
Just clearly a miscount or a misclick. Stan goes for 51. Rob Cena goes for 311. A tad high. Carl says 50. 54, the answer from Stefan. 58 from Kavork. 93 for Gav. Still a bit too high. Zach goes 58. Peter the same, 58. Malcolm, 69. Lol.
Lol, look at this guy, Malcolm. Sign him up. I need a comedy writer.
Sean 77, Sander 83, Sophie 40, Dale says 45, Daz goes 73, no one's got it yet, Joanne 51, Mark 58, some people are entering more than one time, that's not allowed. Mike Corriveau says 56, and that is the answer. There are precisely 56 pieces of fruit.
Actually, I may have eaten one during the break.
At the point I took the photograph, there were 56. 40 bananas and 16 apples. So, Mike, you are a winner. You have won a Canada Cup card protector. Please stop replying to my tweet and clogging up my @replies now, everyone. And I did the counting myself, Zuli. She said, I feel bad for the person counting it. Didn't take me that long. But yeah, I took it from the side where the bananas were double stacked around the other side. Single layer of bananas.
And is there only a single layer of bananas in the back?
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate single layer bananas.
75,000.
Those of you who tried to count me as a piece of fruit, you screwed up because I'm not on the plate.
But you are certainly a fruit.
I am a fruit. I'm more fruity than a fruit.
What's going on here, Stapes?
Betting a fold on the turn. Notkin. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Congratulations, Mike Corriveau. Woo! Alexander with a legit question says, are the red chips 25K chips? The answer is yes.
And I just want to head off any controversy. Sean Watson says, I said 56 first. Sean, you replied, you @replied me, but you did not include the hashtag Canada Cup, which was one of the specific instructions.
Crucial instruction.
Mike very happy. He says, I may actually be coming to Playground tomorrow. Otherwise, he has provided his Skype ID. We will be in touch, Mike. Thank you very much indeed. So we expected, or certainly some of the players expected, the first part of today to go quite quickly and get down to 18 in the final 2 tables. And now is where we expect it to be, I don't want to use the word grind, but we expect the action to maybe slow.
Screeching halt.
As we get closer towards the big money in this tournament, as we get closer to the final table.
Well, I think that that's, you know, just the nature of the beast, especially when you have so many people still alive in this tournament who this stage and this money means so much to them. Everyone wants to make the final table. Everyone wants to make the final table, and few of these guys aren't afraid of not making the final table, if that makes sense.
We have an all-in. An all-in and a call. Ace-king for Micah Johnson. And the chip leader has pocket 9s. Classic race underway.
Like Jimmy Choo versus Christian Louboutin, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
And the advantage right now is for Micah Johnson, whose tournament life is on the line.
Just a 9 on the river. Oh, is that a 9?
It is a 9!
Wow!
And sure enough, that is the elimination of Micah Johnson in 18th place. And Ryan Shemat increases his chip lead at this table and in this tournament up to 3.1 million.
Micah Johnson, we hardly knew ye.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm having to clear up some fruit controversy now. Hexter says, did 56 include the lone banana in the background, not on the platter? No, it didn't. I did not include the banana that was not on the main plate. MD Smith says, you should discount the bananas as they're seeds and not a fruit. Come on!
I thought someone was going to do that one.
Scott says, do you think 9 people will get knocked out in the next 50 minutes because I have to go to work at 3?
No. In a word, no.
I agree. I concur.
James Terang wants to know, he just started to stream online. Could you please help him where to find the tourney on PokerStars?
If we're talking about the free roll...
Yeah, I think that's what he means.
It's in the private section of the tournament lobby.
Yesterday's free roll paid $156.88 to the winner. Boss Playa from Poland. Definitely watching the live stream. All the people who won this. Poland, Brazil, Argentina, Brazil, Portugal. Glad to have you with us.
Yeah, wherever you are in the world, do get in touch. Tag your tweets, Canada Cup. So we've got another competition lined up, Joe, because we are in a giving mood today.
Yeah.
The fruit contest is over. But we are going to play a new game, or a reversioning, if you like, of a game that we've played before on our live streams.
Yeah, we used to play a game called EPT Co-Stars, where I would take a player at the feature table and jam their name into a movie title, basically. You have to guess what it is based on the clues given. And today we're going to play a game called Canada Cup Co-Stars. It's borrowing a little bit from a former idea. And I've done the same thing here, where I figured out some folks that were at the feature table at the start of the day today. They may not be there now. And what I will do is, all of the movies that are used in this are starring Canadians.
I'm loving the synergy. You're very on brand, you're very on message.
And so, maybe we should just give everyone an example.
Yes, spell it out, because when we have played this competition in the past, Joe, it's confused a lot of people.
Okay, so James, I would give you the clue. The clue would be Jeremy Bilodeau.
Jeremy Bilodeau is the player,
Is the player, and then the Canada Cup co-star is Jim Carrey. So now you have to figure out which Jim Carrey movie can you cram Jeremy Bilodeau's name into. And the way it works, guys, is you have to use the full first name and last name and movie title in the answer. Now, the movie title can get slipped in there at any point, but it's the full movie title, first name and last name. And it can, sometimes the movie title comes in between the first and last name. Sometimes it's at the end of the last name. Sometimes it's in between the first name. James, take a stab at this. Jeremy Bilodeau, Jim Carrey.
So in this specific example, because I just want to make this absolutely clear, I've got to try and cram Jeremy Bilodeau's name into the title of a movie starring Jim Carrey.
Or the title into the name. It's a mishmash. It's a mashup of the movie title and the name.
My brain hurts. 3 deuces on the flop. Dukas is raised, called by Shama. I'm not going to get it. At the end of this hand, I want you to give me the answer.
Okay. And the point is, the people at home, they have time to think. They have time to try to work these little puzzles out. They can look up some Jim Carrey movies. In fact, if someone gets it before James, you'll get a special shout-out from me.
No guesses coming in. Give us the answer, Stapes. Put us out of our misery, mainly because I think we need to demonstrate exactly how this works.
Okay, again, so it's Jeremy Bilodeau and the Canada Cup co-stars Jim Carrey. So the mashup of the name in the movie would be Jeremy, myself, and Irene Bilodeau.
We didn't have to expect it to be clever. It just had to work.
Jeremy, myself, and Irene Bilodeau. So it uses the full movie title and the first and last name of the player.
Do you want to go for one for a prize, or do you want to go for one for funsies?
Let's just go for one for funsies. And who else have we lost already today?
I'll tell you what. I will dangle a carrot, or rather a banana, because we have so many bananas in this room. You can win a banana in this competition, but, and I'm going to put a little asterisk here, terms and conditions apply. You do have to collect it in person from the playground.
There you go. If you come get it in person, we will give you a banana.
Logan says Dumb and Dumber with Jeff Daniels as Harry Dunn. I don't think Logan's understood the
Incorrect.
concept.
But now Steve Clier at least guessed Jeremy Liar Liar Bilodeau, which does at least use the first and last name and the movie title, but they mash up. There's a part of the words that link up. In all of them. Let's do one more practice one.
Yeah, we definitely need to, because like this one, Jeremy Bilodeau, Pet Detective. People aren't getting the fact that there needs to be a pun.
Right. It needs to be punny. But that's okay, because the game, it's a high concept game. Jorgen says, how about some less lame challenges? Hey, Jorgen. It was nice having you. I just almost cussed. I just almost said, go take a walk.
Antonio Sfandiari gets 3-bet by the chip leader, Ryan Shema. He calls. We get a king, queen, deuce flop. 2 clubs out there. And interesting that Shema's had the chip lead for most of yesterday and all of today. And this is the first time we've seen him on the main stage.
And that's what happens when you win giant races.
So he continues the flop for 105,000.
All right, the next little practice round we'll include Antonio Esfandiari, since he's in this hand. Producer Ted just making sure we have enough bananas to give away. Yes, there's like 40 more. It's fine.
Now we're down to 17 players, by the way. The average stack is 1 million. 30 minutes left at this blind level.
I do like Malcolm X's and O's guess for the last one. Lemony Snicket's a series of unfortunate Jeremy Bilodeau events. By the way, this guy, Jorgen, who said the challenge was lame, you can't win no matter what. I don't think you're smart enough to get a right answer, but even if you did, I will send you nothing. Good talk. This looks like a raise to me.
You would be correct. A raise to 250,000.
Looks like these two are intent on playing a huge pot. Remember, this was 3-bet pre-flop. Shamas continued. And Antonio raised. Shamas called the raise.
Queen of spades on the turn, pairing the board. Shamas checks now. Antonio having taken the betting lead on the flop. Let's see if he follows through on the turn. Nope, he checks behind.
People are guessing at Antonio. I didn't even give the Canadian co-star yet, guys. Antonio, brother, where art thou? Esfandiari is great, but there's no Canadian co-star in that. Good guess, though, Carter. So after all that noise, it goes check, check on the turn, huh?
Yeah. But it's not going to go check, check on the river. Antonio bets 244,000.
That's pretty small. So is he trying to get an action from top pair? Or is he just taking kind of a fairly weak stab at this? In general, I think it's okay to sort of, you know, use bet sizing as a way to gauge hand strength, but Antonio is a very tricky player, so I don't think it's as easy to do with him. It's a pretty scary board and a pretty tough spot with top pair, I guess. I feel like when Antonio is bluffing, he's probably going to bluff the turn also. Like when he checks back the turn, I think more often he's going to actually have a hand.
Shaman announces call. Antonio tables king 10.
Just top pair.
And it's good.
Wow.
Thin value bet from Antonio.
Yeah, wow. What is Shaman 3-betting before the flop with that can call there? Jacks, 10s? I think that's about it. Nice thin value bet there. Oh no, James. Jorgen says he might take a walk until the lame fruit count challenges, etc. are exhausted. What are we going to do without him? What are we going to do without Jorgen? Oh my God! What are we going to do? Is there anything around I can cut myself or possibly make a noose out of? Is there anything? I might have to take a walk to get over this, guys. I just don't know. What am I going to do? Please, Jorgen, what do I have to do to keep you as a member of this audience? What do I have to do to put you in this webcast today?
Are we going to continue with this
we're
lame
gonna
ass competition
yes,
or not?
Absolutely we are. So, Antonio Esfandiari, thin better extraordinaire. His Canada Cup co-star, Evangeline Lilly. Evangeline Lilly.
She's the one from Lost, right?
Yes, but Lost is not the answer to this.
No,
So
I'm
what you
aware
want
of
to do
that.
is look up what hig movies Evangeline Lilly's been in.
Okay, hang on. I've got IMDb open.
You guys at home, you've got the time.
Now, if you focus on the poker, I'll look it up.
Griffin Bender says, Stapes is proving he's just too clever for his own good. Please don't break into tears and exclaim, this is high school all over again. Pretty sure I came very close right then,
Okay.
Mr. Bender.
So, Evangeline Lilly. Is it a recent movie?
Fairly recent, like the last 5 years.
Okay. Real Steel.
Okay, you're getting warmer.
Antonio Esfandiar, Real Steel?
Correct!
Ah!
Antonio Esfandiar, Real Steel. Got it. James Hardigan, you nailed it.
I get a banana.
You do get a banana.
Boom.
All right, the next one we're going to put out there to the audience. Chris McFadden has the right idea. He said, so like Antonio Original Sin Esfandiari. Yes?
Yeah, you see, Carl's example is not a good one. Antonio the Hurt Locker Esfandiari. That's just putting a movie title between his two names. You're not working his name into the title.
Some of these guesses are awesome. All right, so you guys ready for one for the audience?
Well, actually, I quite like Jesse's one because I believe Evangeline Lilly is in the new Ant-Man movie.
Is she? Okay.
Antonio Man Esfandiari.
That totally works, by the way. That totally works. Well done. Zach tried to do his own. His was Antonio and Michael J. Fox, who's a Canadian. Antonio Wolf Esfandiari. I try to make it not that big of a stretch so that the actual sounds, you don't have to bend any of the sounds the way I do it. All right, here we go. Who is on the feature table today? You guys, all right, I'll give you a choice, James. Do you want Ankush Mandavia or James Armstrong?
James Armstrong, because he's still on our feature table.
Okay, James Armstrong, his Canada Cup co-star, John Candy.
So find a John Candy movie that you can work James Armstrong's name into.
Correct. I'm going to read some of these. Hey, Will Shillabeer got it. Antonio Esfandiar, Real Steel. Congrats. And so did Wooly. Unfortunately, Malcolm X's and O's, The Hobbit, The Desolation of Antonio Esfandiari, Smaug. Incorrect.
3-bet time at the feature table. 3-bet comes from Robert Notkin in the small blind. Ryan Shamma opened to 35K. Notkin makes it 78K.
Two people went with The Desolation of Smaug. Another guy went with The Hobbit, There and Back Again, Antonio Esfandiari.
3-bet's been called. We're going to a flop.
Here we go. Chip Leader versus Notkin. Jack 10 Trey Rain Bizzle. James, you were wondering when we were going to hear from Mike Johnson, but we just did.
Boom. I love the fact that Mike Johnson has recently changed his Twitter avatar to Judge Smales from Caddyshack. That makes me smile, Mike.
The world needs ditch diggers, too.
Didn't want to do it. Felt I owed it to him. So check on the flop. Notkin still not continuing.
Oh, some people have gotten it. Some people, see, they're catching on. They're getting it. A couple people guessed James Trains and Automobiles Armstrong. It's not rhyming. It's working it in. This pot getting bigger, by the way. Betting a call on the turn.
It must be Logan's James Spaceballs Armstrong, then.
No, unfortunately. Not Logan's. James Spaceball Armstrong's.
It must be Uncle James Buck Armstrong.
Nope. Still no check on the river. Shama shows a pair of fours.
Ace high, the hand for Notkin.
Notkin 3-betting. A bad ace from the small blind, but gets called by Shama with 6-4. Fairly bizarre pre-flop play from both guys.
Wow.
Now, Vader Nader James got really close. He said James Armstrong and dangerous, but that unfortunately is not the way it works. It's Will Shillabeer who got it right. James Armed and Dangerous Strong. You can't change either the last. You can only insert things in the middle. All of the words need to stay intact, both first and last name. All the letters need to be there. So what Armstrong and Dangerous is not the name of the movie. So it's Will Shillabeer who wins that one, and just for funsies, by the way, just for funsies. This
well,
one.
No, if Will can make it to the Playground Poker Club, he's
he can
entitled
get his banana.
to take a banana.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A couple other people got it, by the way. Seb's got it. Kyle got it. Hey, Jorgen, why don't you follow some more people on Twitter? You're following 18,547 people. You have 18,815 followers. Well done.
111,000.
See, look at all the people who love this. All these answers I have to get through. Oh, Griffin's guess. James Trains and Armstrong Beals.
He does say, just let it happen.
Just let it happen. He's tried that one on me before, just let it happen. You know what? I did let it happen. You know what? I was glad I let it happen.
Too much information. Shamar raises to 35,000. Dukas 3-bets to 111,000. Notkin's on the button. He called Shamar's original raise, and now he's deciding whether to call the 3-bet. The original raiser has passed.
I'm laughing again at James Ball's strong space. Nick DeLune says, this is fun. Who's next, lol? We got one. We'll get to it after this hand. Notkin, not in. Fold. Ship it to Dukas. The Duke. Kick-ass Duke. All right, you ready?
Who are we doing now?
Okay, here's your choices. We got Ankush Mandavia.
Yes.
We got Marc-Andre Ladouceur.
He's not in anymore.
I know. And we've got... I did this at the beginning of the day, you dunce. And we've got Jonathan Duhamel.
He's not in anymore.
I spent a whole hour this morning working on this while you played online poker. And you're going to try to derail my game while you're trying to read me bad beat stories in a 5-cent, 10-cent game.
It was 10p, 20p, I'll have you know.
So who do you want? You want Ankush Mandavia?
Ankush Mandavia.
Okay, here we go.
Because he's still in.
Ankush Mandavia, his Canadian Cup co-star, Kiefer Sutherland.
So a Kiefer Sutherland movie title.
Kiefer Sutherland movie title.
And you got to work in Ankush Mandavia's name.
Exactly.
Tag your tweets. Canada Cup. Asfandiari raises under the gun +1 to 36,000. Chip leader Rayan Sharma calls. Action's now on Amir Babakhani in the big blind. He calls as well, so we're going three-way to the flop. Just 15 minutes left at this level, by the way.
See how fast it goes when there's a fun game to play?
6-5-5. Tell that to, what's his name, Jorgen.
Daz says Jorgen is a horrible little man. I'm not saying that. I will read it. I'm not saying it.
I get excited every time I get a new @ reply. And it's basically saying 55, 61.
Oh, wow. Will Shillabeer crushed another one. He really gets me.
I think we may have to disqualify him from competitions, though.
He's definitely won stuff before. See if anyone else gets it.
Well, this is interesting. Antonio did not continue the flop. He checked it. Shamar bet 55,000. Antonio instead check raises to 134,000. Shamar's called. Babakhani's out of the way, so we're going heads up to the turn.
$400K in the middle. Hi-ya! Queen on the turn. I love the wrong answers. That's why this game's so great. So good.
Queen on the turn.
Ankush stand by mean Divya. Sorry, Eric, no. It's like about a half-pot bet coming from Antonio. Less than half pot, 133,000. Oh, Matt Salzberg, I hope you weren't paying attention to the way this game works. Who answers the vanquishing? Got to use the first name, the last name, and the entire movie title. So Antonio's bet call on the turn, nearly $750,000 in the middle. And these two have tangled like 3 of the last 5 hands.
Jack of spades on the river, so backdoor spades get there.
And again, there was a 3-bet on the flop. Excuse me, a raise on the flop. Antonio checks this time.
He was the pre-flop raiser. As you say, Joe, check raise flop. Barrel turn. And now slows down on the river.
Oh, maybe he hasn't checked. It looked like he tapped his fingers, but...
No, he has not checked. He is betting again.
And again, it looks like it's pretty small relative to the size of this pot. And maybe it's just, you know, thin value again. He knows that he can get thin value. He gets a call again. Showdown.
Ace-5.
And ace-5.
They have the same hand. It's a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Ooh, Matt Salzberg tuned in just in time to hear that, too. All right, so the correct answer was Ankush Mandavia, Few Good Men. Will Shillabeer nailed that one.
Brett Milley got it as well.
Let's see if there's any good. As he was close, Ankush Few Good Men Davia. See if we have any other good wrong answers. Ankush Mandavia wanted. 2 people said that. I don't even know what that is. Ankush Mandav Melancholia.
I like that one.
Jason wants to know if we noticed that Antonio does a Leo McLean. Yeah, it's a mouth tells. People think you give a lot of things away with your mouth. I know that I do.
He's much crazier than you, trust me.
I think Antonio was doing it before we got to meet Leo McLean.
Ankush Monsters versus Aliens Dovia. Ankush Flashback Madavia. Ankush Man Dark City Via. Ankush Mirrors and Davia. I had one that worked for Mirrors when the guy named Amir was playing, but I didn't think that was good enough.
But even like a deuce, I'm gonna bet, you're gonna raise, I'm gonna shift, you're gonna cry.
Yes, Will, the first win counts, which means that you can come down and get a banana if you want. We're not giving away a card protector yet. We're letting everyone get warmed up. All right, James, you want another one?
Is this one still for fun?
I have, let me see how many I have left, because we'll give away one. The last one we'll give away a prize for. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done, that one's done. All I have left is Marc-Andre Ladouceur and Jonathan Duhamel.
Okay, well, let's see how this hand plays out.
Okay.
We have a raise from Thiago Nishijima, and interestingly, Amish Poker has reached the same conclusion as Ted from our production team, that this guy looks a bit like Timothy Adams. Amish Poker says, get seat 2 a yogurt without a spoon. Hashtag doppelganger. Surprised no one said he looks like Joe Stapleton. He's got a beard.
He does have a beard. I think he looks more like Adam Geyer than Timothy Adams. It's just me. Griffin Bender back in touch. This is why you never give up on a Stips bit. Replies flying in. Hope you've learned your lesson. Hashtag Buzz Killington. All right, here we go.
Let's go with Jonathan. Let's do Jonathan Duhamel for the final practice round,
Yes.
and then Marc-Andre Ladouceur.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
For the competition.
Yes. All right, here we go. Jonathan Duhamel.
Yeah.
And his Canadian Cup co-star, Taylor Kitsch. Taylor Kitsch.
I've got it.
You've got this one?
Yes.
Okay, hang on to it for a second. Let's see who gets it first. This is an easy one.
Under the gun raise from Shama. A 3-bet from Nishijima.
I think this 3-bet's going to be pretty legit a lot of the time. 3-betting an under the gun raiser. Nishijima hasn't been too active. Shama doesn't seem to like to fold pre-flop, though.
Well, folding is boring.
That is true. Folding is boring. Plus, you don't know what's going to come on the flop, James. Remember 6-4? Remember 6-4 offsuit? That hand won.
Jack 10-9. Or 9-10 Jack, if you want to do it that way around. Or 9 Jack 10, which is the order it's been dealt. Nishijima continues. and gets a fold. 2 in a row, and his stack's up over 2 million.
Now, James, I want you to give me the answer because I want to know if you made the same mistake that several of the listeners have made. A lot of people are answering Jonathan Duhamel Carter. Jonathan Carter Duhamel. Those answers are incorrect. They don't follow. Oh, James is crossing something out.
No, I'm not. I was trying to work it out. Surely it's John Van Duhamel Carter.
I might have to allow that one.
Why would that not be allowed?
Because usually it's the movie title that has to remain intact.
Okay, so how would that work?
So it would be John Carter of Thin Duhamel.
That's terrible. My version's much
That's
cleaner.
the answer. It doesn't matter. That's the movie title that stays intact. Let's see if anyone got it.
When did that become a rule that the movie title has to remain intact?
Look at all the other answers.
You should have made that clear to everyone.
It's the movie title that remains intact. Real Steel, Armed and Dangerous. Me, Myself, and Irene, A Few Good Men. John Carter, A Thin Duhamel. Let's see if anyone got that. Yes, Ray got it. I do like the people who guessed this one, which actually isn't that bad. Where is it? Where is it? Jonathan Duhamel, Lone Survivor. Assuming Taylor Kitsch is in Lone Survivor. Haven't seen it yet.
So Nishijima's under the gun raise, called in 2 spots. King 9-8 on the flop. Action check to James Armstrong on the button.
Read this tweet. Read it, James. This is it. This is exactly it. This is everything.
This isn't a democracy. Stapes makes clear what he chooses. I'm in charge here, Benja. I'm in charge.
All right, we got 4 minutes left on the level. Do you want to do one for a prize right now?
Okay, you got 4 minutes to enter.
Okay, here we go. The player is Marc-Andre Ladouceur. The Canadian co-star, Nathan Fillion.
Nathan Fillion?
Nathan Fillion.
Oh, wow. This is a good one. This is worthy of a card protector.
Let's see who can pair Marc-Andre Ladouceur and Nathan Fillion. I don't think it'll take people too long.
It's awesome. There's going to be no controversy about this one.
Nope, this one is pretty easy.
Remember, you must tag it Canada Cup. Don't go by your @ replies. Go by the Canada Cup hashtag.
Antonio Esfandiari raising the button. I imagine we're going to get a million correct answers all at once. Shama on board once again. Folding is boring. Matthew Favreau, who answered Mark Castle, Andre Ladouceur. Incorrect.
I think Seb's got it, right?
Seb appears to be the first one to get it with the hashtag Canada Cup. Let's see if there's any other hilariously wrong answers, though. Seb, you got it. Jeff Jones, you got it, but you were not first. Zach got it. Nathan's Marc-Andre the morning after Ladouceur. You blew it. Eric, you got it. Zuli, you got it.
Marc-Andre Ladouceur.
Correct. So let's ship this one to Seb. Seb, you've won yourself a Canada Cup card protector.
Boom. Now let's see how this last hand of the level plays out. Esfandiari raised pre-flop. As Joe observed, Shamar, who does not like to fold, called the 36,000 from the small blind. Check on the flop. Shamar leads the turn for 55k, gets raised by Antonio, who makes it 127,000 total.
I like Woolie's answer too, although it's not a movie. Marc-Andre Ladouceur, Robot Chicken. Great show. Nathan Fillion is a voice on that show. Antonio takes down that pot with the raise.
Yeah, and actually we're probably going to have time to squeeze in one more hand. Antonio showing king 8 there.
If anyone, by the way, who got the right answer there but wasn't first, wants to come down, we will give you a banana.
Oh, Zuli. Damn it, I got it right and forgot to put the hashtag. Fail.
Zuli, you can have a banana. Kyle, who answered Marc-Andre Ladouceur, so close. Was Nathan Fillion in Dracula?
Which one? There have been so many.
Any of them? Will got it. Donnie got it. Nick got it. As he also went with Robot Chicken. That's it, that beep in here. That means we were at the end of the level.
So this will be the last hand before the break.
So Esfandiari raising cutoff. Shama. Of course he's on board. Nishijima 3-betting from the small blind.
By the way, we've seen an elimination.
Oh.
At the outer table. We're down to 15 players now. So 8 guys on the main stage, 7 on the outer table.
And what is happening here with Notkin, huh?
Notkin not immediately folding.
Not kicking it in.
Did he say call?
He did. He's calling.
So action will be now back on Esfandiari, the original raiser. He was called by Shamat. The 3-bet then came from Nishijima in the small blind. Notkin has cold called.
Esfandiari folds, getting a decent price.
Shama has the button.
Shama, I don't see him folding here ever, but maybe he puts in another bet.
So Shama folds as well, and we're going 3-way to the flop in a 3-bet pot.
Shama calls, yeah.
All clubs, 9-7-5.
Club check. Nishijima, you got a club? Hmm? Clubby? Got a little club there? Got a little club in your hand? Huh? You got a big one? Got a big club?
Nick says he's on his way from New Orleans to collect his banana.
We'll leave it in the parking lot.
Sean says, oh my days, just tuned into the Canada Cup, and first thing I hear is you're giving away bananas as prizes. Consolation prizes, Sean, to people who failed to win a car protector.
No, I think that he's actually upset that he missed his chance to win a banana.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, sorry, Sean. You snooze, you lose. Potassium.
Yeah, I should point out, Sean, that we are literally talking about bananas, the fruit. We're not talking about bananas in the metaphorical sense.
So Nishijima continues, gets a call from Notkin. 6 of clubs on the turn.
Nishijima v. Notkin. Notkin check calling the flop for 205,000.
heard Notkin say something. Why? I'm wondering what he's saying when the action's not on him. Maybe he's saying, let's speed this along. I got to take a break, yo. Oh, it's been checked to him. Okay.
Eric Schultz is putting Notkin on a hand. Ace-queen suited. Is it ace-queen suited in clubs?
Well, now he's doing the whole hemming and hawing thing and shaking his head and muttering. And this is just usually... Is this the ace of clubs or the 8 of clubs?
I want to say, does Eric want to revise his guess? Ace 8 of clubs, anyone?
Oh, boy. Oh, I'm just so pained. I bet.
250,000. About a third of the pot. And is this going to be one of those sick coolers where it is like the ace of clubs against the 8 of clubs?
God, I hope so.
There's one thing Joseph likes, it's a car crash. Nishijima counts out the call and makes the call. Massive pot, 1.3 million. Notkin's got 736K behind.
I will feel bad for whoever's on the business end of this brutal cooler.
Christian is convinced that Notkin has the 8 of clubs. Nishijima checks again. Look at Notkin's hands shake.
That's a small bet.
It's a tiny bet.
That's really tiny. I mean, he's pretty much made it impossible for Nishijima to fold.
Eric thinks no. Notkin has the second nuts with the ace of clubs. He hasn't actually seen there's a potential straight flush out there.
Let's see it. He's going to show.
Notkin with aces, including the ace of clubs. And Nishijima folds. Well, he called, but obviously then mucks his hand. What does Nishijima call with there? The king of clubs?
Call it the king of clubs. Sure, you can call with... For that amount of money, I think there's... It was with a bet of what on the end? 100,000 into a pot of 1.3 million? I mean, can't you call with anything? Certainly any club. So how much time's left on the break?
Well, they've reset the break to 10 minutes, so we will come back in 10 minutes' time when the blinds will be up to 10,000 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. These are the stacks of the 8 players on our feature table. There are 7 players on the outer table. We're at 15 right now, and we're playing down to the final 9 here at the Playground Poker Club at the PokerStars Canada Cup. We're back in 10 minutes' time.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Adrian Talenchik Rousum learned to play poker in the card rooms and casinos of Edmonton, Alberta. Despite being a formidable force at the Omaha 8 or better tables on PokerStars, Adrian only plays poker as a hobby, holding a full-time job as an occupational therapist. Her impressive results on the felt, including several final tables in the PokerStars Women's Sunday Tournament and Supernova VIP status since 2006, have awarded her the extras in life, including jewelry, designer purses, and her dream car.
Maybe I'll make a straight flush. What do you guys think? I'm Adrienne Rousum, also known as Talent Chick on PokerStars, new member of Team Online. I've always loved playing cards. Going back to Ireland to visit family, we always go to play whist, which is a card game, kind of, I guess, like bridge. You would go and you would spend your £5 at the time, or €5 now, and all the scores would get tallied, and you could win money at the end of the night for being the best lady or the best gent. It was always a riot. No, I did not make a straight flush. The game I mainly play online or live is Omaha 8 or Better. It's a variation of Omaha that I learned kind of a few years into my poker career. When I first started playing, I was grinding the low limit to the mid-stakes limit hold'em tables, whether it was 10, 20, 15, 30, that sort of limit. And this was around the same time that no-limit games were taking over the casino, which I didn't find as enjoyable, and I found there was way more venom in the games. Like, you were there to absolutely stack your opponents. Like, you weren't there to have a good time. It was all about the money. I mean, I would play poker for nothing. I would play and just sit and play. I definitely prefer the limit games because you can, you know, splash around in pots a little bit more easily or without getting too hurt. My grinding station is all about comforts. You know, I have my Lazy Boy and my Mac set up on a TV tray. It's very functional. It serves as my dinner table sometimes and my computer desk. I can move it to the left side or to the right side. I can recline my Lazy Boy, sometimes fall asleep at the computer. You know, it's not because I'm facing all these tough decisions. It's because I'm waiting for those PokerStars alerts to kind of waken me. It definitely is a grinding station that isn't about work. It's about comfort and fun with some positive results at the end. Oh, I have quads. Are you filming this? That's a really good hand. Outside poker, I try to stay pretty active. Independently, I like doing yoga. But in the wintertime, I participate on a basketball team, and we won our division this year, so that was really exciting. And in the summertime, then we play slow pitch, which is a bit of a alcohol-fueled slow pitch, but we just have an absolute riot on our team.
Oh, I got that.
Oh! You missed that one, bud. It's game's out. Wait.
It's a little bit subpar at the moment, but we need to have a few more beers and we'll be on. Come on!
1, 2, 3!
911! My team is called 911. We're started as an emergency department team, so there's people who used to be security guards, there's nurses, there's doctors. It's kind of expanded. We have some teachers, cops, all sorts of people.
I've known Adrienne since about grade 7, so what's that, 12, 13 years old? Apparently she thought we were friends, but I didn't know that till about grade 9 or 10.
I had a better read on the situation. Michelle used to be a dealer at the casino, and so she dealt blackjack, and she started dealing poker shortly thereafter, and she said, you need to get into these games, you need to start playing poker.
I remember the first time I started playing, I was nervous as hell because you hear players complain all the time about how other people's play, and I was always self-conscious about, you know, playing the right way and not pissing people off. So when I told her that she should start playing because she'd be really good at it, she kind of had the same anxieties that I remembered having when I started.
I was freaking out and shaking, and I wouldn't go at first, and I actually sat behind her and watched her play a few sessions, which blows her mind because she thinks that poker is the most boring thing to watch.
She's really smart, so I knew that she would pick it up really quickly and do well as well.
I watched her play and then finally took my hand at it, and bought in for $60 at a 3-6 table and crossed my fingers, and been playing ever since. When I first meet people, I don't introduce myself as a poker player. If they're asking what I do for a living, it definitely is that I'm an occupational therapist. The definition that I use to describe occupational therapy is that we help people overcome whatever illness or disability they're facing so they can be independent in whatever matters most to them. What I want you to do is first trace the numbers and letters for me in this pattern from 1A, 2, and follow that pattern and so on, but start at the 1. Currently, I work 5 days a week. I put in 37.5 hours a week as an occupational therapist. I work in one of our acute care hospitals on the trauma unit and the general surgical unit. So because I'm working in acute care, generally I'm helping patients leave the hospital. What I want you to do is I'm going to time you, and I want you to work across the rows and flip all the pegs to red. You can use both hands, okay? And you can start whenever you're ready. I have been at the hospital for just over 9 years, and I've been in my specific job right now for the last 5. I love my job. It gives me meaning, and it's important to me in my life that I'm able to help people. And I think trauma in particular really meshes well with what I want to do. I want to help people through some of the toughest and maybe most unexpected parts of their lives.
The good news is I think this is the last time you'll have to see me. It sounds like you're doing a lot better. I wish you all the best and stay out of trouble, okay?
In my mind, I'm a therapist first, a poker player second. It's a close second, but definitely second.
There you go! Here.
I think more people should, work a real job and play poker. It definitely keeps the fun in the game, and it definitely lets you make some extra money so that you can spend without worrying. Your poker winnings don't have to be towards your mortgage or towards your bills. Your poker winnings can be used for the frivolous things. PokerStars has made my cat fat. He gets to eat well. Poker has, let me buy a fancy car, help me buy my house. It's, let me buy designer purses or earrings or, whatever I feel like on any given day. It's given me kind of the extras.
Poker School Online is the place to get your poker career going. It's free to join and free to play. If you dream of being a poker pro but don't have a bankroll or don't know how to improve, Poker School Online is the place for you. PSO Leagues offer prizes every month, along with a host of Premier League promotions where you can challenge yourself against the best people in the PSO community. Improve your game in minutes with Poker Bites, short videos that break down advanced poker concepts. Or watch full-length PSO session videos with pros like Nanonoko and Lex Veldhaus. Get your poker career started today at Poker School Online. Straight back to the action of the PokerStars Canada Cup, where Amir Babakani is all in on the first hand back from the break. Under the gun +1, he's shoved for 175,000. Well, never mind the chip counts. Let's see if anyone calls this. Robert Notkin in the small blind. Out.
He was partying. He really was.
Francois Bennett folds the big blind. So the all-in gets through.
More like father.
Oh, it doesn't. It's been called by Shamar.
Oh, I thought he's just table King Jack. I'm like, that's a hand that you're perfectly fine not to get called with.
Shamar calls the all-in. So we have a race underway at the feature table. First hand back from the break. First hand of the new level of the tournament. And there is a king on the flop.
Like electricity versus indoor plumbing, one of these two hands had the slight mathematical advantage. King's way out in front now. even bigger favorite now.
Only one out for Amir Babakani, the 5 of spades, and he doesn't hit it on the river. He's out in 15th place, and we are down to 14 players, 2 tables of 7, as we play down to the final table here on day 4 of the main event. The Playground Poker Club hosting the 2014 PokerStars Canada Cup. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, and goodbye to one of them.
Tiger Suites Canada Cup, if you want to get in touch with us in the booth.
No, I moved here. Oh, okay. You live here? Yeah.
Having a great day of broadcasting so far today. Great audience interaction, great poker interaction, great poker action, with or without the inter. So cute. Robert Notkin on the break comes in here. Comes into the booth, crashes the booth, wants a little pat in the back for the way he played the ace of clubs hand. Wanted to make sure he got called on the river, which is why he bet 1/13th pot. And he claims that his opponent had a set of queens.
Wow, you did it.
Set of queens. Set of queens.
I had a couple.
So whatever happens, Joe, we're set for an interesting cast of characters at the final table. With just 5 players to lose before we have that final table.
Oh, hell yeah.
Antonio Esfandiari holding court right now. He's one of the big stacks, playing around 2 million at the moment.
Shoeless Joe Esfandiari. Heads up to the flop, blind on blind.
Blinds are now 10,000 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante.
Francois Binet.
Dukas calls 25,000 on the flop. Binet does not fire a second barrel on the turn. Average stack right now, 1.2 million. So we are playing an above 50 big blind average stack, which is good. It's how the tournament should be running. If you want updates and chip counts from the outer table, check out the live updates available on both the Playground Poker Club's homepage and at CanadaPoker.com. So if they're going check on the turn, we get an 8 on the river. Binet bets.
The Binet bet.
It's 65,000.
Right around half pot. Limped pre-flop, though. I think the way this hand went down, it's a pretty safe bet with an ace, with a king. I also think it's kind of a side call if you have a king in your Dukas.
Well, Dukas has called. Jack 9, the hand for Binet.
Look at that.
He calls him with a 4, and he's right.
Snapped off.
Dukas takes that one off Binet.
Nice call there. The Duke. Kick-ass Duke.
Now, Joe, I know you don't like to do shout-outs.
Yep. No, I refuse. I flat out refuse to do shout-outs.
Well, Anthony Sale says, shout out to my manager Johnny for finishing 27th at the Canada Cup. The guy can play some poker. Is Johnny worthy of a shout-out?
Johnny, who finished 27th, in the Canada Cup. That means it was today?
That
he
was today.
The first guy out?
He was the first guy out.
Johnny. Johnny what?
Johnny Mazzaferro.
Johnny Mazzaferro. So what does he want me to do? He wants me to be like, hey, Johnny Mazzaferro, nice job going out in 27th.
Yeah.
No, not doing it.
Okay, you want to shout outs. How about a round of applause? Because Tim says, give me a hand for pulling an all-nighter on a huge caffeine rush at 5:15 in the morning.
I will give you a hand, but you're going to have to come here to get it. Do you want the left or the right? I'm better with the right, just so you know. It's my home field.
Ilias says, good luck to my boy Ankush Mandavia in the Canada Cup. Run good. Daniel is campaigning for Robert Notkin to make an appearance on Shark Cage.
Oh, what a great idea. I hope he qualifies.
You want to play those Shark Cage qualifiers? You could be joining us in Barcelona when we film the final 4 heats for Season 1. Notkin in action here, racing from the cutoff to 52,000.
And if you guys are on the client as well, waiting for the free roll to start, some exciting news from Mike Haxton, who just tweeted, got a good old-fashioned heads-up no-limit match against Sauce right now, playing 5,100. That should be, to paraphrase Ike Haxton, should be a fun one to sweat. Sauce. Classic Sauce Haxton.
Notkin winning that one.
Not knocking on heaven's door.
So this is level 23 of the Canada Cup main event. Still playing 90 minutes today. Bizarrely, when we have the final table tomorrow, the levels revert to 60 minutes.
We call that the EPT 10 Grand Final rule.
Not something...
Never again. Ever.
Not something we're used to, but hey, if it means we're out of here quickly tomorrow, we like it. Tomorrow's the day when we play down from 9 to a champion, and we will have whole cards up coverage of that final table. You can watch the action from noon Eastern on PokerStars.tv. Thiago Nishijima has raised it under the gun +1, makes it 45,000. Notkin wants to play.
95,000.
Notkin 3 bets. It's a re-raise to 95K.
He is not kidding around. God, why can't he be on the TV shows, man? So much I could do with this guy.
Well, when we spoke to Robert this morning, we did urge him to try and qualify for an EPT. We'll happily make him our qualifier.
Sorry, phlegm.
Nishijima lets it go. Just to tell you where we're at with the prize money right now, with 14 players remaining, everyone is guaranteed more than $20,000. $21,920 to be precise.
Interesting update, unrelated to poker, James, that you may find interesting. I know you like, occasionally we like to pretend there's a real world out there. My friend Dan just tweeted, if you're on the market for a new Apple device, suggest waiting till after next Monday morning.
Ooh. This is the prize money, by the way, at the final table. Get there, and you've locked up more than 36 grand. Win it, more than $366,000. Plus, of course,
oh, hell yeah,
the Canada Cup itself.
You know what I'm going to try to do? Since we know Jonathan's going to be on tomorrow, maybe we can come up with a fun game to play with Jonathan. Maybe Jonathan can play Cool Story Bro with us.
That, I think, is a great idea. However, I imagine Jonathan's stories are going to be so ludicrously outrageous, it'll be very easy to spot which is Jonathan's.
We'll get him to give us a couple, and I'll pick some good ones. Do you have any Cool Story Bros with French-Canadian players? Like if we all have one about like a Jason Lavallee or a Jason Duval?
I'm sure Jonathan's got stories that don't just involve French-Canadian players.
But I'm saying if we all have one, that would make it pretty interesting and on
Yes.
brand and all that good stuff and tough to tell.
Jonathan's got a great story involving Martin Finger.
I think they're all good at this point.
Jonathan's just tweeted, confirming he was out of the Canada Cup main event in 25th place. Says he had a blast, nice to score in both the high roller and the main event. And Jonathan confirming he will be back tomorrow for final table coverage on both the French and English language streams. Folded around to Antonio on the button. He raises to 44K.
You know, it'd be super sweet, James. You know how there's like a money presentation sometimes? They should do a money presentation here, but it should be two like badass Mounties that bring the money out with like giant shotguns. And they're gonna have their mooses parked out front. It'll be sweet. It'll just be super Canadian and badass.
Oh, cultural stereotyping for the win.
Heads up to the flop.
Rose says, I have a story about Joe from a WPT final table rail in the Falls. Lol. He sucks at Chinese poker.
I don't think I was ever at a WPT final table in the Falls.
On the rail.
But you mean Niagara Falls? Or in this past fall?
I don't know.
I don't think she has a funny story about me in Chinese poker. I wish she did. Rose, please tell us more. I mean, look, I drink. I could have forgotten it.
Either that or she's confused you with someone else.
How do you get these tweets before me anyway? It's so weird. My thing hasn't even refreshed yet.
Oh, sorry, I just realized you didn't tag it Canada Cup. She just directed it at me.
Oh, I see. Tag your tweets, hashtag Canada Cup.
Good point, well made. John says, what was the buy-in for this tournament? $3,000. Just to remind everyone, there were 478 unique players, a total of 578 entries because you were allowed to re-enter on day 1B, for example, if you didn't make it through day 1A. The prize pool, $2 million, guaranteed by PokerStars. 72 players got paid, and we are now at the business end with the final 14 competing for seats at the final table. So check on the river. Nishijima shows Jack 9, and a pair of jacks is good.
James, you need to hold me back right now because some of the stuff that's coming through is Vader Nader, who seems so sure and adamant about his poker analysis. Says here's a Germany co-star, Robert not Kindergarten Cop. Is there a German guy in Kindergarten Cop that I'm not aware of? Is Richard Tyson German? Is the little boy who says, boys have penis, girls have vagina, is that guy German?
He may have German roots, but I don't believe that he was actually directly German.
Is Penelope Ann Miller German?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you mean it's an Austrian co-star, Vader Nader?
Ah.
And then Eric Schultz says, you should do a contest where you tell 3 short true stories, one from Hardigan, one from Stapes, and one from Jonathan, and we match the story to the person. What a great idea. What a stellar idea that we've been doing from the last 7 events.
Rose gets back in touch, Joe.
Okay.
10 years ago, when Gavin Smith was at the final table at Fallsview.
I've never been to the Fallsview Casino.
Plus, 10 years ago, that was 2004. You weren't even working in poker.
I wasn't working in poker yet. And Chinese poker... Oh, regular Chinese poker, I guess, was a thing back then.
I genuinely think Rose has got you confused with someone else.
Does she mean Joe Seabach? He might have been there.
I love the fact that Rose has been listening for the last 3 days thinking it's Joe Seabach in the booth. So Chamelin raised the button, both blinds called. He continues to flop for 75,000, gets called by Nishijima, Notkin folds, heads up to the turn. It's a 6.
Sorry, you might be right, Joe Seaback, then wow. Well, checks are for the bank, my good man, because this is a bet of 150,000.
Second barrel from Shammar.
If he goes for 3 barrels, can we call it the Shamalama Ding Dong?
Knock yourself out.
Oh man, if you guys could have seen just the disgusted look on his face when he said that.
Once again, Nishijima check calls for a significant sum. He checks the river. Is Shammar going to fire a third barrel?
Will he go for the Shamalama Ding Dong? He's shammed. He's lammed. But will he ding dong? He is. He will ding dong. Going for the King Kong ding dong.
Nishijima calls. Shammar tables 10-4. Ace Jack, top 2 for Nishijima. And that'll put a dent in Shammar's stack.
You can't win them all, kid.
Notkin now the table chip leader with 2.2 million. Shammar dropped below 2 million. Nishijima just above 2 million. This table turning into a case of the haves and the have-nots. And Eric Schultz says, hey Joe, don't yell at me. Don't make me go all Paulson on your ass.
I wasn't yelling at you. No, I guess I was kind of yelling at him.
Frank D raises a good point. Rose may have seen a guy with a beard.
Probably a guy with a beard.
At
Could have
the
been any guy with a
casino.
beard.
And obviously all guys with beards look like Joe Stapleton.
Zach writes in the same, my brother Mick is in the final 14 of the Canada Cup in Montreal. Good luck. Do we have any Micks? Micah. Maybe Micah Johnson?
His surname ain't Love Time. Do you think Zach's real surname is Love Time, or do you think that's just his kind of alter ego on Twitter?
I think that no one could be that lucky to have such an amazing name like Love Time. Zach also wants everyone to know he booked his tattoo appointment.
Now, Tony has a twist on the idea that Eric suggested, that you need to add a bogus story to the 3, and the first step is to find the bogus one and then match the rest to the correct person.
Oh, Tony, what an unbelievable twist to this game that we've been doing for 7 events. Do you guys want to give any of my own ideas back to me? Maybe, hey, maybe when there's a big race, I should like compare it to 2 other things that are sort of racing in the real world. I don't know. I'll think about it.
Nishijima raised Bree. Bennett called in the big blind. Check on the flop. Griffin Benji gets back in touch asking if there are any live updates for chip counts of the remaining 14 players. Griffin, go to the Playground Poker Club webpage, alternatively CanadaPoker.com. Those are the places where you'll find live updates of the Canada Cup.
Love Griffin Benji. He's a big fat nerd, just like the rest of us. These are real nerdy stuff. Bet call on the turn.
Yeah, 60,000 apiece, and then an ace on the river. Ramesh wants to know why Antonio doesn't wear shoes when he plays poker. He is rocking the sandals again. He's tagged Antonio in his tweet. Maybe Antonio will provide him with an answer. Richard Grayson says, I hope I've not misheard you guys. Did you say that Terry Nutkins is one of the bosses in the Canada Cup? The guy from the Really Wild show? No, Robert Notkin, who has all of his fingers, unlike Terry Nutkins.
And also, Notkin is not Nutkins.
Vadernader's got a great suggestion, Joe. He says, maybe when a pot is split or chopped, you should come up with a catchy jingle to
Yes,
say.
because it's sort of a boring thing, but if we just did something to liven it up, that was like kind of ironic. Let me write that down.
Just appreciate that if you do that, the vast majority of people will not appreciate the irony.
It's okay. Do you think I care?
90,000. The bet from Nishijima on the river.
James, we've had a couple of people create Twitter accounts so they could get in touch with us today. Like Mark, who says, hi, Stapes, made a Twitter account to tell you how awesome it is to listen to you guys. Thanks, Mark. Tag your tweets, Canada Cup. That way everyone can see them, not just me. Good first attempt. And there was another guy, too, that tweeted us right before the break about that, and we missed it.
Is this the same Mark with the 1 cent chip avatar?
No, different Mark.
Oh. He tweets to say this is the best live stream ever.
Oh, yeah, different Mark. Thanks, Marks. Oh, Ramesh tweeted at us yesterday and wanted us to answer a question for him.
Well, this gets called. Nishijima shows an ace. And an ace is good. Burnett chooses to muck.
Nice river. Nice river, bro.
Well,
how'd you like that river?
Well, Malcolm X's and O's is, quote, super pumped, unquote. He says, I have a beard. I can walk around the casino and tell people I am Joe Stapleton. And no one will know any the wiser. Although Richard says, my Stapes impersonation sounds like an amalgamation of Robert De Niro, Gary Coleman, and Doogie Howser, MD. It clearly needs work.
I'll be the judge of that. Eric Pino wants to know, table finale avec cards up?
It will indeed, but chances are he's probably listening to the guys next door. Oh, Zach, I apologize. I should have been able to work that one out. Love time translates into German as Liebzeit. Mackenzie Liebzeit is on the outer table. That's his brother.
Oh, cool. Well, thanks for being with us. Air love time. Is it air or hair?
Hair.
Hair. Hair love time.
H-E-R-R. Now, Malcolm, it's fine for you to make a gag about writing a jingle about chop pots. It's not Joe Stapleton's idea. It was mine. It's the only idea I've ever had, and he gets all the blooming credit for it.
Not my idea. And by the way, I wasn't a huge fan of it at first, but I did it because that's what you do. You back up your partner, and now it's our thing to sing it.
Yes.
But yes, James wrote the song. Mark thinks I should call everyone my babies. Good idea.
We got a Notkin 3-bet here. Shema, he's not at a great level so far. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still hovering around 2 million, but he's now covered by both Nishijima and Notkin. He's opened to 40,000, but Notkin's made at 92,000. And if there's one thing we know about Shema, it's that he doesn't like to fold.
Doesn't like to fold. Doesn't like to fold, doesn't like to give up on pots either. Tries to win them all. If there's one thing we know about Notkin, this guy knows how to hit hands.
Queen, queen, 4 on the flop.
All we need to know is how good Notkin's queen is.
Well, it went check on the flop. Let's see if we get a delayed continuation bet from Notkin on the turn. Yes, we do.
Tiny delayed continuation bet.
Red chips at 25,000, yellows are 1,000, blues are
Show
5,000.
Show the queen.
No, he's not showing. Adds 140k to his stack, up to 2.3 million. Near enough 2.4 million, in fact.
Mark, who created the Twitter account to talk to us, it still continues to refuse to use the hashtag Canada Cup, asking for some swag for a charity event. I'm not really the guy to talk to about this because I barely get any swag, but if you can manage to get a message to me when I'm not on the air, like maybe on Facebook, I'll see what I can do for you. The Stars is pretty good about hooking up people with charity stuff, but they can't say yes to absolutely everyone, so we'll see what we can do.
So this is from the start of the level, and we're now about 30 minutes into this level. Notkin has chipped up by 1 million.
So that's like, what, 50%?
Shamar's lost 668,000.
Or 100%, I should say.
So Notkin on fire right now. He is, after all, our qualifier. And we have a request from 149311. Catchy Twitter handle. Poker Stars, where is Daniel Negreanu when you need a good commentator? Hashtag talk about poker. Joe, for his benefit, could you please talk about the poker?
We're going to talk about poker? Sure.
Please talk about the
no
poker.
Problem. We're going to talk about poker. Action now.
Wise decision on that turn. Wise decision.
Okay, we're going to talk about poker starting now. Antonio Esfandiari winning that last pot. Putting in his big blind for the next hand. The dealer now riffling the cards one time, giving him a good cut. Now he's going to check to make sure everyone's put in their antes. First the left side of the table, a little bit change for middle position there. Pulling in the antes from the right side of the table now. Cutting the deck of cards.
Please note that James Armstrong did kind of fumble his chips when change was given there.
James Armstrong scooping in the chips. Now he's dealing out the cards. Under the gun folds. Action now on Nishijima, who folds. Over to Robert Notkin, looks down at his cards, places them in front of him, crosses his right hand over his left. You'll notice he has his chip stack there, 4 stacks of red, 4 stacks of blue, 2 stacks of yellow. He's now reached for his blue chips, asks a question of the dealer. Probably something about what the blinds are.
James Armstrong chuckles.
Gets a chuckle out of the table, raises, places his arm back on his other arm, sits back in his chair. Fold, fold.
James Armstrong has protected his cards, a sign that he may be entering this pot.
Absolutely. He's now leaning on his left arm, sunglasses on his head. His right arm shuffles chips. Antonio Esfandiari patiently waiting for his turn. There comes some blue chips. Looks like he's just calling. Antonio folds. The dealer pulling in all of the bets now, making sure the pot is straight before he deals the card. I think we're going to see a tap of the table, a burn card. Here comes the flop.
These are the first 3 community cards shared by the 2 players in the pot.
Ace of hearts, 3 of spades, 9 of hearts. Action on Armstrong in the small blind. He starts this hand. At this point, he's got 842,000 in chips. His card's still capped, as you can see.
Looks like a custom card protector.
Taps the table, which is indicative of a check, which means he's not betting. Notkin checks behind. That means there's no betting action here. 3 of clubs on the turn.
We now have a paired board.
So every player now has at least a pair of 3s. Armstrong checks. Notkin checks also. 6 of diamonds on the river. Action will once again be on Armstrong, who checks, again meaning that he's not betting. Antonio Esfandiari places down his coffee mug. Notkin tosses out 3 red chips.
Those are worth 25,000 each, equaling a bet of 75,000.
Action on Armstrong. That means that he needs to put in 3 red chips, possibly 5 blue chips to make the call. Other options are available.
He could combine red, blue, and yellow chips to make up a call of 75,000.
Yes. He could do 2 reds and 5 blues.
He could, or how about 2 reds, 4 blues, and 5 yellows?
Oh, there's yellows in the mix, too. I forgot about that. He could just do it all in blues, really, if he wanted to.
I think it's important to point out there are two other options available to him. He could fold his cards, which is to say he would uncap them and then slide them across to the dealer.
So he would put in 0 blue chips, 0 red chips, and 0 yellow chips.
But he would have to return his cards to the dealer. Of course, the other option is maybe he would put in more than 75,000, which would constitute a check raise.
Right, which would mean he could really put in any sort of variation of red, blue, and yellow chips.
Obviously, that would have to total at least 150,000, which would be the minimum amount one would need to put in to constitute a raise.
Right, and as long as we're talking about the poker, we should mention that in order to do any of these things, he's going to have to use his hands, which are a part of his body, to count out the chips first. Most players count them out. Some just put them out there all willy-nilly. And as you can see, he's using his right arm, which is a lot of people's favorite arm to put chips out with. And as he does that, you can see he does it with a technique where he uses his finger to hold the top of the chip stack. It's a call from Notkin, who has top pair. Top pair appears to be the best hand. Armstrong mucked his hand, declined to show. And now what Notkin's going to do is he's going to pull all of these chips in toward him and probably arrange them color coordination-wise back into his stack. My guess is yes, it looks like he's going for the blue chips first, using his right hand. And now he's going to go with blue chips, yeah, using both his right and left hand. Armstrong seems to be taking it well. Continuing to use his right hand to shuffle chips. Should we keep talking about the poker, or do you guys want more poker talk? Yeah, more?
Well, Poker Paloma says, don't waste your time watching the Canada Cup. Lack of professionalism, really poor representation of the poker community.
I didn't realize we were at a business meeting. I didn't realize we were at Professor Stiffsville here. I didn't realize we were at a TED Talk.
Ranson asks, why is this commentator being so smarmy?
Who do we have to thank for that?
14, 9, 13, 8, 4, 6, 2, 1.
Oh, that old chestnut.
Well, Samuel says, I'm going to leave this stream if you keep talking poker.
Samuel's going to tune out?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Not Samuel. Anyone but Samuel.
Richard Grayson says, Nutkins knows what he's doing on the river, probably from his experiences exploring the Amazon. Once again, Richard, this is Robert Notkin, not Terry Nutkins.
Notkin, not Nutkins. James, you didn't mention that 149311's actual Twitter handle is the 14th Spade. 14th Spade, this guy. He is definitely the funniest guy at the office.
Blaine Tom says, if you guys called every hand like that, you'd pass out after 2 levels, tops. Fair point, well made.
Thank you, Poppy Mike, who says watching poker is always better with you two guys. That was probably before we went on that rant. Philippe wants to know if the free roll password's been revealed, James.
We did. We revealed it a little bit earlier on, but registration's not opening for another 15 minutes. But the information is out there. Duhamel is the password. Jonathan Duhamel made it to day 4 of the Canada Cup. He busted early doors. He joined us for a stint of guest commentary in the booth. His surname is the password that'll get you into tonight's free roll.
Case sensitive?
Absolutely. Make sure you use a capital D on that. When the tournament opens for registration, you'll find it in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. The tournament starts at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Let's do a quick recap of this hand. Notkin, the original raiser, called by Armstrong and Shama. Armstrong then led the flop, got 2 calls. It checked around on the turn. Now the 7 of club hits the river. Shama checks. Notkin checks. Armstrong, for some reason, decided to lead this flop. I don't know if he would do it with a top pair. I don't know if he would do it with just a jack. I mean, if you have just a jack, I think it's probably safe to bet. Maybe not with those hearts out there. It's always bizarre when someone... Okay, I don't know what they're going to rule that raise, that bet as, but they're going to count it. All the chips he put out in front there. And that is a bet of, what is that? Close to, was it right over 200,000? 225,000 is the bet. And it looks like he decided just to take the turn off, maybe with a hand like top pair. Decides he's not going to get free streets. And gets a fold from Notkin, who shows king 10, I believe, unless that's Armstrong. Armstrong showing a bluff. Showing a bluff on the river. All right, look at that. Maybe the best hand also, but nice little bluff. And actually, James, that was going to be my first guess, is when someone just leads the flop there, is that they're up and down. I didn't really expect him to bet the river, though. I thought when he bet the river, maybe he was leading with top pair, but you know, it's sort of transparent sometimes when people lead the flop that it's not such a great hand, because why wouldn't you let Notkin bet into you and guarantee some more money getting in the pot?
So just to remind you of where we're at, 14 players remaining, 7 at the feature table, 7 on the outer table.
Oh, Graham's written in with a game.
A young internet wizard on break or something?
Joe Stapleton and his Canadian co-star Alicia Cuthbert. What was she in? The Girl Next Door? It's really the only movie I can think of that she's in. I'm sure she's in others, but Joe Stapleton, Girl Next. No, it doesn't work. What else is she in?
I love the fact you're assuming it's going to work.
I know. Well, that's the thing. It's a leap of faith.
Notkin's raised under the gun. Action on James Armstrong in the cutoff. More good wishes, by the way, for Mackenzie Liebzeit. This from Matthew Morin. From Team Flanders. Hashtag read my tweet. Hashtag just did. Armstrong calls the 42,000. Antonio Svendiari's on the button. And this is a raise, a squeeze. A 3-bet from Antonio of 127,000.
Joe Staple 24. She's not in that many movies. I mean, 24 isn't a movie either. Captivity, House of Wax, The Girl Next Door, Love Actually, Old School. That's about it. All right, Graham. I'll bite.
Notkin, the original raiser, has folded. Action's back on Armstrong.
Can't believe Poker Paloma told all of his 180 followers not to watch the Canada Cup. Back to broadcasting school for me.
Mark says US players can't play the free roll, right? I'm afraid so, Mark.
Nathan says I'm going to tune in even harder. Thank you, Nathan.
Is that a call from Armstrong? Looks like it. Well, he'll be out of position without the betting lead.
No shame in giving up.
Antonio tells him there's no shame in giving up. 347,000 in the pot. A 10-8-5 two-diamond flop.
James, Andrew said you're bleeping annoying and unprofessional. My answer to that is who's annoying? WHOSE. You're annoying. I think he meant to say you're annoying. You YOUR apostrophe. YOU apostrophe RE. You wrote YOUR. So you're actually saying my annoying. Do you understand what I'm... Do you think he gets it? Do you think he understands what I'm saying? Probably not, huh? There's an apostrophe in there. And you know what, Andrew? We'll just do it later. Oh, the guy, 14th space. It's sorry, didn't mean to start a war. Just want to get back to the poker. No problem, dude. No problem. All's forgiven.
Esfandiari continues for 128,000. What have you got yourself into, James Armstrong? Matthew Morin is back. He asks, can Team Flanders get a shout out? Wow. That looks like a raise from Armstrong. He check raises to 375,000.
What can this flop raise mean? It was a raise from 128 to 375, so right around 3x. Armstrong flatted in the cutoff after the original raise from knock-in. So what's he flatting with that's doing well here? I think 8s, 5s. I think that he has a set here most of the time. I think this is usually a good fold from Antonio. He's going to show.
He wants to show. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see it?
Would love to see this hand, guys.
Hello.
Would love to have a... There we go.
Set
yes,
of 8s.
Set of 8s. Apparently the answer for Joe Stapleton and his Canadian co-star Alicia Cuthbert was Joel School Stapleton.
Yeah.
Do we think that one counts or not? I don't hate it. A couple people out there got it.
We're halfway through this level, by the way, and we haven't lost any players. And this is what we figured at the start of the day. No problem getting down to 2 tables. But getting down to the final table, that's going to take a while. Confirmation, by the way, there will be a redraw when we get down to 10. So we're going to play 10-handed on the final table bubble.
James Scott says he puts the over-under at 70%. Stapes gets his teeth knocked out if he stays in Canada more than 4 days. $20 via PayPal. What would the over-under on 70%? What does that even mean? Someone takes the over on 70%? Or the under? Scott, do you know what an over-under is?
I think you need to put the over-under at the number of days.
Number of teeth or number of days, right? I think is what it is.
Or the number of hours that you could stay in Canada without getting
getting my teeth knocked out, yeah. Or just how many teeth I get knocked out after the 4 days. Also, I don't think it's fair if he wins the bet if he's the one that knocks my teeth out. I think that's cheating.
So once we've done that redraw at 10, by the way, we'll play 10-handed. Someone will get knocked out in 10th place, and then we'll come back tomorrow to play down from 9 to a winner, and there will be no more redraw, so the final redraw is at 10. The final table is just 9 minus our unlucky 10th place finisher. So Armstrong's raise, called by Notkin in the big blind. No betting action on the flop, and Notkin chooses to lead the turn for 60,000.
See ya. I would not tangle with Notkin. Shows a 6, I think. 5. Good job getting us that 5, guys. Thank you.
Notkin now playing 2.4 million. He is the table chip leader. Roughly double the tournament average.
I thought me and Scott had settled our feud, too. It's not nice to say get my teeth knocked out. Offered to buy him a beer and everything. Current chip stacks at the feature table. Robert Notkin.
It looks like Robert Notkin is indeed the tournament chip leader, not just the chip leader at this table. In fact, all the big stacks are on the main stage right now. Notkin, Nishijima, Shamat, Esfandiari are the top 4 in the tournament. Vincent Jacques is the 5th in chips with 1.7 million. Remember, if you do want to check the stacks from the outer table, go to the Playground Poker Club website or to CanadaPoker.com, where Anthony Charter is providing live updates. Raise from Esfandiari,
Yeah.
called by Shamat.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have another call here on the button.
Are we sure it's a call?
Yeah, 1 red, 3 blues, 3 yellows. Unless there's a white hanging out under there.
Don't think the white chips are in play yet. The white chips worth 100,000 each. At the moment we've got the yellow 1,000s, the blue 5,000s, and the red 25,000s.
Did Notkin just announce raise? Yeah, he did. This sicko. This sick son of a bee. Look at him.
3-bet to 175,000.
Not a care in the world. Look, if you're going to play out of the small blind, you want to be out of position to 3 other players. So, I mean, this is a good spot. You want to have the betting lead. Pretty big 3-bet, but a lot of players in this hand, and he's out of position, as we said.
Well, the one player who would potentially be in position on the flop is the last remaining opponent to get through.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to fold, though.
Tiago Nishijima.
It's really tough when you're like, oh, everyone else folded. Am I going to fold too? I'm the last jam, the last guy here. I'm in position. Oh, here we go. He's not folding. He grabbed the stack of reds right there, I think.
So Nishijima calls in position, and we are going heads up to the flop with nearly $500,000 in the pot already.
Yeah, that's a big pot.
8-6-5, 2 clubs.
Notkin checks. Notkin not continuing.
Check, check. 8 of hearts on the turn. 2 flush draws out there. It's a paired board. Delayed continuation bet from Robert Notkin. Nishijima calls. So 125,000 apiece. The river card. Queen of Diamonds.
Sounded like a check on the river.
Ace King against Jacks. And ship that pot to Tiago Nishijima.
Nice run out for Jacks. So, okay, Scott's back. He says, all my teeth within 4 days. Chances are over or under 70%.
That's not how an over-under works.
Well, no, I agree. The chances are over or under 70%. That is true. Somewhere between 0 and 100% are the chances.
Okay, well, it's fine. I'll take the over, because when you get your teeth knocked out, there is a 100% chance that your teeth have been knocked out. Therefore,
but what about within 4 days? Because we got about 4 hours. Otherwise, Scott loses, because I've been here since Saturday. Oh, he's only 1 hour away, though. It kind of feels like threatening me, though, doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of feel threatening? That's not cool.
Well, I've got a few people requesting shout-outs right now. One of them very threatening. Ginny says, Joe Stapleton, you're going to get all your teeth knocked out if you don't give a shout-out to Antonio Esfandiari for me.
Yeah, I don't... Why? What does Antonio Esfandiari need a shout-out? He's a bajillionaire.
Well, how about this then? Mike says, shout-out to Jared, who's in his office as well, not working, cheering on his buddy Justin Miller on the outer table.
So they want me to shout out Jared in his office?
Yeah.
So just be like, what up, Jared? In your office, you're cheering for Justin Miller. Do that? Is that what he wants me to do? You think that would be a good one? Nah, I refuse. Sorry.
So the free roll has just started registering, by the way. Remember, it's in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. You want to play that game? Duhamel is the password that will get you in. $1,000 in the prize pool. To the bottom of your screen right now. Picking up the action. Shamar's raise called by Notkin, who also calls a continuation bet of 55,000 on the flop. Shamar set to bet again on the turn.
I like Stan's little Office Space reference here. Not gonna win this hand anymore. I was trying to figure out how to work that in, honestly.
Notkin folds, showing an ace.
Likes to show the ace, the Notkin does.
Vadernader says maybe he wanted a literal shout out.
To run out onto the stage and shout at Antonio.
To see if Antonio can hear it if you shout his name loud enough. Nishijima has taken the chip lead, by the way, 2.6 million, a 131 big blind stack. Francois Binet is the low man at the table with 15 big blinds. Zuli is amused that people are still responding to the fruit question from 2 hours ago.
People love fruit.
The latest, Michelle Carey, who tweeted 3 minutes ago, 80. A?
No, I think she was guessing on how many of my teeth were going to get knocked out.
A, too late. B, incorrect. Shamar's raise called in 2 spots. Jack 9-3 on the flop.
Shamar Shabet.
C betting into 2 opponents. Gets a fold from Notkin.
Armstrong mulling it over. This is a board that will connect with a lot of big blind flat call ranges. A lot of people like to call with Broadway hands, but it looks like he didn't catch much of it there. I feel bad for Scott. He's turning the audience against him. Scott, let's all just get along. Let's all just have fun and watch poker.
G-Strife says, maybe we should show some more of the ladies working at the Playground Poker Club, and then we can enjoy Joe's commentary over those images.
Nah, we can't do that. That's not in the spirit of the game. Something we all have to silently appreciate.
30 minutes left on this level, and still no eliminations this level.
The only reason there haven't been any eliminations this level is because Robert Notkin has allowed them to remain in the tournament. Shama takes that one down. Shama! Yeah, let's keep the conversation going on Twitter, everybody. We're starting to have fun. Things are starting to get going. Use that hashtag Canada Cup, my babies. It's just you, me, and Dupree right now. By the way, I watched that movie last week. What a gem. What a forgotten little, just underrated gem. That Dupree, oh my God, he's classic. With the skateboarding and the fluffing his way through life, and you realize that deep down, spoiler alert, guys, deep down, Dupree's just a misunderstood guy. He's really got a big heart, and he really, most of his actions, guys, believe it or not, it's because he's scared. He's scared of being found out. Think about that. Dukas raises 45,000. Looks like it's a raise and take it for him. He's on a stack of 520,000, which is way below average. Half average. 1.2 million is average right now. I don't think there's... We got one, two... We have three players, two players at this table who are below average, and they are way below average. Bennett is the shortest stack at the table, just 300,000. That's 1/4 average, everybody. That's not a lot of chips. Not a lot going on there. Notkin folds under the gun. Bennett out. He's at push fold mode. I'm certain of it. 10 and 20,000. Quick reminder of those blinds. Action on over to Armstrong. He's got a hand strong, a strong hand, a strong arm. He's got a good hand. He's gonna race. Matthew Morin wants to know if I'd be interested in joining Team Flanders. Yeah. Actually, no. Hell yeah. Armstrong makes it 45,000. Action now on Shama. He likes to play, this kid. He's going to 3-bet. Jared, thanks for the kind words on the commentary. What does Armstrong do here with a 3-bet from the small blind? If he chooses to call, he will be in position. Shama does have him out chipped. He is going to call. as we wait for the flop. Scott says, I love your jokes. I like you, but it doesn't go over well in Canada. We a serious but funny culture. Do your homework. Scott, you appear to be the only guy that doesn't like me. But you say you do like me, so we're all good. Thanks, everybody.
Well, he's not the only one who doesn't
Not
like
the only,
you.
but right now, he's the only person saying he doesn't like me. The other Canadians seem to be having a good time, having a laugh.
I'm going to have your back here, Joe. I don't think it's fair to say you don't go over well in Canada.
But I'm glad we worked it out, Scott. Good to have you back on board. Playing PokerStars.
I look forward to a group hug at the end of the day.
After no continuation bet on the flop, this is what James Hardigan likes to call a
delayed continuation
bet.
And once again, we're in a situation where we have to find out if Armstrong is hand strong.
Hand strong enough to call here.
Danny Wise, we're going to help you out after this hand. Check, check on the river. Ace-9 the hand for Shaman. Ace-Jack the hand for Armstrong.
Well, that's kind of a tough beat. Yeah, Shama just doesn't like to fold pre-flop.
Shama now down to just shy of 1.7 million. So Danny says, I can't locate the Canada Cup free roll. Can you please navigate the way for me and others that can't find it? Now, as we discussed earlier in the week, I'm in an insidious position at the moment where I can't get my PokerStars client working, because sadly it needs an administrator from PokerStars to update my computer, and we don't have one in the locale. So, Joe, you're going to have to help the man.
Well, like the great French navigator, Samuel de Champlain, I'm going to help you find the PokerStars free roll. What you want to do is go to your client, click on tourney, then click on private. And what I like to do, I can't find it either. Sorry, I meant no disrespect to Samuel de Champlain. It's not in the spot where it has been. There we go. Yeah, what I like to do, I don't know why I trailed off there. What I like to do is once you click on tourney, then on private, is go to 2000, 2000 hours.
Yes.
Or 8 p.m., whatever your client's set up for. And it's like the third tournament down, starting at 8 p.m. tonight. It's the PokerStars Canada Cup free roll, $1,000 added, 360 players registered so far.
Something tells me a lot of people are thinking logically and going into the free roll section of the lobby.
Not
but
there.
It's in the private section of the lobby, so you need to use that tab.
James, I got some bad news for you, by the way. I don't want you to be too upset because, you know, a lot of the time, even though James and I are a team, I do get a lot more of the attention, let's say. I put myself out there more. I get a lot more of the attention. I get a lot more of the death threats. James, I've been asked to join Team Flanders. And I don't want you to be too upset about it.
I don't even know what Team Flanders is.
You know what? Then you don't even deserve to be a part of Team Flanders,
Fine.
then, I guess.
Fine.
I don't know what it is either. But I mean, it's great. They're only the best team out there, probably. That's what I've heard. Dukas the Razor here. Antonio calling from the cutoff. Bet call here. Continuation bet called by Esfandiari. Small C bet, I think. No, that's fine, I guess. Ace of Hearts on the turn.
Now, Scott's getting a little bit annoying now.
Oh, I thought we patched everything up with Scott. Everyone leave Scott alone, first of all. Stop defending me to Scott. Me and Scott are fine.
He says, if you want to know anything about Scott, ask Ed, head of security at PokerStars. He's in Gibraltar. We talk often. Number one, Scott, PokerStars is based in the Isle of Man,
Oh,
not
boy.
Gibraltar. So you're not talking to anyone from PokerStars in Gibraltar. Secondly, the head of security is not called Ed.
Oh. Okay, but that's it. Let's go. That's
Okay, that's it. No more mulligans.
No more
Any
Scott.
more annoyance, any more lies, banhammer.
We're all good. Heads up to the river. No betting action on the turn. Maybe pretty scary for Dukas to bet here after continuing the flop and Antonio calling, heart peeling off on the turn.
Just had a horrible thought. What
Yeah.
if Scott's been talking to some guy in Gibraltar called Ed, and he thinks it is the head of security at PokerStars, and he's giving him all of his personal information?
I really hope that didn't happen.
Now I'm hoping that Scott is just talking BS and hasn't actually been scammed.
As my new friend, I would not like for that to have happened to Scott. Looks like Antonio is going to rep this flush.
Yeah, Dukas leads the river 80,000. Antonio raises to 205,000.
Hey, great news from Phil Cooper. I will maybe give a, no, I can't give a shout out, but still. Congratulations to Phil Cooper, who passed his air traffic controller exam with 92%. Let's hope that you land far more, a far higher percentage of planes than that.
Not being funny, if we're talking about air traffic control, I think the pass mark should be 100%.
Don't John Delancey that thing.
That means 8 planes out of 100 are doomed.
Nah, we're kidding. We're sure that that's a fine grade, Phil. Good job. Congrats. You worked hard, buddy. We think. I assume. I don't know. Really.
Vader Nader has the crazy impression that Antonio actually has a flush.
Oh, Kyle says Team Flanders is an insult, FYI. What? Matthew Marin, you would not do that to me, would you?
Look at his Twitter avatar. I guarantee you he would. So Dukas was the pre-flop aggressor, continuing the flop for 50k. Check on the turn. Bets 80,000 on the river and gets raised.
Gets raised, and he gets raised like a fairly, what's it, like 2.5 times? Yeah, exactly 2.5. He's getting a little better than, he's getting better with 3 to 1 on a call. He's getting like an okay price here, which makes me suspicious. I would also say that Dukas did show some reticence to bet the river. And I don't know if Antonio just picked up on that.
Jess says, what's the over-under on Antonio having a flush? Nice.
I don't know. Dukas eventually lets it go. No chance. Oh, Antonio peeled the cards back. Man, I wish we could see that. We'll never know.
Antonio adds 223,000 to his stack, now playing 1.8 million. The average stack has gone up, by the way, and there's only one way that can happen, and that's an elimination. A player taken out from the outer table. We're down to 13 players now, so 7 on the main stage and 6 on the outer table.
James, John Eccles has any chance of the password. He spent too long looking for it and he forgot it.
It's Duhamel.
Can we help him out?
D-U-H-A-M-E-L, capital D. So yeah, average stack is 1.3 million with 13 remaining. Password actually on your screen right now, John. Blink and you'll miss it. You blinked?
I blinked twice and I still got it.
You missed
so.
it. Well, there you go. There's also instructions of where the tournament is. The private section of the tournament lobby. 8 p.m. Eastern is when it kicks off. So we're 3 eliminations away from the redraw for our 10-handed unofficial final table. Eric Schultz says the over-under on Antonio having a flush there, 70%.
Steven says, yo, Stapes, just back from the new X-Men. What you think? I liked it, but not as much as I hoped I would. I didn't get a chance to go see it, unfortunately. My only chance was like Friday during the day before we left to get here. And I also had Arctic Monkeys tickets, so I ended up just not trying to squeeze both into one day.
Some of the word of mouth I'm hearing doesn't sound too positive about
From
this
what I
movie.
understand, the movie is about Bryan Singer goes back in time so he can have sex with a younger version of himself. Is that not accurate?
Still want to see it.
So the girl from the haircutting video just sent me a photo. She got it fixed. Looks okay.
What, you mean she wasn't satisfied with the
bar haircut? Yeah. So in her email to me, she said that she let her hair get cut by a couple of Jersey Shore something or others, which is hilarious to me because the girls are from Montreal, which means she actually didn't even know the girls that she allowed to cut her hair in a bar in downtown Montreal.
Isn't alcohol an amazing thing?
It sure is. I know I've gotten far with it.
Mark says, as a European, playing the free roll is a hard thing to do. Starts at 2 a.m. It's a real shame. Yeah, Mark, obviously, this free roll's kind of mainly for Canadian players, being as it's a Canada Cup free roll. And obviously, it's been scheduled for a time when most Canadians are going to be back from work and able to play some poker.
Price Jack, by the way, on that last hand thinks Antonio had Jack 6. Thinks he flats the cutoff with Jack 6 there. It's a very specific guess, Price Jack, and you know what? I always appreciate your input. Thank you.
Lars has got a tip for anyone who is struggling to find the free roll in the PokerStars tournament lobby. He says just turn off the filters, type in can, and boom, it pops up.
And let's be honest, a lot of us are used to typing can into our search bars. What was it that our boss used yesterday? Yabos? We like that one. Quick shout out for Jeff.
Steven says, as you haven't seen the movie, he's not going to spoil it.
Thank you, Steven.
Arctic Monkeys, great choice. Seen them 3 times and would gladly go again.
Neil Notkin gets in touch. The real X-Man is Dr. No.
You can't be an X-Man and a Bond villain.
Yeah, I think if anyone can, Robert Notkin can.
Shamar raises from under the gun +1. Meanwhile, there's been another elimination from the outer table.
Ruh-roh.
And that means we're going to have to move a player from the main stage to the
No,
outer
I
table.
love all these players. I don't want to move any of them.
Got to keep the tables balanced. 2 tables of 6.
If it is Robert Notkin, my head will literally explode. Maybe Dukas will go broke here and we won't have to lose a player.
Are you actually now pulling for Dukas to go broke just so you can keep Robert Notkin at the feature table?
I don't want to take the chance. It'll be the big blind anyway, right? Where's the button? Right? Where's the button?
It's going to be Antonio Esfandiari.
Oh, thank God.
Well, no one's come to the stage yet. No one has requested Mr. Esfandiari's presence at the outer table.
He was looking back there, though.
Well, you must have seen that someone's just gone broke. So 12 players remaining and 12 minutes left on this blind level. 12 minutes till the next break.
One of my friends just tweeted, Habs without their starting goalie, priceless. Did something happen? Can someone let us know? I'm emotionally invested in the Habs now, James. I don't know if I can take much more disappointment this season. I've been following them all week.
Well, if they come and grab the big blind on the next time, that'll be Chemin, who's under the gun here and raises.
They better get him soon before it gets over to Robert Notkin, or I'm going to lose my stuff.
And Notkin is 3-bet, re-raising to 90,000. We could have a situation where Armstrong is hand strong. No. He folds the small blind, Antonio folds the big blind.
The only reason you are still in this tournament is because Robert Notkin allows it. Oh, apparently their goalie's been out since game 1. Okay. Because I got really attached to the goalie I saw. Montreal Canadiens coach insists Carey Price will not play in Game 5 despite surprise on-ice appearance and full equipment. That'd be a sick bluff, though, if they were like, no, he's not playing. Then, boom, he's out there.
Yeah, Bill Belichick-esque tactics.
Bill Belichick, that's what I like to call him. Yeah, they hate me in Boston, too.
Now, is this a 4-bet? Chemin appears to have re-raised. He's made it 230,000 total. And Notkin says call.
Wowee.
Another big pot.
So it's weird because typically it'd be like an under-the-gun raise, and then it gets back to the under-the-gun raiser, and he 4-bets. But we know that Chemin doesn't like to fold and gets a little weird sometimes. With some not-so-strong hands, he does not like to give up. So this is where player dynamic comes into things. And, you know, of course, sometimes they have it.
7-4-3 on the flop. Chemin out of position, but he has the betting lead. He 4-bet pre. He's the former tournament chip leader.
So Chemin continuing like he's supposed to here. And he's making this a pretty big C-bet for a 3-bet pot. 325,000.
Notkin calls.
It's weird because in a 3-bet pot you really don't
4-bet pot.
Sorry, 4-bet pot you don't usually continuation bet that much. And I can't tell if it's because he thinks that Notkin's not folding or if he's just trying to bluff at this. You know what I mean? Like, why so serious? Why such a big bet?
Deuce on the turn. Chemin with $1 million behind the effective stack. There's more than that in the pot.
I mean, I feel like if you really like your hand there, why bet so much?
Yeah, with a 4-bet of 230,000, you'd expect his continuation bet on the flop to be around the 200K mark.
Yeah. You know, just even half pot, I think, would be on the big side for a 4-bet C-bet. You know, just the only thing I can think of is that you just know your opponent's not folding. Like, maybe you know, you think you're up against kings and you have aces, but I don't know how you can be so sure of that.
Well, Vader Nader says Notkin
We
has
got
to
an
have...
all in here.
Notkin has to have an overpair here. Aces, queens, kings, or jacks.
And sometimes when you're... Again, why so serious? I mean, I guess that was just a pot-sized bet, but typically you don't see too many pot-sized shoves on the turn.
So this is all of Shamar's chips, just over $1 million, and it's most of Notkin's, more than 2/3 of his stack.
This looks suspect to me.
Ian B is convinced that Notkin has queens.
I mean, okay, here's something, I guess. If Shamar got, like, real sticky here and decided to 4-bet a hand like 7 4s or 3s, then I can kind of understand this because you're going to get paid by an overpair.
Well, Gutschel is convinced that Shamar bet so big on the flop because he was deliberately trying to set up a turn shove, which would imply that Shamar is pretty huge here.
Well, I like me some Robert Notkin. I don't want anyone to get Notkin out on this hand, but I do want to see what these hands are. This is just a really, this is a sick spot. This is a really sick spot. Because I think most of the time Shamar's full of beans here, but I could definitely see the way he's been playing his hands like crazy aggressively with some weird holdings that he could have 4-bet. It's not standard or recommended, but he could have 4-bet a hand that makes a set here.
Nathan says Notkin has jacks or queens. Price Jack thinks he's got 9s.
Notkin folds.
Whatever it is.
We're never going to see this hand. Please talk him into showing it.
Shamar's considering it. No, he's not showing. And Shamar gets back up above the 2 million mark. 2.2 million. Second in chips to Thiago Nishijima. Notkin down to 1.4 million, but the irony is he's still up 100K on this level.
Notkin knocked down a little bit. If there are any heroes out there that have opinions on that hand, I'd love to hear them.
Well, we've got about 5 minutes left on the level, and you can hear chips being racked because we are losing a player from the main stage. They're going to take away the player who's set to be in the big blind on the next hand. That player is Shamar.
Oh, that's the worst, when someone takes a huge pot off you and then they leave with all your chips. What a joke.
So 6-handed at the feature table, 6-handed at the outer table.
King, queen? Oh, queens? Yes, I do.
Notkin saying he had queens that hand.
Well done to everyone who guessed queens.
Boy, that's just a wicked tough spot because you got 4-bet before the flop. So you will get 4-bet with aces and kings.
Yes.
You're losing to them. I don't know. I think that is so hard. I really don't know what I would do there. Like, I usually lean to nittiness. So like against probably any other player at the table, I think I like folding queens there. But Shamar's just been so weird and so aggressive. What do you guys think? What do you do with queens there?
Come on, armchair analysts. Tell us what you do. Tag your tweets. Canada Cup.
James, you know PokerStars is going to host some events in Europe anytime soon? That's what Lars wants to know.
Lars, there are many tours in Europe. The big one being the European Poker Tour, and then there are lots of regional tours taking in different parts of Europe. He asked specifically Denmark, Sweden, or maybe Germany. As far as I'm aware, there are no plans for an event in Denmark. The UPT used to visit Copenhagen, but doesn't anymore. Sweden, there are legal issues. And Germany, maybe.
I would be shocked if we never went back to Germany, but it may not be anytime soon. I think there's a good chance we go back to Austria next year.
Yeah, there is a gap in the EPT 11 schedule. The gap between Deauville in the winter and the grand final in the spring. I think you can expect 1 or 2 events to be announced towards the end of this year.
So TuxCat thinks Shema had air there. Rose thinks he had 5-6. Vader Nader thinks he could have been goofing around and got there with ace-5. That's Vader Nader's theory is something that's really troubling me there, because a lot of the hands I think he would goof around with probably flop pretty big.
55,000.
Oh, Mark Champagne gets in touch, James.
Yeah, sorry if I haven't been able to meet you in person, but unable to move around with severe tennis elbow. Hope to see the live final. Final table will play out tomorrow. If you can't be here at the Playground Poker Club, you can watch live with whole cards. We'll be streaming it on a 1 hour delay from noon Eastern time at PokerStars.tv. That's your Wednesday sorted.
Stephen Nichols says queens for him is a side call, and he's probably wrong. Price Jack says amateurs fold queens. It's an all-in for him. Michael wants to know, will it be cards up at the final table or cards down? Cards up, buddy boy. 1 hour delay.
So this was raised by Dukas pre-flop. He continued the flop. It went check on the turn. King on the river.
Folks still weighing in about that last hand. Nathan says Shema probably perceives Notkin to always have the goods. Probably only 4-betting kings, aces, and ace-king. Good fold by Notkin.
Like Stevens, queens probably a cycle, and I'm probably wrong. Marks has a very hard laydown with queens, probably a good one though, which deserves respect. Don't think I could have, and would probably lose. I think Nathan makes a good point. Shamat probably perceives Notkin to always have the goods, and when he gets 3-bet, will probably only 4-bet strong hands like kings, aces, and ace-king. In my opinion, a good fold by Notkin.
Yeah, I like that one even better the second time. The only thing is, yeah, so, I mean, it's pretty polarizing right from jump, right? Because it's just that even that first flop bet was so big. So big, like 3/5 pot. And that's like, just, it's like aces or air.
Where's the dying seconds of this level? With Dukas betting 90,000 on the river. There's the beat.
We got the beat. We got the beat. We got the beat.
I'm not even sure what song that was meant to be.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll just text.
Yeah, just carry on doing what you're doing, Joe.
I got lots of people I can text right now. Anyone, really.
Oh, just got your text.
I have other friends. 90K is the bet here on the river.
Yeah.
This was a Dukas raise, a Dukas bet on the flop. Check on the turn. Dukas bets river. Pretty dry board on the flop. And Armstrong called. Is this, I mean, Armstrong, we saw him take his time with decisions like this when he had a hand that when he felt like he may have gotten outdrawn. And he did call the flop bet. And I don't know what you can call the flop with. I think if you're calling the flop with anything but a queen, it's a much easier fold now. Like if you're calling with any kind of pair like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, and much, you know, it's not such a great run out. But top pair on the flop really only just got rivered. Sometimes I think, what else got there? Like ace-10? Like you raise ace-10, you continue, you go check on the turn, and then you hit your gut shot on the river. This is a, yeah. Armstrong maybe just pained here with a queen. And it can't be that great of a queen. I think anything but ace-queen is probably a fold.
Just one last tweet on that hand between Shema and Notkin. Oh, Armstrong's called.
See what we got here. Dukas reluctant to show.
Yeah, I don't think he has much.
2 5s and he's good.
No.
Wow, nice call. I'm probably folding 5s there.
Big call from James Armstrong, and he is right.
Holy Lord.
A great hero call. The season win the last part of the level. I just want to quickly read this tweet from Demago. It says, we all seem to have forgotten that these are poker players, and maybe Notkin was lying when he said he had queens. I think he was telling the truth.
I think he was telling the truth.
So, 12 players remain, which means we are 3 eliminations away from day 4 being in the books. 3 eliminations away from the final table being set. These are the stacks right now at the main feature table. 2 shorties when we come back with the blinds at 12.24 with a 4K ante. So we continue to play down to 9 here at the Playground Poker Club after this 10-minute break. You're watching the PokerStars Canada Cup.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Well, Raymond, yeah, I've been with PokerStars for quite a while. As far as my role changing, I think there are times where, we've been doing some, television production, and they've asked me for my advice on some of the stuff, like the big game and things like that. So I played a role there. And they asked for my feedback in a lot of ways. I've been around long enough. I do have a good sort of ear for the players' voice and what they want. So they've definitely gone to me there. As far as like the newcomers to the team, yeah, I feel like I've really made some good friendships with guys like Jason Mercier and Eugene Kachaloff and the like. They're really great players, and we travel together. We do a lot of media stuff together. We don't really talk a lot of poker, to be honest with you. Mostly just we really just kind of have fun talking about life. Well, Raymond, yeah, I did win the APAC, and I've had a decent year so far. But the year's not over. I've got Player of the Year titles that I'm looking forward to winning. So I'll be working my best at it. I'm going to be in Europe playing the EPTs and also the World Series Poker Europe. So I'm going to give it my best. Well, Raymond, one of the things that you have to be conscious of is you always want to be introspective. Check in with yourself, like every 6 months to a year, and how you're playing, and are you in line with the way that you think you should be playing? Because often when we're losing or not doing as well, we blame it on bad luck, and it's very likely true. But what bad luck can do is also make you play worse. So you need to really be honest with yourself and take a look at how you're thinking about the game. Carly, yeah, I'm a vegan, which I feel just is a healthy lifestyle for me. It works for me. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be, but it's certainly what works for me. As far as energy, when I became a vegan, I felt like I had way more energy. I don't do caffeine. I don't do drugs, except for drinking sometimes. But I've just always had a lot of energy and spirit and spunk, and I think that likely my diet and the way that I live my life contributes to that, yeah. Well, Carly, if somebody put meat in my burger during the tournament, I would not be happy about it. I don't know that I would get sick. It depends how much of it I consume, but if you haven't eaten meat for as long as I have and then you just had a big old steak or something, there's a very good chance that your stomach's not going to like it. Well, to be honest, Panos, I think there's like several ways to learn how to play the game. Getting a coach is one idea, but you can also, do training sites. I have one called Poker VT. There's books. But I didn't learn that way. I did it the old-fashioned way, just kind of talking with friends and, just sort of learning through experience. Well, Alistair P., yeah, I think that what generally happens at the highest stakes is you have, a player or two that sort of make the game. And what ends up happening is there's like a network of people who help set up the game, and they sort of get on the in list. It's a little bit political, and I don't like it, especially when they do it in Las Vegas, because there's actually a rule in Las Vegas where you're not allowed to private game in a casino. What they'll often do is they'll set up the game where they have it full, and then they make the list their people, which is fine. But then if the seats open up, they don't let people play, which I'm not okay with. I've never been a schmoozer or an ass kisser, so I don't put myself in those situations. To each his own, I guess. People got to get their hustle on. It's just not for me.
People need excitement, and when you need it fast, I'm the guy you call. 5 hands in 30 seconds on an elevator. 40 hands against 200 opponents in the back of a cab. The thrill of hundreds of hands and thousands of opponents wherever you are. Play only the hands you want, whenever you want, with Rush Poker Mobile. Because
Prague, the location for Rafa Nadal's first live poker tournament. In just 24 hours, Rafa will be taking on a table of sports stars and the world's #1 professional player.
Poker is very close to a sport. A lot of similarities, in my opinion, to tennis. I think it's very important to be very focused all the time, have a great self-control. I like the mental games, and I think poker is a very mental game.
It's the morning of the game. Rafa's poker coach Alfonso is giving him some last-minute advice.
The strategy today is play tight. Tight is right.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, just play tight.
Okay.
Don't be aggressive. Not today.
I am ready. I don't know if I will have a good tournament, but the only thing that I'm sure is I'm gonna have fun.
Good luck, mate.
Rafa's opponents are legendary footballers Ronaldo and Andrei Shevchenko, Olympic champion skier Alberto Tomba, Olympic gold-winning hockey player Fatima Maria de Melo, and the world's reigning #1 poker player Daniel Negreanu.
For me, it's a big honor to play in the same table that all these big stars around me. So I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try to be competitive. It's my first poker tournament live, like you said, and that's making me feel a little bit nervous, normal. But I hope to be ready.
If we were playing on clay, he might have a chance. You know, if we're playing on a pitch, maybe he has a chance if we're on slopes, but now they're playing on my turf, so I feel like I'm supposed to win.
I really hope to be ready to compete against these guys and to compete well in everything in life, in tennis, in poker. I try to compete with the best that I can in every moment.
All in and call. Here's the river.
She is the first player to win 2 main event titles.
I'm in some kind of combination of shock and disbelief and kind of amazed.
And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
It has been amazing to have my husband here.
Poker is not the game for me. I have great respect for the people who play it well, and you know, my wife plays it better than anyone.
Winning EPT London in 2006 was magical for me because it was my hometown, and because I suppose then I didn't believe that I could win a major professional tournament like that. And that changed my world because I thought, I can really do this seriously. I mean, certainly, you know, I've had good results since then. I've won some side events. Having said that, it was 7 years ago. Certainly long enough for people to start saying, is she really any good? So there's a secret satisfaction there too.
Vicky Curran's shell shot. Yes, she has won a huge amount of money, but she has also made history.
I hope people can see, you know, I'm enjoying myself. I'm playing poker for fun. You know, it's really not an impossible dream. And I hope they look at me and go, you know, in a way she is just a ditzy girl having a nice time. I could do that too. And the truth is they really could.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Welcome back to Montreal. It's the penultimate day of the PokerStars Canada Cup main event. We're playing down to the final table today. We're down to 12 right now. So 3 eliminations away from the final 9. We've got 6 players playing at the main feature table, including chip leader Thiago Nishijima and 2 short stacks, Ted Dukas and Francois Bennett, 14 and 10 big blinds respectively. We're now at level 24 of the main event with blinds at 12,000 and 24,000 with a 4,000 ante. It's James Haskell and Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. So assuming we lose these 2 short stacks, 14 and 10 big blinds, like no offense, but that's who you'd expect to go out next. We're going to be on the final table bubble.
Indeed, and as you'd expect, we'll merge the 2 tables. We'll have an unofficial 10-handed final table up on the main stage, and we'll play until we're down to 9, and then we'll stop for the day, bag and tag, and come back for the final day, day 5, when they play down to a champion. Whole cards up coverage tomorrow.
I don't have a ton of experience with 10-handed final table bubbles. Do we expect that that means they go out a little faster, the bubble lasts longer, or shorter?
Longer.
Longer.
10-handed poker can be painful.
Yeah. Not as painful as jumping on a bicycle with no seat on it.
Probably not.
But close.
A close second for sure. Do get in touch with us, by the way. On Twitter, you can use the hashtag Canada Cup to ask questions, have your say, comment on the action you're seeing on your screen. If there's a particular player that you're supporting, someone you want us to get behind, that's the best way to get in touch. So it's one of the short stacks in action here. Ted Dukas, under the gun, raises to 50,000.
Antonio reaching for re-raising chips.
And this is a leveraging 3-bet from Antonio.
Yeah, it's a small 3-bet. I'm sure it's going to, if Dukas shoves, it's a snap call for Antonio.
121,000. And there's not really much Dukas can do here other than move all in or fold.
Fold it is. Chuck sent in a good tweet, hashtag Canada Cup, guys. Just a reminder. Chuck sent in a good tweet right as we were going to break, and he says, Armstrong, you got to make your opponent show when you call down light. And I do agree with that. Now, James Armstrong made the call in the end there. Great call with 2 5s.
And he made the call in position. He's calling someone else's bet. He should expect his opponent to table his hand first.
Yes, and Dukas was very reluctant to table his hand, and I would just sit there until the hand gets tabled. And good dealers, which these guys seem to be, by the way. I want to give a shout-out to the dealers here. They seem to be pretty good. A good dealer will ask the player whose bet was called to expose his hand, and if that doesn't happen, I'll just look at a player and say, I called you, sir. And it's not a douchey thing to do. It's part of the game. You're entitled to that information. You paid to see the cards.
Okay, so say, Joe, we're in a hand, and that happens.
Yeah.
And I'm resting to show my hand, and you say that line to me, I called you, sir. What about if I just muck my hand at the dealer? Are you still going to ask the dealer to flip over the cards, or do you consider that to be bad etiquette?
Well, I think it's bad etiquette for you to muck your cards, and I probably won't have a lot of...
Why? I'm just conceding. I'm conceding. You call, you beat. I'm
no,
folding.
I paid to see your hand. I put the risk out there. I know you're playing devil's advocate right now, James. I paid to see the hand, and there's a good chance that I will ask the dealer to stop or to pull the cards out of the muck if it's possible, and I want to see the hand. Just on principle at that point, actually.
See, my view on it is the fact that Dukas had not let go of his cards. He was waiting to see what Armstrong tabled, and then he mucked. So in that instance, I'm with you. I would have made him look. However, if Armstrong makes that hero call, if immediately Dukas chooses to muck, I'm not going to make him show his hand.
Fine too,
but equally, I'm not going to show my hand either.
I was talking about that exact situation.
Yes.
Sorry. In that exact situation, if I tabled 2 5s and then Dukas went to muck his hand after holding on to them, no, I would want to see the cards. I'm completely fine with it. Like, you're like, you win, sir, and you toss your cards into the muck. Fine. But yes, it's all a matter of I'm not going to pay to see your hand and then show mine and not get to see yours.
So action folded around to Dukas in the small blind. He announces all in. He gets presented with Death Tangled Noir, which is the Playground Poker Club's version of the red triangle of death, except it's a metal rectangle and it's black.
It is solid. That's the real deal back here, kids.
Armstrong's big blind. He's asked for a count. Eric Schultz wishes it to be known that if you are not rooting for Notkin, then you are certainly not in the cool group.
Like in this particular case, if Armstrong makes the call, he should absolutely demand to see Dukas' hand. This is a no-brainer. You got to see the hand here.
Peter says, hey guys, just got back on the stream. How many pieces of fruit were there in the competition picture earlier? 56, Peter, was the answer. 56 pieces of fruit.
Are answers still coming in for that?
Fortunately, it seems to have stopped. I'm sure when people are watching the replay of the stream tomorrow, they'll come in again.
What was the total? 253,000 total.
So this shove is for around 10 big blinds. And again, not sure how familiar Armstrong is with shoving ranges with this stack size. Dukas is pretty much going to be doing this with any king, any ace.
This is small to big blind, right? I mean,
yep.
this could be... I think you're supposed to call with a king here. A king, a suited queen, I think, even maybe. Like queen 9 suited, I think, is even a call. What is Armstrong's stack at?
Armstrong
1.8 million.
calls.
There we go.
Well, 10-3, the hand for Dukas.
This is why you have to call with pretty much anything.
Dukas shoving super light small to big, gets called by king 9. That is certainly a call in this situation.
That's a call.
But I don't fault Armstrong for thinking about it. Was worthy of consideration before he stuck his chips in.
It's also, yeah,
and that's 10 on the flop.
Now, Armstrong does flop a gut shot. He's got some outs. He's got a king as outs. He's got 7s. And that's another reason why you contemplate there, because you're like, hey, look at that. You catch up. And I think we're drawing dead here for 10 Trey.
Yeah, Dukas is done. Ted Dukas rivers trips, but it's not enough to beat the straight of James Armstrong. And Ted Dukas is sent to the rail in 12th place. That will earn him $26,960. We're down to 11 players now.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you're like, okay, even if I have live cards here, I'm not like a huge favorite all the time, and it's a scary proposition for someone that doesn't go to this stage of a tournament very often, because you just don't want to go broke with live cards.
Echoing that, George Armstrong gets in touch on Twitter. He says, a shout out to my brother James Armstrong. He showed the bluff, made a great call. He is an amateur, remember, but he's playing well despite not seeing that many great hands.
Thanks for being with us, George.
So we're now 5-handed at the main feature table. Francois Binet is the low man with just 8 big blinds. Everyone else playing 60 bigs or better
And we could really, really see things slow down here while everyone waits out Bennett. That's what I would do.
And again, when we lose another player, we'll be down to 10 and we'll have a redraw. It'll be the final redraw of the tournament. 10 players taking their seat to the feature table, and it will be the official final table bubble.
With 8 big blinds, Bennett can't wait very long. What's so we have 11 players right now?
Yes.
What's 11th pay?
Same as 12th. Just shy of 27,000, and 10th pays the same.
That's a pretty good return. I don't know if even on the EPT if we see. Yeah, I guess we do. Their pay's probably about the same percentage-wise.
Point being that there is nothing to be said for trying to ladder into 10th or ladder into 9th. Sorry, into 11th or 10th, because they pay the same. So the next money jump is when we get to the final table, when we're down to 9. And then there's obviously a jump with every finishing position.
Stan Gold wants us to know, James, that you gotta do what you gotta Dukas. Which is shove with 10 tray, and he almost got him the fold king 9.
And he actually hit on the flop, just got unlucky on the turn. So king 8-4 on this flop. Nishijima's raise called by Armstrong in the small blind and Esfandiari in the big blind.
I do think in that spot 10 tray is one of the hands I might fold. But he might not think that Armstrong knows how light he should be calling, and it seemed like Armstrong maybe didn't know how light he should be calling. So I think, you know, reading the situation and individuals involved, the 10 tray shove was probably fine. But just in general, I want to shove with a hand that has some kind of equity.
And George Armstrong just clarifying his last tweet when he says that James is not seeing cards. He meant that he didn't ask to see Dukas's cards on that hand before the break. All academic now, George, because he's got all of Ted Dukas's chips.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's not like a huge criticism, by the way, of James Armstrong. That's just something, you know, just... And not all players would do that. Plenty of players would let the other guy muck. Like Nick says, I did that with some old lady and never heard the end of it. It depends on the situation. It's very situational. If you're constantly demanding that players expose their hands when they try to muck, it's not going to go over that well.
Nathan says this should be a well-stacked final tomorrow unless the bubble lasts forever, and that can happen, Nathan. Anyone who's watched a final table bubble before will know that no one wants to go out in that spot and not be able to come back for the final day and compete for the big cash money and the trophy and the title. But this is set up to be a good final, and it is set up to be a final table with a good average size stack.
James Mack wants to know, what are the outer table stacks? Sorry to move away from the microphone. He had his caps lock on.
A reminder that if you do want to look at chip counts of all the players in the tournament, you can check out the Playground Poker Club's homepage. You can check out the live updates on CanadaPoker.com. Ryan Rivers, who's on the outer table, is currently playing 500,000.
His name is Rivers.
So that's what, around a 20 big blind stack?
What's he sitting next to Johnny Turn? Barry Flop?
So Francois Bennett is the real shorty, and then Rivers is playing around.
Yeah, Rivers. What do we think that gray box is on the table, by the way?
Is it some kind of charging pack?
It's huge, if that's what it is.
Nishijima 3-betting from the big blind, re-raising to 155,000.
Maybe it's a ham radio so he can call back home to Brazil. Not knocking on heaven's door. You know, James, I really can't stand this guy. Ken. Not. I like him. I just want to be clear. I like him a lot.
Yeah, you can stop now. Notkin folds. Nishijima's 3-bet gets through. And certainly, the players at this table will be very aware that Bennett is super short.
Yes.
And I imagine the players on the outer table will also have a reasonable idea of the stack sizes
Less
on the
aware,
other table.
but when there's a guy with 8 big blinds and you're on like near the final table bubble, you're usually pretty aware of it, especially when he's up on a stage.
Marcus knows it. How's my buddy Justin Miller doing? Any count on his chips? Well, last time Anthony Charter got a sight on Miller's stack, he had about 2.5 million, so he's up there with the chip leaders.
Is Marcelo Del Grosso still in?
Don't believe he is.
We must have lost him at some point. Pretty weird that we saw no sign of him at the feature table.
We've got an all-in and a call here. Bennett shoves under the gun, gets called by Armstrong in the cutoff. Ace-Jack, the hand for Bennett. Armstrong is called with King-Queen.
Very standard right here. This is the way it should go down 100% of the time.
And Bennett is not a huge favorite here. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Esfandiari who's called with the King-Queen.
Queen on the flop. That's going to be tough to come back from. Just 3 outs right now for Bennett. Still 3 outs. 1 chance to hit.
We could be down to 10. We are down to 10 because we lose Francois Bennett in 11th place rather. So he collects $26,960. And there will now be the final redraw of the tournament. All the players, no more worrying about what people have on the outer table anymore. All the players remaining in this tournament will be at the same table for the first time. They're all going to be on the main stage, all on the feature table as they draw for seats, play 10-handed, and play the official final table bubble. So we're going to take a short break. We'll come back after the redraw and continue to play down to the final 9 here at the PokerStars Canada Cup.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
People need excitement, and when you need it fast, I'm the guy you call. 5 hands in 30 seconds on an elevator. 40 hands against 200 opponents in the back of a cab. The thrill of hundreds of hands and thousands of opponents wherever you are. Play only the hands you want, whenever you want, with Rush Poker Mobile. Because Rush is the only speed I know. FullTiltPoker.net. Download the Full Tilt Poker app for free.
Isaac Ike Haxton fell in love with strategy games early in life. After chess and Magic the Gathering, he discovered poker and finally realized his childhood dream of playing a game for a living. His 10-year career has been filled with many unexpected twists and turns, but throughout it all, he's never lost his competitive drive. With over $5 million in live tournament earnings and over $3 million in online cash game winnings, Isaac has proven himself to be one of the best professionals of his generation.
I was born in New York City and grew up in Westchester. My mom is a psychiatrist and my father is a poet and an English professor. I definitely grew up in a pretty cerebral and academic environment. My mom had just graduated from medical school and my dad was a junior professor at Sarah Lawrence University. My parents were definitely very serious about education and expressed its importance to me early on. I was very close to my parents growing up. When I was very young, I started playing a lot of games with my father.
Isaac and his father started out playing simple games like checkers and Go Fish. But when Isaac turned 4, his father introduced him to chess, a game that would capture his imagination for years to come.
we would handicap the games where he would start down a few pieces, and we would play with that handicap until I won 3 consecutive games, and then we would move to a smaller handicap, and certainly by the time I was 10, I was winning pretty consistently.
When Isaac was 6, he began competing regularly in local chess tournaments.
That sort of competition really captured my interest right away. If there was a big chess tournament coming up, that was all I could think about for the weeks leading up to it, and I would be studying openings and game planning. I absolutely loved it.
But Isaac's passion would only take him so far.
My chess career, as it were, sort of plateaued when I was 10 or so. I found myself in this situation where I was, by a very large margin on both sides, the second best player in the county. There was one dude who I never ever beat, and I never ever lost to anybody else. And going to tournaments got to be pretty tedious.
Isaac's interest in chess may have tapered off, but his interest in strategy games was only just beginning. It was only a matter of time before he found a suitable replacement.
Around the time that chess was beginning to lose its interest for me, I got really into a card game called Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering is a collectible trading card game with fantasy elements. Strategically, it's often been described as a combination of poker and chess.
I would play in a couple of local tournaments a week. I would spend a lot of my free time reading what I could about strategy online, playing online, talking to my friends who played the game. I became, absolutely obsessed with it.
At 14, Isaac set his sights on the professional Magic circuit. For an elite few, it offered the opportunity to play a game for a living. A dream come true for young Isaac.
I definitely considered that I could be one of these people. I was friends with guys who were doing that. I thought it would be fun to spend all my time traveling around playing Magic.
But even on the professional circuit, earning a living through Magic was difficult. Isaac and his friends soon found a way to use their skills in a different, more lucrative game.
A lot of the guys I knew through Magic started playing poker before me. A lot of them were a few years older than I was. I think mostly they got started by going to the local casino outside Syracuse. One of them described it to me as, well, it's a lot like Magic, only the other guys aren't trying to win, and you're playing for a lot of money. It's like, oh, that sounds pretty good. I think I could get into that.
When Isaac turned 18, he joined his Magic friends on a trip to the local casino.
As soon as I started, I thought, this game is awesome. I can't get enough.
In fall of 2004, Isaac attended Brown University, where he majored in computer science, his first step towards a career as a research scientist.
When I got there, I pretty quickly found some other kids in my dorm who were interested in poker, and we started playing little $5 and $10 sit-and-goes.
The dorm room poker games would often last all night as poker fever swept the nation.
This was 2004, the year after Moneymaker won the main event, right toward the beginning of the big online poker boom. So it was a great time to get started in the game.
Isaac soon moved his play online, where he grew his $50 bankroll to tens of thousands playing mid-stakes limit hold'em. Amongst the poker crowd, he was the talk of the campus. Little did he know his reputation would soon lead him to the most important encounter of his life.
Oh, love's a crazy game, or so they say.
Isaac and I met in school. When I first met him, I was dating someone else, one of his good friends, actually. He played poker casually and was trying to get me into it. He thought I would be good at it.
He was very impressed with my success at the game and got the idea in his head that I ought to teach Zoe how to play poker.
He sort of encouraged me to get to know Isaac and learn from him. And by then I already had a bit of a crush on him, and so I would sort of use that as an excuse to go hang out in his dorm room and watch him play and stare at his beautiful shoulders.
I was definitely attracted to her right away. There was a bit of tension between us, even though she was still dating my good friend.
Eventually, that relationship fizzled out. Isaac and Zoe didn't see much of each other, but they stayed in touch online. 2 months later, Isaac finally made his move.
It's Valentine's Day. I'm sitting at my computer in my dorm room talking to Zoe on Instant Messenger, and we're basically commiserating about how much we both hate Valentine's Day. Isn't this so annoying? All of the couples who are so pleased with themselves. Don't you hate Valentine's Day? Yeah, I hate Valentine's Day. It's the worst. Could really go for a drink. Well, I have a bottle of gin at my apartment. Do you want to come over? And basically the rest is history.
Zoe brought new energy to Isaac's life, and poker was going better than ever. Unfortunately, his studies were an entirely different story.
Spring semester of my junior year, I kind of hit a wall with computer science. I would go to the computer lab to work on a project and sit down, and my mind would just go blank. I would stare at the screen, and an hour would go by, and I would just still be staring at a blank screen.
By the end of his junior year, Isaac had failed all his classes. With his future in research science looking more and more uncertain, he realized he needed a new plan.
It was around this time that there was this movement in Washington to crack down on online poker.
In September 2006, Congress passed the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act. No one knew exactly what kind of impact it would have on the industry, but suddenly, Isaac's future in online poker didn't look so certain either.
I started thinking, I maybe have 1 year left to get as much money out of this as I can. I think that if I devote myself full-time to online poker for a year, I can make about $1 million. The Big No Limit cash games were very clearly the best place to be making the money at this point. I sought out people who were better than me, and I got professional coaching, and that was huge for me. After having started off at 2-4, within 2 months I was playing 10-20, and my goal of making $1 million a year seemed absolutely within reach.
By the end of 2006, Isaac was well on his way towards his $1 million goal. His cash game results were impressive by any standards, but his biggest boost would come from somewhere totally unexpected.
That fall, I decided that I would play some satellites for the PCA.
The PokerStars Caribbean Adventure is a destination poker tournament held each year in the Bahamas, an aspect that made it one of the most popular tournaments on the circuit.
I was kind of thinking of it as satelliting into a fun vacation for me and my girlfriend.
You know, he wasn't expecting to win. He was expecting to bust out on the first day, and, then we would go swimming in the ocean, hang out at the pool.
By the second day of the tournament, I was runaway chip leader, so I was getting asked for interviews on break. I'm excited. Yeah, I like the tournament.
He just kept winning pots. He just kept winning. It was crazy. And then, it was okay. He's made the final table.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Mike Sexton alongside Vince Van Patten, and we're at the beautiful Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island in the Bahamas for the final table of PokerStars.net's Caribbean Poker Adventure. All 6 players, 28 years or younger, and the youngest of them all is the whopping chip leader, 21-year-old Isaac Haxton from Boston.
Going into the final table, I had more than half the chips out of the 6-handed table.
I mean, he had that huge chip lead, and I was very confident. And, I just thought he was the best player, period. Isaac is the smartest, he's the best, he's gonna win.
It was a much bigger stage than I'd ever been on before, but I kind of had this feeling that my whole life has been training for this. I'll raise to 80,000. I'd been running so hot throughout the entire tournament, I felt like winning was a foregone conclusion.
Isaac's good fortune continued as his fellow competitors were eliminated one by one.
My stack pretty steadily increased throughout the day until we got down to heads up.
We are down to heads up action. Our current chip leader is Isaac Haxton. He's got 13.9 million in chips, about a 3-1 chip lead over Ryan Dowd, who's sitting on about 4.9 million in chips.
Once we got heads up, things started going much less smoothly.
So it all comes down to the river. Let's take a peek. It's an ace. Ryan Dowd has doubled up, and that's just that quick. We've got a new chip leader for the first time tonight. And look at the stunned look by Isaac Haxton.
That's when I started to have almost a panic reaction. I started hyperventilating a little bit. I had to sit down and put my head between my knees. I was very emotional.
So Ryan Dowd taking down yet another nice pot.
Isaac continued his downward spiral as Dowd seemed to win every pot. all seemed lost until a single hand turned everything around.
Well, the queen of clubs comes off. As the cards lie, Ryan's got the best hand with the 7 high.
700,000.
And he bet 700,000.
Raise.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Ryan, with almost as bad a hand, says raise.
Well, this is incredible. He is raising it, going to make it $2 million. With absolute Garfunkel.
The first thing that went through my head was, damn, I guess I lose this hand.
He's got the worst 2 cards you could have at this moment.
After spending a while with my head down, mourning the loss of this big pot, I start thinking, I don't know if I buy this. I don't think he has it. He certainly didn't check the turn with a straight, he didn't check the turn with 2 pair. None of this is really adding up to convince me he has a good hand. Maybe I can just bluff shove here. Re-raise, all in.
Wow, Vince, he's done it. He's pulled the trigger for all the chips. And there's no way Ryan can call him. Ryan was bluffing himself with a 7 high.
And look at this, Isaac's going to show the hand. Oh, he's going to put some salt in the wound.
Wow. Isaac Haxman bluffed him completely, man. He moved all in with a deuce 3, the worst 2 cards you could be holding in that spot.
You're gonna like when that's on TV.
To this day, that's easily my favorite single-handed poker I've ever played.
Unfortunately, the thrill from Isaac's bluff was short-lived. He ultimately finished in 2nd place, a disappointing result until he considered the prize money.
I won about $860,000 for finishing 2nd. That put me over 90% of the way to my $1 million in a year goal. And I got home from the tournament, ran good online for a week, and was there.
In 2008, Isaac and Zoe moved to Las Vegas. They heard about a condo development that catered especially to poker players and decided it was the perfect place for Isaac to take his poker career more seriously.
Panorama Towers is a high-rise development right off of the Vegas Strip. It's an exceptionally convenient place to live if you are playing live poker in Vegas.
There was a time when it was essentially completely populated by poker players and strippers. And it was just a weird place to live.
1, 2, 3.
Panorama Towers was home to a vibrant poker social scene where Isaac befriended many of the game's elite players. Together, they created a new world filled with online poker, fine dining, and all-night parties.
I had a really good time in those few years in Vegas. It was kind of the start of my adult life, away from college, making lots of money, and with lots of fun stuff to spend it on around me.
Their high-stakes, carefree lifestyle soon attracted the attention of the mainstream media.
I don't know quite how we came to their attention, but Maxim decided they wanted to write an article about the poker players of Panorama Towers. Davey, the guy who wrote that article, did a really good job capturing what that scene was all about and how our group of friends operated.
It was really wonderful to have all these friends around. We were all in this together and, living this totally bizarre Vegas life. And it was this joint experience that we all had, and we became very close.
For Isaac and his friends, Panorama Towers was a party that never ended. It represented the kind of freedom where anything was possible, even the ability to play a game for a living. For 3 years, they were living the dream, but no dream lasts forever.
In early 2011, I was at a great point in my life, both poker-wise and otherwise. I was on a giant upswing. I felt like I was just booking a 100K win every day.
He got some momentum, and some new people were playing him, and some people who hadn't been playing him started playing him, and he was on a serious winning streak and putting in a lot of hours and really enjoying playing poker, and then boom.
On April 15th, 2011, the U.S. Department of Justice shut down online poker in America.
It felt like the sky was falling. I mean, the sky fell. It was really the end of something, of an era of that situation.
Black Friday was definitely the death knell for the Panorama Towers online poker player culture.
Yeah, there was definitely a sense of loss. You know, having to accept that that time was ending, you know, would soon be over, is now over.
In order to keep playing online poker for a living, it became clear that we were going to have to move abroad. One afternoon, we were sitting on the couch in our pajamas talking about the various legal hoops we were going to have to jump through. I said, you know, this would be a lot easier if we were just married. Do you want to get married?
Then he apologized for being kind of abrupt and not very romantic in his proposal. But, you know, we talked it through, and it was the obvious choice. We had a big, beautiful, formal, lavish wedding, you know, with our whole family, and a lot of our friends came, and that was a really incredible experience.
It was a lot of fun to have everyone from Panorama back together for the celebration, and it was a lot of fun to introduce my friends from different stages of my life to each other.
It felt sort of important to have our families and all of our friends, you know, all together at once, meeting each other and joining us in celebrating our marriage.
The celebration gave friends and family the opportunity to see Isaac and Zoe one last time before they began their new adventure. 2 weeks later, they moved to Malta.
Malta is a beautiful country with 7,000 years of history. It's a really relaxing environment that's very conducive to getting a lot of play in. I really enjoy living here. The food here is awesome, the weather is awesome. I really like the Mediterranean sensibility of not working too hard and enjoying life. Black Friday has been a bit of a blessing in disguise for us. We had always talked about wanting to travel the world, and that is one of the best things about playing poker for a living, especially playing online poker for a living. You have almost unlimited freedom to work when you want and not work when you don't want, and go anywhere you want and work from there if you feel like it, or take time off if you'd prefer that. And that was something we had taken almost no advantage of while we were living in Vegas.
Meeting Isaac, falling in love with him, getting wrapped up in this lifestyle has presented me with so many wonderful opportunities to see and do and learn things that I never would have otherwise. And it's great.
It is very hard to say what the future holds for Zoe and me. I have every intention of continuing to play online poker for a living, and what it takes to do that is an ever-evolving question. Oh, thanks.
If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, The Big Game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
Hello, my babies from Monaco. Now, Monaco is home to some of the richest people in the world, but it's also home to a real live princess. And this time for Challenge Tapes, you guys have voted that I need to dress up like a princess and go take photos with tourists. So I've been given 1 hour to take 30 photographs of tourists. Why that number? Because no one really thought this through. It's arbitrary. Seems like I might not be able to do it. That's why it's a challenge. Anyway, one thing you guys should know is that all princesses are born with magical powers. So right now, watch my princess magical power as I change into my costume. Here we go. Here I am. Look at this. In my princess costume. They told me that I couldn't have a wand because wands are for fairies, but guess what? I'm a princess. I will have a bleeping wand if I want a bleeping wand. Got our first customers over here. So you guys gonna buy a photo or what? Yeah, I see you have a camera. Can we do one photo? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Who's going to kiss the princess?
Who is gonna kiss the princess? That's a good question. For €1 in Monaco, this is easily the cheapest thing you will do all day. Whoop! We got another. It's all right. We'll go real quick here. Okay. If I have to. Un beso, beso. Por favor. Oh, gracias. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. 10 euros. Ah, unbelievable. Stiffed. I feel like it's a lot to ask to charge someone to be forced to be seen with me right now. I might throw the whole, you know what? Does anyone have a marker? Let's just make this a little more realistic. Free photo here, free photo. Yes. What do you think? Pretty muscular for a princess, I know. Do you want to hold my wand? Hey, princess photos! Is that your husband on the line? Tell him I'm not here. Okay, here we go. You know, my dad used to call me princess all the time, and I don't think it really messed me up at all. This means kiss a princess, I pay you 10 euros. Okay, actually, no, it's totally worth it.
10 euros,
Hold
10
on a second,
euros.
hold on. Does anyone have any change for a 500? He's got one. All right, cool. Thank you very much, sir. I am very popular south of the border, apparently. I truly am princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She's my princess.
She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead. That was the stuff right there. That was the stuff. That was the stuff from fairy tales. The reason I even do stuff like this is just because I don't really have anyone in my life, you know, and it's all for attention and let's all get to know each other. What are you guys doing later? Enjoy that ice cream. It all gets way worse after that, just so you know. Everything's happy and you're eating ice cream, and then the next day you're dressed up in a princess costume for $100. Well, my babies, I think I smashed the Stapes Challenge. So once again, y'all failed. Y'all can't embarrass me. I embarrass you. You don't embarrass me. So once again, I win the Stapes Challenge. Boop. I broke my wand. I broke my wand! Unbelievable! It's supposed to be my day, and I can't even have one thing go right. I don't even care about any of this anymore. There we go. I'm out. Peace. I'm done. This. I can't see where I'm going.
Welcome back to the PokerStars Canada Cup, where we are on the final table bubble. We are down to 10 players. They've just taken their seats around the feature table. We're going to keep playing till we are down to 9. Let's have a look at the stacks. So the shortest stack is Ryan Rivers with 23 big blinds. The biggest stack, Thiago Nishijima with 106 big blinds. Joe Stapleton, this could take a while.
It really could take a while. 10-handed poker, everyone's hand strength is somewhat decreased. It's going to take a super cooler. For someone to go broke here. 23 big blinds is obviously approaching the danger zone, but not exactly in the danger zone. Got it better that time. You know, he can afford to hang tight for a while, and I think everyone else is going to hang tight while he hangs tight.
We continue level 24 of the tournament. 1 hour and 11 minutes left at this level. 12.24 with a 4K ante. This hand started with a raise from Vincent Jacques. He made it 50,000. Gets called by Nishijima. Jacques continues to flop for 65,000, but slows down on the turn. It's Nishijima, the chip leader, who takes over the betting.
These guys aren't really wasting any time playing a big pot, though, are they?
Nishijima bets 80,000.
Not much more than the flop bet. 80,000 into 300,000.
And Jacques calls. We go to the river. So we now have a double paired board.
Interesting.
Ilias tweets to say, Ankush Mandavia playing for the final table. Let's get a shout out for the guy on the live stream. Chan Racy says, good luck to Ankush Mandavia on the final table bubble of the Canada Cup. Take it down. I think it's fair to say that Ankush and Antonio Esfandiari are the two best known players in the final 10.
For sure, but not after this. Robert Notkin, very likely to supersede both of those.
He is our online qualifier. He won a satellite on PokerStars to play in this tournament, and he has guaranteed himself $27,000.
What did he satellite in for? 30?
I believe it was. So once again, Vincent Jacques checks. Thiago Nishijima with the decision.
Might see a check behind here. Yeah, at this point, it's hard to get him to fold a 10. That's what those flop and turn bets may have been designed to do. Just ace high.
Ace 9, and that's good. Jackson 10s with an ace kicker wins the pot for Vincent Jacques.
Possible Nishijima was counterfeited there. That's a good reason to check behind, knowing that you're likely to get called down with an ace also. Tough to get folds on that board. Nishijima, you know, could have had any pair lower than a 10. Unfortunately, that is just not a good run out.
Daniel says, looks very comfy around that table. I hope we can go 10 way to the flop. It's a little bit crowded.
Well, luckily, it's big, nice tables here at the Playground Poker Club. Everyone's very comfortable.
Absolutely. So we've got Esfandiari and Francois Goulet in the blinds. Ankush Mandavia first to speak here. He folds. Ryan Shamma gives it up. Robert Notkin folds. Justin Miller passes. Vincent Jacques. Not going to play this one. It's folded to Ryan Rivers. Not going to play this hand, Ryan Rivers.
Stan wants to know how many rivers could Ryan Rivers river if Ryan could river. I blew it. Can you try it?
He's folded Ryan Rivers. Not going to play this hand, Ryan Rivers. Not in the hand, Ryan Rivers.
Try the tongue twister next, though.
How many rivers could Ryan Rivers river if Ryan Rivers could river rivers?
You slowed down for a second there, but you didn't screw it up like I did, so you win.
I win. I always win.
Yeah, you do.
Esfandiari raising small to big. Goulet has re-raised. 3 betting to 155,000.
Antonio's going to be raising a pretty wide range, small to big, especially since he's got more chips than Goulet.
And I read some of the support tweets for Ankush Mandavia. Should mention that Michael O'Sullivan tweets, "Go Antonio, hashtag Antonio to win the Canada Cup." Also messages of support for Justin Miller. Marcus says it could be his first final table, the first of his up-and-coming career. He's making Cornwall, Ontario proud. So Goulet's 3-bet gets through.
Vadernator wants to know, anyone know what kind of soup Notkin and Esfandiari are having? I believe, Vadernator, that it is hot soup.
Is that actually what it's called, or are you just talking about the temperature?
The temperature. It's a
I
hot
see,
soup.
right. I thought there was a type of soup here called hot soup, which is a spicy broth.
No, it's as opposed to cold soup, it's hot.
But is it a spicy broth?
Yes. It's maple syrup and moose chunks.
Those of you asking for today's free roll password, it is on your screen now. DuoMal with a capital D will get you into the game that starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. $1,000 in the prize pool. Now, follow the instructions on your screen. You need to go in the private tab of the PokerStars tournament lobby to find the game. Nishijima raising from the hijack, makes it 55,000. Round to the blinds. Francois Goulet in the small.
The sands of Nishijima.
And once again, we see Goulet playing aggressively from the blinds.
Goulet!
Re-raising. A 3-bet to 140,000. It's Ankush Mandavia's big blind. Cold 4-bet alert.
Sick.
Mandavia makes it 263,000. Nishijima folds. Action back on Goulet. Both these guys, by the way, with below average stacks. The tournament average right now, 1.7 million.
And I think Ankush is one of the few players at the table that could be able to put a lot of pressure on his opponents. He's a very experienced player. This final table is not as momentous an event for him as it is for some of these other folks. He's breathing pretty hard, though. I'm going to go ahead and say he does not have a total air ball here. If we see any more bets here, though, it's all going in. There we go. Hold on to your butts.
Well, we said this might take a while. We could just see an old-fashioned cooler here with a 5-bet from Goulet to 500,000, an all-in from Mandavia, and I don't see Goulet 5-bet folding here.
Death Tangle Noir.
And suddenly Goulet's like, well, I don't like this at all. But now you find yourself in a situation where you kind of have to call. You made it $500,000 and it's 802,000 to call.
He's getting better than 2-1 now. But I just think Mandavia is absolutely huge here, always.
Sure, but 5-bet folding is not great. Five betting without a plan, not advised.
Mm-mm.
And it's very interesting, Joe. You were observing Ankush's body language, the fact that he was breathing heavily. You predicted that he was strong here. Goulet not looking at his opponent throughout any of that decision-making before he stuck out the 5-bet.
I think some players specifically don't look at their opponent because they're afraid of giving something away themselves, and also because we tend to mock people that stare down their opponents, but there is a method to the madness a lot of the time. I mean, I think Mandevia has aces and kings here most of the time.
Well,
he's letting it go.
When you beat, and Goulet lets it go.
Goulet!
No doubt regretting that 5-bet as Mandevia adds nearly 600,000 to his stack, closing in on the 2 million chip mark. And Goulet down below $1 million, 880,000.
I mean, not only is he down below $1 million, he's the second shortest stack now. I mean, he is certainly, he can now be bust by anyone at the table except for Ryan Rivers.
Can't be bust by Ryan Rivers. He's got more chips than Ryan Rivers.
Yes, Eric Schultz got it. Goulet.
Robert Goulet, the legend. Philippe asks, will you guys be at the playground again tomorrow? Yes, we will, Philippe. Tomorrow's final table day, and we'll be live streaming this from noon Eastern. Every single hand live with whole cards up because we play down to a winner.
Apparently Goulet rhymes with folding in French, according to our French counterpart, Dominic. He says, se coucher in French means folding.
Goulet looking a tad knocked after the outcome of that last hand.
I give him a lot of credit, though. I mean, if he managed to get away from a hand... look, I do think that most of the time Ankush is going to have, like, aces and kings there. He was just way too excited. And if he got away from a hand like jacks or queens or even, you know, ace-king...
Then don't 5-bet it.
Sure, sure. But like you said, when you beat, Hardigan. Hardigan, give me a gun and your badge. There's, you know, there's the sequel's coming out soon.
I believe that Hartigan has a small role in the movie as well. They brought him back from the dead.
Well, they do like a lot of flashbacks and ghosts talking to people and stuff like that in Sin City, don't they? God damn it, Hardigan. Michael Madsen was so bad in the opening of that movie, I almost walked out. I ended up really liking it. Leave it alone, Hardigan.
Under the gun raise here from Justin Miller.
I didn't get a chance to tell my Marcello Del Grosso anecdote because he never made it to our feature table, but I was hanging out in Marcello's room the first time I was ever paid to do live commentary.
This is back at Mohegan Sun in 2010.
Back at Mohegan Sun in 2010, and the night before I was doing my first ever paid gig for 441. I went and hung out in his room with his wife and Daniel Negreanu and Amanda Leatherman, and when I got back to my hotel room, James, what had happened?
You went to bed and didn't notice till the morning that the TV was missing.
Someone had stolen the television out of my room at a brand new hotel, like a 42-inch plasma screen TV. And when I went and reported to the front desk accused me of stealing it myself.
Well, it's a pretty solid read looking at you.
It's the perfect crime. I will report it myself. I thought I was never going to be hired again. I thought, great. My career, if I'm going to lose out on my own career, I want it to at least be from my lack of talent, or at least some major screw up on the air, and not because someone stole a TV out of my room. Fortunately, they didn't steal my laptop, though. They just set it on the floor because it was in the way of the TV. They also stole the duvet off my bed, which I assume they used to wrap the television in.
Got to protect it.
So
probably no bubble wrap available.
The next day, I had to talk to the police. And it was classic. It was like out of Law and Order. They're like in this room pacing around. And there's like a sort of good cop, bad cop thing happening. And so the guy goes, you could tell they definitely suspected me because he says, so the TV was missing from your room. He's like, well, what time did you come in last night? And you didn't notice it until the morning. Yeah, sorry, I was, you know, I had some drinks. I went to bed. He says, all right then. What kind of car did you come here in? I went, I took a limo. He was like, all right, we have no further questions. Where would I keep the television? What did I do with it, officer? Put it in my car.
Couple of thoughts, by the way, on that previous hand. Goulet's raising this one. The last time we saw him play against Mandavia, Vadernader says, I felt like Goulet was messing around with his raises. Not an airball, but an ace-queen tens type hand. Never mucking queens or ace-king in that spot.
Not once you 5-bet.
Leonard says, I think if Mandavia doesn't insta-shove, Goulet may call there. Well, we've gone 4-way to this flop. Goulet's raise called by Shamat, Notkin, and Miller.
The TV looked great in my living room, by the way.
Oh, the punchline.
Got him.
Unfortunately, you can never change channels, right? Because
the remote is still bolted to the nightstand.
They've disabled all the buttons on the actual TV and made you use one of those awful universal remotes.
I probably have bought in my lifetime upwards of 30 universal remotes.
So action checked to Shamat in position on the button. He bets 115,000. Notkin.
And of all the players involved in this hand, I do expect Shamat to be the guy who takes a stab at this in position most often with nothing. This guy likes to scrabble over pots.
Daz raises a valid point, Joe. Says, RE the TV, from someone who pilfers the petty cash at work to play poker, it's not a stretch to have you down as a TV thief.
Yeah, but they didn't know that. I would have paid back the petty cash, by the way.
Is that a call?
Yep.
So a call from Notkin. Folds from Goulet and Miller. Heads up to the turn. 5 of diamonds pairing the board. Check, check. And the 9 of diamonds on the river. Notkin checks a third time.
I think if what I know of Notkin, I think he bets there with his value hands. Oh, he caps his cards. Weird little move there. I mean, what I would like to do here is I just check and let Shamat barrel, because I think he's going to bet when check 2 twice. He's going to bet here a lot.
And he does bet 300,000.
And that's 3/4 pot, basically. A little under that, but a sizable bet. 2/3 pot.
No, it's 3/4.
What was 470 before
you're
the bet,
right?
Yeah, so like 2/3.
And Notkin uncaps his cards and folds. So obviously this is not just the final table bubble, which is big in itself. There is also a jump in prize money now. Whoever goes out next, the 10th place finisher, gets just under 27K. 9th place, 36,660. So pretty much a $10,000 difference in the prize money.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that is a lot for this sort of buy-in.
And then, of course, there is the prestige of making the final table of this event. Playing on the big stage tomorrow, we expect there to be a bit of a crowd here. Lots of friends and family hoping to come down and rail the action. And the fact that you stay in contention for the big money. Remember, there are 6-figure scores for the top 4. A first prize of $366,000 and the trophy itself.
Look at all the chips in this, just pre-flop. 4,000 apiece, just in antes.
That'll be the prize money that they play for at tomorrow's final table, which you can watch with whole cards up tomorrow on PokerStars.tv.
James, John wants to know if he sticks one of those bananas up his bum, can he have an EPT Live card protector? I think sticking a banana up your bum is prize in and of itself. You don't need to be rewarded. Secondly.
Yeah, I normally ignore that guy.
Oh, sorry. I mean, he just wants to describe his Wednesday to us. Fine.
So Goulet opens to 50,000. Gets 3-bet by Rayan Shaman, makes it 120,000 total. Everyone else has folded, so it's back on Goulet. Who's probably still thinking about that hand against Mandava. I mean, something like that is really going to take the wind out of your sails.
Yeah, for sure.
Goulet probably feeling he's getting a little bit beat up on right now as he folds.
Well, it's important to maintain your composure when that happens and just, you know, just start all over again on the next hand. Suck it up.
So if you're looking to play tonight's Canada Cup free roll, you'll find it in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby, and the password you need to get in the game is on your screen right now. Duhamel with a capital D. Andreas asks, what was the buy-in for this event? It's a $3,000 plus $300 buy-in. Prize pool of $2 million, guaranteed by PokerStars. And of course, many players would have won their seats in satellites on Stars, including Robert Notkin up on the main stage. He won his seat for around $30.
I think I'm going to start calling him Robert Napkin because he's been wiping everyone up.
Oh, I can't take it anymore. It's just hot, quiet, always talking.
Oh, Antonio wants some entertainment at the table.
He's going to have to be the one to provide it unless he wants to tune into the stream, which he's not allowed to do. Raising a 3-bet.
Mandavia opening to 50,000. Miller making it 105,000.
Now, we haven't seen Justin Miller at all at this tournament, have we?
Never taken a seat at the feature table. Well, Mandavia calls the 3-bet, out of position. The flop is ace-8-4 with 2 spades.
And even though, you know, everyone's going to be playing fairly snug because they want to make the final table, don't want to make any big mistakes, it can also be a good time to pick up chips anytime you're on a bubble.
A continuation bet of 175,000 by Miller, called by Mandavia. 6 of clubs on the turn.
When everyone else is playing tight, there's a lot of chips to be picked up.
Miller does not slow down on the turn. Action checked to him a second time, and he bets a second time. 225K. And once again, Ankush Mandavia calls. Five of spades on the river.
Straight flushy board.
Check, check.
Is it going to be... Oh. Oh. Did not see that coming.
Miller with a pair of sevens and then rivered the straight.
Really?
Really, yeah. Nice reaction, Antonio.
Miller adds $500,000 to his stack.
I thought we were going to see an ace on ace there, the way that hand played out.
And Miller takes the chip lead, $2.56 million. Just ahead of Ariane Shama, who's playing $2.4 million. The two shortest stacks of the table, because of course we are on final table bubble watch. Francois Goulet playing $760,000. And then Ryan Rivers playing $480K, but neither of them in the proverbial danger zone.
Danger zone!
With the blinds at 12.24 for another 46 minutes. Then we go to 15.30 with a 5K ante.
That's when the real poker starts. It's bizarre this whole tournament to not see a super chatty Antonio. Do you think it's because there's quote-unquote no cameras here? I mean, you know, we got the live stream, but Antonio is usually very vocal, very.
Well, I think it's not
a big character.
I don't think it's for lack of trying, but interestingly, we talked earlier on about the fact that sometimes we don't get table chat on the European Poker Tour because of the mix of languages. And you've got to remember, some of these guys are French speakers rather than English speakers.
But on the EPT, he's there chatting it up by the table, and we got way more languages.
Don't normally see Antonio outside of the PCA, where obviously it's a mainly North American field. Well, we have an all-in here. Ankush Mandavia opens.
Nah.
And Rivers shoves, and the shove gets through.
Nah. It's always interesting to see who the new faces are when we get to the final table. There's always a couple guys we haven't seen at all. In this case, Francois Goulet, new to the feature table. Justin Miller, new to the feature table. Vincent Jack, I think we just saw him for the first time at the last redraw or the table balance. So these guys all relatively new to the stream. And I'm glad we got to see a little bit of Shama. He was new today. And it'll be interesting when we can have cards up coverage tomorrow to see what his actual playing style is like, because the showdowns we've seen from him have been very interesting.
Marcus Snow says, how did Miller know his sevens were good? Wow, let's go, buddy. Well, his sevens may not have been good. He may have been behind on the flop and on the turn, but he rivered a straight. But didn't bet it on the river because the flush card came in as well.
Did dentist scan? Can chiropractor prescribe drugs? I don't think so.
50,000?
Cannot, right?
Vincent Jacques makes it 50,000.
You can't prescribe whatever you want.
Folded to James Armstrong in the big blind.
You have any idea why Price Jack is tweeting at us about the second 100 Years' War?
I have no idea.
Love me some Price Jack. Love that guy. He is an absolute loon.
So Armstrong defends. And they're both playing pretty even stacks, 2 million each.
Why was Vincent Jack standing up? Vincent Jacques, excuse me. Was he just wanting to get a look at Armstrong's stack?
Yeah, they're seeing how many chips each other's playing, and they're both playing 2 million behind. So we've got Queen 5-3 with 2 diamonds on the flop. And Armstrong leads.
Interesting. I think the one other time we saw him lead out of position that I can remember, it was with a straight draw. He gets a fold. They're not even in chips anymore. Seb says Antonio speaks French really well. Talked to him last year, was almost perfect. Talented man, that Antonio Esfandiari. I admire him in a lot of ways.
He's in the big blind on this hand. Goulet first to speak.
Goulet.
Guingamp Goulet folds. Mandavia out. Shamat, not going to play this one.
Yum yum, Doc.
Dr. No.
I think Antonio just shouted at him, "What's up, Doc?"
Well, since all the little wizards came to the table, I knitted it up. So I haven't really been playing, but I would recommend 52. I was actually thinking.
Antonio giving him advice on what to make the opening raise. This is the kind of thing that some of the purists would be like, that's one player to a hand, don't talk about the hands. And I don't know, I think it's one of those things that kind of makes the game fun.
On Antonio's advice, Robert Notkin does make it 52,000.
Are you sure it's not 200,000?
Yeah.
I saw him throwing 2 reds and 2 yellows. That's 52.
Looks like 52,000 to me, too. There we go. We got it.
Antonio defends. Jack 10-6, 2 spades. Check, check on the flop. Another 10 on the turn. And with no continuation bet from Notkin on the flop, Antonio elects to lead the turn. Notkin calls the 78K.
You know, I was going to say, I think Antonio's got something here a lot. But then again, Notkin's always got something too, so this could get pretty interesting.
King on the river.
Antonio checks. Probably has some degree of showdown value. Might even be as weak as a 6 here. Maybe just an ace. Is this a fake hem and haw? Is this a legit hem and haw? This one looks kind of legit to me. What's he cut out there? Hundo, 75. Notkin tends to bet really small when he's got it.
He counted out a bet, then used it to cap his cards, and now he's counting out another bet.
Now's the real bet.
Oh, he's adding to it. He's making it chunky.
Oh, you're a luck box, Doc.
176,000.
What's it like, 175?
176.
Ah, God, I'm the worst.
You missed the yellow. Can't make it 175. Antonio calls 175 like that.
176 is the magic number for Magic Antonio.
I'm worried that Robert Notkin's soup is getting cold.
You're such a caring guy.
Right in the gutter, huh, Doc? Right in the gutter, huh? You like that river, don't you?
Antonio trying to get a read. He's worried about a gut shot.
Ace queen.
I mean, that would have made a gut shot. Wonder what Antonio's got, though.
I think he continues to flop with ace-queen, by the way.
I think he's supposed to continue the flop with ace-queen. I'm not sure if he always does.
Well, Maxime is saying he's got quads. I think he continues to flop with a set of tens.
Antonio maybe with a jack here. I think against some players, Antonio would tank this long with ace high. But we're going to find out. Notkin, ace queen.
Wow.
Does river the gut shot.
He had ace queen and he didn't continue the flop with it. Called on the turn with the gut shot, got there on the river, and chips up to 1.4 million.
Antonio tells him, nice hand. Daz asks if I've ever been to Thailand. If so, when was the last time and where did I visit? Let's get to the free roll first. Password Duhamel, case sensitive. You can find that tournament under the PokerStars client under tourney private, and then just look for the one that starts at 8 p.m. Also, alternatively, you can search Canada and the little search thing, but you have to turn your filters off to find it, I believe. Daz, never been to Thailand. It's on my list, though. I think it looks amazing. A couple of friends went there a few years ago. Thanks, everybody, chiming in with the Goulet. Appreciate that. Mr. Pop says he played with Miller on day 1 and day 2. He stands up 90% of the time, sometimes while in a hand. Never asked about a ruling on it. This seems like the kind of place that is going to be pretty friendly to someone standing up during a hand. I don't see a problem with it. You know they're in the hand. Richard wants to know, what does the black pie chart graphic represent to the left of the player names and national flag? That represents a visual representation of the number of chips they have compared to the rest of the table. So Shama here, you can see he's got a slightly open Pac-Man mouth. That's his piece of the pie. That's his piece of the total chips in play. Raise and take it for Shama. Vader Nader says, think Notkin has ace-queen here a good portion of the time. The hemming and hawing seemed a bit much, but odd bet size. Well, it's good to see him. He went for a little bit more value this time, because before, when he had super strong hands, he went for negligible value.
Yeah.
And I liked his bet sizing there. You got a call from Antonio. I think Antonio probably had a jack. I think Antonio probably calls a little sooner if he has a 10. John says, just want to say I like the way you guys work together and always have each other's backs. Respect. Probably more risky for James.
Never a truer word spoken.
Wayne's back from work. That's good. Good shift, Wayne.
Hopefully everyone across the Atlantic is sticking with us. Obviously, it's getting late. I know it's a school night. I know it's past your bedtime. Not sure how much longer they'll be playing today. This could be a long final table bubble, but you never know. I don't believe for 1 second that Rivers raised to 255,000 pre-flop. Probably a smaller raise from Ryan Rivers, which got called by Ankush Mandavia. Rivers continuation bet, called. The board now, Queen, 10, 7, 5. All 4 suits represented. So Rivers at 75,000 on the flop. He fires 160,000 on the turn. And Mandavia folds to the second barrel.
James Andreas wants to know if we've ever been to Norway. The answer is in the first 2 letters of the country for me. How about you?
Same. I mean, obviously, there's no reason for us to go there on business because, as I'm sure Andreas is well aware, there is no such thing as legal live poker in Norway. I'm sure it's a beautiful country, and I hope to get there one day.
You hope to get there one way or another, Norway. Michelle brings up a great point. They better be done by the time hockey starts.
What time is the game tonight?
I believe it's at 8 p.m.
Okay, guys, well, you've got an hour and 45 minutes to sort this out. Otherwise, we're just going to pick someone at random and say, sorry, you're not coming back tomorrow.
This is Canada. They'll be fine with that.
Well, Daz, hope this takes another couple of hours before I take the missus to work and get my 8 a.m. swim. Daz, of course, on a completely different time zone to everyone else who's watching, being out in Thailand. Half an hour left on the level.
Mackie says, password Canada Cup free roll 1000, please.
Well, at least it included the word please, even if the question was a bit direct and lacking a few words.
I think the other Canada Cup is starting to come to life.
Why is this confusing?
Remember, last night I just scrolled through the timeline and there was a bunch of like sports stuff happening on the Canada Cup timeline.
Well, GW, who's obviously watching from the UK, has given another good reason why people might want a swift conclusion to today's play. The European Poker Tour TV show is on Channel 4 in the UK in 45 minutes' time.
Action folded around to the blinds here. No, it hasn't. It's a raise and a 3-bet, an early raise. It's been 3-bet by Rivers, and I think Rivers' stack size is a little off. Jacques facing the 3-bet from the short stack. Jacques, he's a short stack. He 3-bet you from pretty early, 10-handed. Hope you're pretty strong here, my friend. Mon frère, mon ami.
Just to remind everyone, we have got some stack size disparity here. The graphics are a little bit behind, and Rivers does not start this hand with more than $1 million.
Well, he's kind of just been put to a decision for all of it. Jacques 4-betting now to 258,000. Really difficult spot for Ryan Rivers. One of the shortest stacks at the table, if not the shortest stack. He's shown strength. Strength met with strength.
We think that Rivers has about 6, maybe 700,000 behind.
Well, he's got 125,000 invested already in this hand.
Well, this 4-bet puts him to the test, doesn't it? It's all of it or none of it.
Nope. Nope, just a call. Just a standard call.
Curious. A reminder that Rivers does not have that big a stack behind.
He's got less than half. He's got about half that probably at this point.
He's
Yeah.
probably got a pot size bet behind, to be fair. 7-6-4 on the flop, 2 spades.
What do you do here now when you have king queen suited and you're out of position?
Depends. If it's king queen of spades, you might be liking it.
I guess Rivers is in position. Sorry, guys.
Let's see if Jacques continues.
He doesn't. He checks, and Rivers looks cray-cray uncomfortable. He just does not look happy.
Dominic on Twitter says, I played with Rivers a lot on day 1 and day 2. Rivers all in, by the way. He stands up 90% of the time, sometimes 1 in the hand. I never asked about a ruling on it. We know this is quite a relaxed venue, but certainly, Dominic, if you were a player at the table, you had every right to question it. He's been called. It's jacks for Rivers. And ace-king for Jacques.
I'm not great with the math of these situations, but I think you can understand the call with ace-king there. I think there's so much money in the middle that even if you know you're up against a hand like jacks, I think that's exactly the kind of hand you're hoping to be up against, actually. The only thing you don't want to see is like a straight or a set.
We're going to get this stack size verified, but as things stand, Rivers set for a double up. Unless there is an ace or a king on the river, in which case we're down to the final table. But no, it's the double up for Rivers.
Really surprised it didn't just go in before the flop. You can certainly understand from like a human perspective why you would want to see a flop, see exactly a 7-high flop, and make sure that, you know, there's no crazy overcards there.
And we got the stack verified. It was 506,000 that Rivers had behind. So that was the shove, and that's what Jacques just lost to him.
M-Pop, I'm a little disappointed in you, Mr. Pop, because I read your tweet already, and then you sent it again, and you tricked James Hardigan. I get irritated enough at people who send them in twice and we don't read them. We already read that one. Don't send it in again.
Oh, that one must have come in while I was having a comfort break.
It did. Was he getting the 3-1 needed there to call with ace-king? I think he was.
Well, the net result of that is that Rivers has doubled up to 1.6 million. Jacques is down to 1.3 million. And Francois Goulet now becomes the shortest stack at the table, but by no means short stacked with around 700K.
Rivers back in action. Which Police Academy movie was that? Was there a back in action?
No.
Should have been.
First assignment, back in training.
Back in training. Heads up to the flop. Armstrong calling the raise. He'll be in position.
Yes, the shortest stack at the table right now is 30 big blinds.
That's what happens. You get a couple of double ups for the short stacks. Things even out.
I mean, sure enough, as quite a few people have pointed out on Twitter, it only takes one big hand, one big cooler. And that's, I have a theory we are going to roll into the next level.
1.4 at least, I don't know. 1.6.
76,000 is the continuation bet from Ryan Rivers.
Armstrong going nowhere.
He calls the bet. The turn card is the king of spades. Milko says, loving the stream, guys, and very excited for the final table tomorrow. He's supporting Mr. Esfandiari. He says, go Antonio. Rivers bets again, 160,000. So raise pre, continued flop, barrels turn.
And much like the selfie, Armstrong still going nowhere.
Thanks to Lars for telling us that next year poker will be legal in Norway, I hope. Maybe with restricted buy-ins and prize pools, but it's a start. Woohoo.
That's right, Vader Nader. There was a Looney Tunes back in action. I think that was the one with Brendan Fraser.
So the board pairs on the river. Rivers set to empty the clip here.
Love me some Rivers.
Third clip.
425,000.
He bets Ryan Rivers. Fires plenty of red chips on the river. Ryan Rivers bets big on the river. Has he got the best hand on the river? Pot goes to Ryan Rivers.
This is really interesting. I mean, this is, you know, even when a guy barrels, even when you have ace-king here, it's not the easiest call to make. This is 3/4 pot bet. Very strong. Ryan Rivers' leg going a little crazy there under the table. He stopped as soon as I said that. You can see his left leg kind of bouncing a bit. Just wondering, you know, Rivers did raise fairly early. How good a hand could he have? Armstrong makes the laydown. And would Rivers really run some kind of huge triple barrel bluff immediately after doubling up? It's possible, but I tend to lean towards him betting for value there.
Well, Rivers came into 10-handed play as the shortest stack. He's now up to 1.9 million.
That makes him what, like the third biggest stack or something, doesn't it?
Fourth on the leaderboard. Look at that. Up 1.4 million from the start of this level.
The biggest gain easily from the start of this level.
And Francois Goulet, the single biggest loser, most of it in that pot against Ankush Mandavia. Goulet, the shortest stack at the table with around 30 bigs. Maxime has a question. Don't you think the tournament should have been 1 or 2 weeks earlier with the World Series of Poker starting right now? Well, the problem is, Maxime, you move it a week earlier and you clash with Scoop, the Spring Championship of Online Poker on PokerStars.
Yep.
We kind of sandwich this into a very narrow window between the Scoop and the WSOP kicking off. It doesn't really start proper until tomorrow.
But still, it is, it's tight. It's tight.
Certainly, I think the scheduling is something that we looked at very carefully before we bring the Canada Cup back next year. Paul P asking about the start time tomorrow. Well, we've started every day at 11 Eastern, and of course tomorrow we'll start an hour later. The final table will kick off at 11, but because we'll be on a delay, because it'll be whole cards up coverage of the final table, we'll start streaming at 12 noon. Andreas points out, 10-handed, with the smallest stack being 30 big blinds. Buckle up, it could be a long and bumpy ride to get to the final table. Shamar's raised from the cutoff. It's Notkin's button. And he is 3-betting.
Looks like Vincent Jacques got a decision. And his options now are obviously to fold, to call a 3-bet out of position, or 4-bet. Here comes a stack of red. This is going to be a 4-bet.
Cold 4-bet from the big blind.
We might see a clash here.
He makes it 270,000. Action back on Shamar, the original raiser. He's folded.
Yeah, Shamar's got to get out of the way.
Notkin, the effective stack here. He starts the hand with around 1.3 million. My bad.
Is he the effect? Yeah, it's close, right?
He's got Jacques covered just, but it is pretty close.
Notkin just wants a better look at the stack.
Can he legitimately just call here in position?
It's real questionable. I don't think yeah, in position I think he can.
Alternatively, you can fold.
Fold also a good option. Marcus says Justin the Killer Miller said he is on a flight to the main event if he wins this. I think he means the main event in Las Vegas.
He does realize that the main event in Las Vegas is not going to start till July.
No hurry. Very slow flight. One of those Indiana Jones propeller planes stop in 4 cities.
Action folded around to Ankush Mandavia. And he passes. Shamar raises. No 3-bet from Notkin, just a call. Justin Miller on the button. Squeezes.
That's Justin the Killer Miller to you, James Hardigan.
The Killer makes a 3-bet of 111,000.
Attaboy.
Gets a fold from the blinds. Oh, hang on a second.
He gets a fold from a blind and another blind. And everyone else. The Killer. The Killer retakes the chip lead.
Miller playing 2.66 million. The second biggest stack, Rayan Shamar with 2.3 million. Thiago Nishishima, the other player, above 2 million, 2.2. And Francois Goulet still the low man at the table, but just shy of 30 big blinds.
James, you want to play a round of my favorite Canadian?
Eric Cagelet is all in?
Yeah.
I think we could do that after this hand.
Okay.
I think we could do that. Antonio Svendiari in the action here. Under the gun +1, he makes it 52,000.
Goulet.
That looks like a 3-bet from Goulet.
Yeah, buddy.
125K. Action back on Antonio. And he folds.
You want a not so bad lookalike?
Hit me.
Samuel Barber thinks Robert Notkin looks like John Hammond. Welcome
Dickie
to the
Attenborough.
Canada Cup.
No. I think the director of that movie is a better lookalike, which was suggested yesterday. Anyway, Joe, let's kick off another round of my favorite Canadian. Eric Cagelet is all in.
All right, guys. What is my favorite Canadian-specific snack food?
Wow. A Canadian-specific snack food.
Canadian-specific snack food.
I feel that Canadian viewers have an unfair advantage, but that's fine because they're in a better position to come to the venue and collect a banana. Is that a clue?
Just one little bite.
I'd argue that's a massive clue. We will accept the answer in English or French. Tag your tweets, Canada
good
Cup.
clue, good clue.
Joe's favorite Canadian snack food. I haven't actually tried your favorite Canadian snack food.
Well, just remember, they're my favorite, so they can't also be your favorite. Jason, who guessed poutine. No, I'm talking something that's sold in a store. You know, it's like a like a snack food, like Oreos, or What do you think, James? Is it also your favorite Canadian snack food? It's good, right? Rose Christine guesses beaver tails. I don't know if that's a real thing or a joke, but incorrect. Vadernator guesses Smarties. Smarties not Canadian specific.
Brent Waters, dill pickle chips.
Dill pickle chips, I think, also not Canadian specific.
Maxime says a Schwartz deli sandwich. No, we're talking about stuff from a grocery store.
There you go. Maybe dill pickle chips is a brand I'm unaware of. It's a brand thing here, but no, incorrect, Brent.
Michelle says ketchup chips.
Nope. Daz guesses Lucky Elephant popcorn. No, but that's pretty. I bet it's in the same range as that.
People are obviously Googling Canadian snacks and just saying random things, right?
My favorite Canadian, Eric Cagelet is all in snack food. Donnie guesses Moose Tracks ice cream. I think that's something that's sold all over the place because I've had that in the States before. I do like Moose Tracks ice cream.
Hot Rod, says Dale.
Hot Rod. How do you know Rod?
Pete says Moose Jerky.
Mark Champagne's guess was chips. You know, that old Canadian specialty, chips. Nicolas says maple syrup biscuit. That sounds delicious, but no, not what I'm after here. Hickory Sticks incorrect. May West incorrect.
Notkin has raised to 52,000.
Lay's potato chips is more American than apple pie.
Rivers has re-raised a 3-bet to 89,000.
Let's focus on the poker for a second. We'll get more snacks afterward.
Action on Antonio Esfandiari. He's in the big blind.
Antonio putting on a 4-bet here. That was a really small 3-bet by Rivers, eh?
Regarding that previous hand, Matthew says, what's Natkin doing flatting 50k and not calling an additional 61k squeeze from the button, getting great odds?
We don't question Robert Notkin because he is the man. And you're just a man.
This might be the toughest round of my favorite Canadian, Eric Cachelet's all-in.
Yes.
No one even close. Well, the original razor folds. Are you consuming more of your favorite Canadian snack?
No.
The 4-bet gets through. Esfandiari adds 189k to his stack.
Nice super squeeze. All right, here we go. Smart food. No, Ryan. Miss Vicky's chips. No, Matthew Favreau. Coffee crisp chocolate bar. Walter. No. Maple bacon, says Dean. I've had it. I like it. Not it. Have to try the beaver tails. Is that legit beaver tails? Or is it like a snack that's just called beaver tails?
How the hell should I know?
I need to know more about this. Smart food is not specifically Canadian, I don't think, especially if it's popcorn, because I've had it in America.
I think we need to listen to the clue.
Oh, we got lots of answers pouring in now. Beaver jerky, incorrect. Thank you. Maple leaf cookies, incorrect. Cheesy's incorrect. Pork rinds, not specifically Canadian, not correct. Cheetos, not Canadian, not correct. Cheesy's incorrect. Beer nuts, not Canadian, not correct. Jason, you already answered once. Crispy Crunch, incorrect. Coffee Crisp, already been said. Crispy Crunch, no. Cracker Jacks. Unbelievably American Cracker Jacks are, Perry the Trier.
He tried.
Tim Horton Donuts, incorrect. What's happening here?
We're going 3-way to the flop. Shamas raise called by Miller and Rivers. And it's a straighty flop with a flush draw as well. 7, 8, 9, 2 diamonds.
Beaver tails look like a cookie of some sort, and they do look good. Look at that. It's got like Nutella and bananas on it. That looks right up your alley.
Beaver tails.
Beaver tails.
You had to Strivens it, didn't you?
Love beaver tails. So betting a call on this flop. This sloppy wet flop, which got even wetter. Drip, drip, drippity, drop, drop.
Yeah, no continuation bet from Shamar. It's Miller who does the betting, gets a fold from Rivers. Shamar calls, check, check on the turn. And it's a very straighty, very flushy board. Does anyone have a diamond? Anyone have a jack? Are they both playing the board? Are we going to see the kind of pot that everyone loves?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I hope we do. You know why? Because I love it. I am everyone, and I love it.
Robert Ross says, I had no idea there is or was a Canadian-specific snack food. This broadcast is educational. Do you think this snack has the Robert Ross stamp of approval?
We'll have to find out when we figure out what it is. Here comes Shama. bet of, what is that, 250? 250. It's just over 300,000. Miller calls.
Hey.
5 of diamonds is good for a straight flush. It was a quick call, but he wasn't thrilled about it, which is weird. You got to think a straight flush is good there most of the time.
It's not got a straight flush.
5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Fine. There's no
5, 6, 7, 8,
9 of diamonds.
9. That's not a straight flush.
There's no 9 of diamonds there.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He has a flush with the 5 of diamonds.
Would a jack of diamonds been a straight flush?
No, Joe.
So there was no straight flush out there.
There was no straight flush out there.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I wanted him to have a straight flush.
He didn't have a straight flush. He was just calling with a straight flush. Then.
Well, no, you would just call with the bottom end of the straight flush there. You can't really raise it. If you have the jack of diamonds, then you can raise it.
Miller is now up to 3.15 million. Oh, bless you.
All right, let's get back to my favorite Canadian air casually. As
Yeah, stick to the snacks.
Pretzels, says Samuel Barber. Oy. Bear paws, incorrect. Tim Hortons donut, incorrect. Protein bar. Are these legitimate answers?
Do we need to give another clue? Should I read something from the packaging?
Yeah, read. I'll say this. Can I say that pretzels are a part of it?
Shall I read the strap line?
No, I think that makes it too obvious. Well,
Okay.
I just gave a clue. It includes pretzels. Andre says Timbits.
No, that's not the name on the packaging.
There we go.
The bag is 175 grams.
Pillars,
That helps.
Pillars Turkey Bites. See, this is the kind of thing I'm looking for, at least. At least you're on the right track. Rich cheese sandwich is not Canadian. Smarties, not specifically Canadian. Maynard's.
Well, we'll keep this going after the break because the players are going to take a 15-minute hiatus. And these are the stacks of the final 10 as we play down to the final 9 here at the PokerStars Canada Cup at the Playground Poker Club in Montreal. What a lovely trophy.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Okay, another question from social media. Luke wants to know, Daniel, were you treated like a kid in the games you played? Now we know you got the nickname Kid Poker. Were you treated like a kid in the games you played early in your career, or did skill make you one of the guys?
It depended. I think for the most part, I was just one of the guys. I think the first couple of times I went to a private game, they're like, "Who is this kid? He doesn't look old enough to, whatever, fill in the blanks." After you're there for a week or two, you just become one of the guys. So I don't think I was treated very differently.
Did you always have this same personality, or at the beginning were you like a little more meek and a little more just sort of trying to find your niche in the poker world?
No, I always had a big mouth.
Really?
I've always had a pretty big mouth. It got bigger as time went on, probably. And so the more I got comfortable with knowing people. If I'm just in a room with people I don't know, any of them, I would tend to be a little more quiet until
You'll
I
only
started.
have a big mouth.
Yeah, I just have a slightly big mouth. And the more I got to know them, then the mouth explodes.
The only times you can ever be quiet is when you actually know the people at the table, I think. think. That's the only times I've seen you be quiet. Has your big mouth ever gotten you into trouble?
Yeah, all kinds of trouble. I love it, though. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of confrontation. I've slipped out words that you're probably not supposed to in an interview that made it to print.
Yes, we know about some of those words. Most of them contain 4 letters. Some begin with certain letters like C or F.
yeah, one of those two. No, I think so, but nothing that I look back and I regret.
How about physical danger? Have you ever been threatened? Have you ever had a guy waiting for you in the parking lot?
Not from poker, no. I don't think I've ever...
From anything else?
Yeah, of course. Well...
Get your hands off my woman, boy.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
With my brother, this was bad. This was really bad. I was at a club, and this girl was a shooter girl, and I was kind of talking to her or whatever, and some other guy kind of liked her or whatever, so we left, and they were out there, and they were like, "Hey, Negreanu, you ain't getting nowhere with her." And I'm like, I don't care. My brother's really big and very protective, and his friends are really big, and they beat the crap out of them really badly, yeah. I tried to stop it. I tried to push him away, and I was like a little flea.
Yeah, if you're going to mess with Dan, you want to make sure his brother is far away.
It was bad. Like, they beat him up really badly just for that. And that was like, I told my brother, I'm like, you just can't beat up everybody just because they say something, you know?
Hilarious stories from the world of poker.
Yeah, right, no. He's a tough guy, but, man,
What about you? Ever an altercation that's resulted as something at the poker table?
I can't beat that story now. I'm
You're such a likable guy. I couldn't imagine anything escalating to that degree with you. This one, definitely.
I think there's been stuff, but not something I can recall right now.
Well, couldn't have been that bad then.
It might have been.
I would imagine you've gotten in fights before.
Me? No. Well, I got in a fight with Gus, but that was pretty much it.
Well, that was the one that took place in a ring, right?
No.
That wasn't much of a fight,
inside the ring or outside the ring?
That was inside.
It wasn't really a fight.
No?
No.
We felt it was a huge fight. We both felt we were boxing like Muhammad Ali.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's all that really matters is being a legend in your own mind, right? Just ask this guy. All right, we'll take a couple more questions on social media. Arno wants to know, what is more rewarding, winning events online or live? Which online events would you both like to win?
The main event of the W Coupe.
You want to win a W Coupe main event for online stuff, yeah?
Well, I finally won my first really big one in the Scoop this year. I won the 5K 6 Max Pot Limit Omaha. I felt really good about that. But if I had to choose, I mean, I'm more of a live player.
Right.
You know, so those wins mean more to me. And I'd say that the 8 game at the World Series, because I like mixed games, is worth a lot to me in terms of winning. And I've also come close to winning the W Coupe 8 game 2 years in a row. I've come like 3rd and 5th, so I'd like to win that one.
I would imagine that for someone like you, probably, that you've had a lot of lives win, that maybe you'd like to prove yourself online a little bit more. But I would say that when that final card is dealt and you're like, yeah, and the only person on your rail is your cat.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, my celebration looks a lot different.
Yeah.
Because when there's nobody around, when you win something, you're like, hey, good game, good game.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when I really win, I'm like, eat some of that. How you like them apples? Yeah? You want to call me? You want to 3-bet me all day? How you like these apples? That's what happens when you play like an idiot, son.
All right, Philip wants to know, we'll go with Theo here. Philip wants to know, why do players prop bet on almost anything? Are you all scarily competitive?
I guess it's just in the genes where you're trying to find a spot where you feel you're in favor, like you're the favorite, and you feel you have some edge there, and the prop bet can be anything. It can be motivation, but mostly I'm basically looking for a spot where I consider myself being a favorite.
For you, it's about like finding the edge and taking the best of it, and not about, I think for a lot of poker players, it's just about boredom and having too much money.
Well, I think, part of what you do when you become a poker player, like, you're sort of a hustler, right? You're trying to outwit people out of their money. So that's what you do for a job, right? Yeah. So now you're thinking of other ways to outwit them out of their money outside of poker. So you try to come up with a bet, whether it's a weight bet or whatever, you try to come up with. And then obviously you're always trying to get the best of it. Sometimes people do it because they want to get motivated to lose weight or do some sort of like exercise bet. But most of the time, people are making bets that they think they have an edge in. It's just another hustle.
And do you have a favorite prop betting story, the one that you're involved in or one that you just...
We just did this one here this Saturday with one of my friends that's weighing 140 kilos. And he ended up betting $25K on him making an Ironman within a year, getting 10 times money back.
So you gave him 10 to 1 on 25K?
I didn't take all of it.
Okay.
I took a fairly big chunk.
That's, he's got 1 year?
He's got 1 year.
You're going to have to check back in with us next year at Barcelona because I want to know what happened on this.
If he does that, going to be extremely impressed. First, he has to lose 40 or 50 kilos even to get into where he can actually start running.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, he has to do it within 17
Ironmans
hours.
are sick. I mean, it's like a marathon and then like two other things, right?
3.8 kilometers of swimming. Then it's 180 kilometers of bicycle. And then on top, you get a marathon.
Then it's a marathon at the end of that. Good luck, man. Well, let us know how you spend the 25K.
Yeah.
Daniel, do you have a favorite prop bet?
Oh, I had one golf bet, which was pretty simple. But for me, the only like weird prop that I made was with Ted Forrest many years ago. I was always a skinny kid, and I weighed maybe 145 at the time. And I made him a bet that I'd never weigh 170 pounds in my entire life. And I gave him 20-1 odds that I would never do that. And the next day, that's when I became vegetarian. It was like the very next day. Yeah. Yeah.
Motivated by money. Oh, okay, this is a good one. Have you ever seen, this is from Jenny, thank you, Jenny. Have either of you ever seen someone go completely crazy after bubbling? Because that's something that's shocking to me, because not only do you bubble, but the entire room erupts into applause, cheering.
You're busted out and everybody's cheering, but no, I can't recall anybody doing. Maybe that has something to do with the same as when the cameras get there.
Probably.
Like, there's so many people that you can't start up.
I would be turning over tables left and right. Give me a penalty. I don't care. I'm out.
I've seen some, I don't know if it was bubble related, but I always felt like that guy who cried at the World Series.
Which one? I mean, you could be talking
the
about
redhead. I
people.
can't remember his name. I should know his name, but he just literally just starts actually crying about losing, and I just laugh.
Have you guys
Somebody's crying, you're supposed to feel bad, but not at all.
Have you guys seen that Carter Gill video from the World Series where he gets rivered? I mean, it went viral like in the mainstream world, where he's like smiling and he's like an 80% favorite, and the last card comes out and he's like,
no, I have not seen that.
And you just totally see his expression, and the camera lingers on him awkwardly for a few seconds. I think since we're all done here, what we should do is just all change our expressions and let the camera linger awkwardly on us for a few seconds, and then have that just be the end of this. You ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own.
Hey guys, welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, and today we are at the penthouse apartment of PokerStars team pro Olivia Barry. Now, this might be my last chance to sort of get in good with Liv, and I know that she loves rock music, so that's what today's show is all about.
Hello.
Hello, Olivia.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Good. What the hell?
You like that?
Is it dead?
I mean, I'm very much alive every time I see you. Yeah, anyway, we're here with Heads Up with Stapes. You want to talk a little rock music today?
Absolutely. This is the living room. I apologize for the lack of flooring. I'm getting it changed because the person that lived here before liked things to look like old lady things, and I don't, so...
So you're just in the middle of some stuff. You're not in the middle of, like, the worst run you've ever had. You got the big TV here.
Yep.
What kinds of shows do you like?
Arrested Development, I think, is the funniest show on TV. I actually think we should go outside because this smell is killing me.
So, Liv, this is kind of an awesome view that you have here.
Thank you very much.
I want to rattle off a bunch of music questions for you, just all yes or no answers.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Can you play an instrument?
Yes.
Have you ever dated a musician?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a band?
Yes.
Are you more attracted to someone if they are a musician?
Yes.
Have you ever played in front of a large crowd?
Kind of.
Okay. Have you ever been pulled up on stage by the band Steel Panther?
Yes.
Have you ever partied with Metallica?
Yes.
Have you ever won an air guitar contest?
Yes.
Tell me the story about Metallica.
I met them through another rocker friend, Scott Ian from Anthrax, who plays a bit of poker. And he was like, oh, Metallica in town, we're going out for dinner, want to come? I'm like,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
And then just became good friends.
How late did that party go?
9 in the morning.
Did the hotel room get destroyed?
Yeah. It was the most rock and roll night of my life.
So what do you say we go play Guitar Hero?
Whoever lays down the best score in Electric Shock Guitar Hero wins. The loser's got to perform at open mic night.
All right, well, here we are ready to play some Guitar Hero, but Liv, there's one thing I didn't really tell you about.
Okay.
Guitar Hero by itself, too easy. We've thrown a little monkey wrench, a little fly in the ointment, a little caveat, if you will. We're going to be playing Guitar Hero while we receive electric shocks. Let's wire each other up, huh? You know, when I play Guitar Hero, my friends call me Cool Dad because I look like the guy, the old man in the basement trying too hard, like leg kicks and stuff like this.
Oh, man.
This song is tough. A lot happening here. Woo! Oh! Hi-ya! Ha! Ha!
Oh.
Only strum. I actually can't. It might be a summer camp. Oh my god! I think I could.
I've got cramps.
Electrocution face, electrocution face, electrocution face. Rocket face. That's what I get for show money. That's awesome. Boom. Yeah, big. Okay, I'll high five you for beating. Well, I guess I gotta go do some stand-up comedy now.
Gentlemen of the King Williams. So I am very, very proud to introduce, all the way from Los Angeles, California, Joe Stapleton.
Yeah. Yeah, so can we cut off that video before he does the stand-up act? Thank you.
Rude.
Welcome back to Montreal. Welcome back to the Playground Poker Club. And the business end of the PokerStars Canada Cup. It's the unofficial final table. 10-handed action right now, but only 9 of these 10 players can come back tomorrow to play for the trophy and the $366,000 first prize. It's James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
So we'll be done for the penultimate day of the main event. We'll be done for day 4 when we do get down to 9. We're kicking off a new level. Level 25, blinds 15,000 and 30,000 with a 5,000 ante. So they've coloured up all the yellows. Only 2 denominations in play now, the blue 5Ks and the red 25Ks.
That should make things a little bit easier on the dealer, pulling in 1 ante chip from every player instead of 4.
First hand of the new level, first hand back from the break. We get an opening raise from Justin Miller, 3-bet by Antonio Esfandiari. Miller calls.
Miller, the biggest stack.
He is the chip leader, starting the hand with more than 3 million.
And this kid started off the short stack, right? With 23 big blinds. Everyone's waiting for him to go out. Now you're all in big, big trouble. Wasn't him. Rivers. Nah. Never mind.
Rivers, Miller, they kind of sound similar.
They do. They have eyes in their name. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Starting at 11 a.m. really takes its toll.
Oh, look, that guy's got a beard. It looks like Joe Stapleton.
By the way, somebody won the competition. We'll get to it after this hand.
Esfandiari continuing the flop for 170,000. And Miller folds. He is not all in. He's pushing his cards in.
It did look like the death tangle.
Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah, I think he did.
He shoved on Esfandiari, got a fold from Antonio. My apologies.
The killer Miller.
Antonio still playing around average, 1.6 million. Miller up to 3.6 million. Yes, I was distracted by the fact that we finally have a conclusion to this round of my favorite Canadian, Eric Cagelet, is all in. We asked people to guess Joe Stapleton's favorite Canadian snack.
And it was Elron Steele who was first in with Bits and Bytes, otherwise known as Melly Mello, it looks like in French. And I'm shocked it took people that long to get it. A lot of people answering things like popcorn and chocolate-covered pretzels. Those are not strictly Canadian things.
For those of you unfamiliar with Bits and Bytes, the strapline is, every handful is different. They contain wheat squares, cheese bits, pretzels, and toasted O's.
There are more variations on a handful of Bits and Bytes than there are atoms in the universe.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is scientific fact. Antonio Esfandiari raises from the hijack, 85,000. So, Elron, if you are anywhere near the Playground Poker Club, you're more than welcome to come down here and collect a banana. That is your prize, sir.
Come on down. Get yourself a banana.
And just to address someone who tweeted earlier on who was concerned that the talk of bananas was somehow a racial slur on the Brazilian people. No, we have a fruit platter with near enough 50 bananas on it.
Actually, I was talking about the Brazilian people.
Oh.
Just kidding. Is a banana a racial slur for Brazilians?
No, he just thought we were talking about bananas because they have bananas in Brazil.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He was probably trolling. Point being that we've got a lot of bananas here, and that's what we're giving them away as competition prizes. I appreciate you do have to be in the Montreal area to claim that prize. Keep getting in touch, though. Use the Twitter hashtag Canada Cup. No competitions running at the moment, but we welcome your thoughts, your analysis, your questions.
Your feelings, your fears, your dreams.
Well, who do you think is going to go out in the final table bubble, and who are you hoping to see at the final table tomorrow?
Who are you hoping goes out on the final table bubble? How about that?
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Have you ever been on the internet, James? It's harsh. It's a bunch of people being harsh on the internet that couldn't handle it in any way in real life.
A walk for chip leader Justin Miller in the big blind. So with the blinds at 1530, the low man at the table is still Francois Goulet playing 730,000.
Goulet!
There is a free roll starting, by the way. In just under an hour's time, it starts at 8 Eastern, and the password is on your screen right now. Duhamel with a capital D. It's in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. $1,000 in the prize pool.
James Jacob Bobro tweets at me, it's finally that time of the week. EPT London on Channel 4. Stapes, you watching it? Jacob Bobro doesn't know about the Canadian Cocoa. Up. Charlie wants to know, can the new hashtag be Banana Cup? I'm okay with that. I'll allow it.
Under the gun raise from Ryan Rivers. It was Rivers who started 10-handed action as the shortest stack, but he's now up to 1.8 million, so he's above the average. He's found a customer in Ankush Mandavia who calls from the hijack.
Banana Cup.
Common question, this time asked by Samuel Barber. What are the Pac-Man style symbols next to player names? That's showing the slice of the pie each player has.
Mandavia has a slightly open Pac-Man mouth, while Rivers has a slightly more open Pac-Man mouth.
Because Rivers has more chips. He has a bigger percentage, a bigger slice of the total chips in play.
He's eating more Pac-Man pellets.
And we're now in a situation where all 10 players remaining at the tournament are at the same table, so those pie charts
finally relevant.
Do represent genuinely the share of chips that each player has. Do you see Elron Steele's response? Booyah! First stream win. Now, I am about 3,500 kilometers from the Playground Poker Club, so please give my banana to Anthony WTF. He needs his nutrients.
What is 3,500 kilometers? Like 40, 50 miles? We don't do the KMs.
It's a very long way. So, Anthony Charter, you've won yourself a banana, courtesy of your friend Elron Steele.
I think there's a whole pile of free bananas out there too, though.
Yeah, don't ruin it.
Oh, sorry.
What about if we sign the banana?
It's a banana that's been in the room with me and James. James, I'll be happy to sign your banana. He really is writing on it. You have a good signature, buddy.
There you go. You sign the other side.
I haven't figured out what mine is yet, my autograph. Do you sign your, like, autograph the same as you sign your checks and stuff?
No, I'm not stupid.
Okay, well, apparently I'm stupid then.
You sign your checks, Stapes.
Yep.
There we go, a signed banana for our competition winner. So a reminder that Cards Up coverage of the final table of this tournament starts at noon tomorrow, because there will be a 1-hour delay on the stream.
James Shelford says, just woke up in New Zealand. Nothing better than watching Canada Cup. James, as much as I love having you with us, I can literally think of hundreds of things that are better than watching the Canada Cup. Hugging your mom.
But he's an Antonio fan. He says, go Esfandiari.
Eating a sandwich. A really great buffalo wing sauce.
Wow. Now, you may have noticed, by the way, that our ponytailed friend in the 9 seat, Vincent Jacques, is wearing a t-shirt that says Go Commando.
Oh, I get it.
So during the break, our French-Canadian colleagues, Dominic and Laurence, decided to investigate if
he practiced what he's preaching.
Monsieur Jacques is indeed wearing underwear or has gone commando. Well, Dominic has tweeted a picture of Laurence searching for the response, searching for the answer, but doesn't actually tweet the answer. So we need to find out from our French-Canadian colleagues, is he wearing pants? And by pants, I mean underwear.
Check this out. Check out this mofo.
Yeah. Death Tangle Noir is in play. An opening raise from Armstrong, 3-bet by Shamar. Notkin moves all in. Armstrong has folded. Action back on Shamar, who 3-bet to 140K. The all-in from Notkin is 1.1 million.
Robert Notkin, you will not go out on the bubble. Not today, my friend.
Shamar folds, showing the ace of hearts.
Not on my watch. Notkin, not today, not on my watch.
Anthony Charter very excited. He thanks Elron. Thanks, dude. I'll grab the banana later. Wait, that sounds bad. Well, sadly, the truth, though. Elron responds, they promised to sign the banana for you. That's sounding even worse. Tweet pics. I thought that guy was going to kidnap us. Just walked in with some gaffer tape.
Jeez. You're doing us a favor.
Esfandiari has raised to 65,000 under the gun.
Well, apparently EPT's on in Canada right now, too. Sportsnet 360. Sweet.
Multitask, everyone. Double screen. It's what all the kids do. They can't even concentrate if they don't have 2 screens going at once.
Hillary Notkin getting in touch to say, my gutsy father has me on my toes. Well, he's probably just paying you back from your teenage years. My guess is he was waiting up for you on more than one occasion, Missing Molly. I really hope that Robert Notkin makes the final table. I'm not going to lie, meeting Hillary Notkin is literally the only thing I have to look forward to in my life.
I don't hear no violins.
It's because I had to sell my violin. I got debt.
Mandavia's raise. Called by Shammah.
His pawn ticket expires in 3 days.
Svendiari called as one in the big blind. We've gone three-way to this flop. Mandavia continues for 80,000. Gets a fold from Shammah. Svendiari calls. 6 of clubs on the turn. Check, check on the turn. Board pairs on the river. 8 of diamonds. Antonio leads the river. 155,000. And Ryan Reed says, good luck to Jim McManus, playing under his alias, Notkin.
That is positively not Jim McManus.
Still think Spielberg's the best lookalike suggestion we've had so far.
Mandavia firing out a raise here. The old raisey daisy, that's what we say in my home game. Quick recap here. Mandavia, the original raiser, Shammah called in between. After Mandavia continued the flop, Shammah folded. Antonio obviously stuck around. Check, check on the turn. Then Antonio leads river, gets raised by Mandavia. Antonio got a real decision here. This is like a 2.5x raise. And it's a pretty narrow range, I think, that Mandavia is repping here for value hands. Maybe not as narrow. Obviously, a set of jacks a possibility, meaning a full house. Sixes are possible. Not super likely, I don't think. I guess over pairs here can raise. Hands like queens and kings.
Antonio calls.
Yeah, there's aces.
Oh.
I think when Antonio doesn't snap call, aces is feeling pretty good.
And Antonio loses more than $500,000 on that hand. So he's going to be left with around 1.2 million. Ankush Mandavia up to 1.8 million. Esfandiari second to last on the leaderboard. Francois Goulet still bringing up the rear with around 23 big blinds. Justin Miller still leads, the only player with more than 100 big blinds, 3.5 million. And still more than an hour to run on this level. Now, according to Robert Ross, Bits and Bytes is also the name of a Canadian Apple II era educational computer show, except obviously it was Bits and Bytes with a Y.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Lou Bourgois was the presenter of that.
Lou Bourgois?
Lou Bourgois, sorry.
I wasn't credited. I was just as confused as you are.
A few people confuse why Antonio Esfandiari is playing this rather than the World Series 25K Mixed Max event. We know that Antonio is a huge fan of this venue, right? And he's the poster boy for the Playground Poker Club. His picture's everywhere. And obviously, he's friends with the managers of the place. Maybe they asked him to come down here as a favor. But also, I think playing a tournament like this is actually really good training for some of the smaller events of the World Series.
Definitely. I think that the average player here is very similar to the average player you'll be up against in most of those massive field tournaments at the World Series. I also think, you know, there's nothing to sneeze at here for first prize. It's 344,000 for first place here. Some of those World Series events are gonna pay that.
By the way, I finally got an answer. Laurence says, Vincent does indeed practice what he preaches. He is not wearing pants. No underwear for the man in seat 9. Now, in the photograph that she tweeted, it looks like he's wearing denim. That's going to chafe. Plus, with a zip fly, all kind of nastiness can happen. Still, good to get a resolution to that one.
Is it weird that I just like seeing a tweet from Laurence that says no pants?
No. Pretty standard for you.
Standard,
Totally
yeah,
standard for you.
standard.
Yeah, very standard.
Some folks are commenting on the EPT episode that's airing right now, and it's the episode, I forget who does it, but who's the guy who looks down and sees aces and goes, bleep, nice hand?
Oh, Kent Road.
Kent Road, amazing. Oh, that's definitely one of my favorite moments of all time. I wish I could cuss on the air just to recreate that. You know, obviously we can't, but boop, nice hand. He says it out loud.
It's what we call a tell in poker. Still, his opponent had kings. It all went in, and the guy with kings river to flush. So, once again, standard. Nishijima opens to 65K. Esfandiari 3 bets to 135,000. Ricky Stone says, after creeping Hillary's picks, I am now a Notkin fan. Good for you, Ricky. Thank you for sharing. As Yajima folds to the 3-bet. Antonio gets that one through.
Ricky, you old dog, you. Not cool.
Feels weird to actually be awake while the UPT is airing.
Are you usually in bed by this time?
Hell yeah, the show's on at 10 past midnight.
I'm just getting going. I'm just sitting there by Twitter waiting for the compliments to roll in.
So you're up all night waiting, right?
Yep, pretty much. The problem is unfortunately occasionally like a bad one comes in and then I can't go to sleep. That's the real issue. I actually have to put my phone down and go to bed just in case, because like remember the Devilfish incident?
Yeah.
Like I caught the first tweet where like one of the guys ratted on me and gave my Twitter handle to Devilfish, and I was like, okay, gotta go to bed right now because I can't stay awake through what's about to happen. And I managed to avoid it until the morning. But once that had all kicked off at nighttime, I would have never gotten to sleep. Action folds around to Ankush, who raises his button. Not today for Notkin, defending his big blind. How dare you? How dare you raise Notkin's big blind?
10-4 deuce on the flop. Question for you from Max Stapes, which we'll get to after this hand, which goes check on the flop. We get a jack on the turn.
Max!
And with it going check on the turn, we get another 10 on the river.
75,000.
Notkin leads for 75K.
Yeah, when Notkin leads, you are not good.
And Davia folds. So Max says, Stapes, many poker players seem to think your thought process is 100% correct the majority of the time. So you're 100% correct, but not 100% of the time. Why don't you play events?
Well, part of it is that I get help. I get help on those hands. You can see that the analysis that I mean, first of all, it's easy when you can see the whole cards, A. All right, so when I'm doing the TV show analysis, I can see the whole cards. B, I get help. You know, I still have a poker coach, Jimmy Fricky, Gobble Boy, the poker police. We still go over every single hand together to make sure I understand what's happening. And while I do understand, and I could probably fumble my way through some of it on my own, I still learn a lot from him. And so I wouldn't be that good of a poker player, I don't think. And also, being able to practice what you preach, being able to do what you say you should do is a wholly different story, which is why you see poker players make mistakes. I think most above average poker players could analyze it the same way, but when you're in that situation, it's so much harder to do. And once again, whole cards. Big difference. And I get the sweat whiffs wrong sometimes. I try to do those hands purely. I try to do them, you know, for real. You know, I try to play from the player's perspective. And James, I get them wrong.
Yeah. Oh, James Cole's back with us. He says, hey guys, busted the competition tonight. Sick beat. Can I have the free roll password, please? I guess I can play after all. Absolutely. Duhamel. With a capital D, as in Jonathan Duhamel, is the password that will get you into that free roll. Don't forget, it's in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby.
Harrison Notkin thinks their dad looks like Billy Crystal from Analyze That. But not Billy Crystal from Analyze This. Specifically Analyze That.
Three-way to this flop. Vincent Jacques under the gun raise, called by Ankush Mandavia and Justin Miller. Everyone check the flop. Action check to Jacques on the turn. Shark bets 90,000, gets a fold from Mondavia. Miller's thinking it. And he calls. The ace of spades hits the river.
425,000 in this pot.
150,000, 55,000.
A lot more now.
Like on Slick Mid.
155,000 more to be exact. Always kind of suspicious when the passive player becomes the aggressor on the river. Jacques was the original raiser, raised under the gun. Did check around on the flop. And this is a raise. And no shock to Miller that the under the gun raiser maybe had an ace there, raising the river.
Now, Scott, who we made peace with earlier on, has a conundrum for you, Stapes. It's actually very easy if you think about it. If a baseball and bat cost $1.10 and the bat costs $1 more than the ball, how much does the baseball cost?
10 cents?
Thank you for playing. The ball costs 5 cents. And then the bat costs $1 more, which would be $1.05, totaling $1.10. It's one of those classic trick questions which everyone automatically says 10 because they don't think about it.
I'm not good at thinking about things.
Well, that's what we often tell our audience to do. We often encourage them to think about it. So maybe you need to take a dose of your own medicine, Stapleton.
Well, if I were able to, you know, not commentate poker and just answer trivia questions, maybe I would be a little bit better at it, but I'm kind of doing some other things here.
Like drinking coffee. How is it?
I don't know. I don't particularly like coffee, so I wouldn't know what to say.
Mondavia raises to 60,000, gets a call from Shema in the cutoff. Everyone else. Well, no, hang on a second. Jacques in from the big blind as well.
That question is BS anyway, because what baseball costs 5 cents?
Maybe there's a special offer. What baseball bat costs $1.05?
Exactly, so stupid.
I know how much you love fake hypotheticals. King, Queen, Jack, 2 hearts on the flop.
At least come up with something realistic.
Everybody checks. Michelle says, I'm on Joe's team for that answer.
Thanks, Michelle.
Why would anyone admit that they want to be wrong?
No. I think she just agrees that it's a dumb question because the baseball is never a nickel.
I see.
Maybe not, though.
Just want to make it clear, it's not a matter of opinion. Joe was wrong.
It's also a lot easier when you already know what the answer is.
I hadn't heard that specific example before, but it's a common...
It's a common thing you already knew the answer to.
It's a common variation on a theme. How about that? Once again, a reminder that those Shark Cage qualifiers are coming up. A chance to play on TV, a chance to take a trip to Barcelona, all expenses paid. Qualifiers start in 2 days' time.
I'm actually pretty tilted. I didn't get that. I wish I'd thought about it for a second.
If it makes you feel any better, Scott says, Joe, 53%
It doesn't.
of MIT graduates said 10 cents.
It doesn't.
It doesn't make you feel better?
Nope.
No? He's not feeling any better. Pietro says, hey guys, watching you from Brazil and raising Nishijima.
Have a banana on us.
He is an online beast. Great job so far. And Vamu. Action has been folded to chip leader Justin Miller. He starts the hand with just shy of 3.2 million. He raises to 65,000. Folded around to the big blind. Thiago Nishijima. He's playing around 2 million, just above average. Defends. Queen 10-8 with 2 diamonds. Daz says, okay guys, time to go forcibly remove someone from the table. 6:35 a.m. in Thailand, and I'm getting angry looks from the missus.
Sick brag that you have a missus.
Well, Daz, we officially have another 20 minutes until the hockey game starts. That's when we are likely to lose the vast majority of our audience, and that's when we will forcibly remove someone from the tournament. So 85,000 apiece on the flop. Check, check on the turn. And a 3 of diamonds on the river.
Nishijima firing.
How much is he firing? 275.
Miller calls. It's a flush. King high. And it is good. So Nishijima defends the suited king.
Flops a flush draw, gets a free card on the turn, gets there on the river. And Rivers is down to 2 million. Nishijima up to 2.5 million. Still on that final table bubble. Still 10 players remaining. Duhamel, the password for the free roll in the private section of the tournament lobby, starting in 20 minutes time. Get in. Try and win yourself a slice of the $1,000 prize pool. And no offense, Max, but I don't really want to answer any World Series related questions for the simple reason that even though it's only day one, I'm already utterly sick of it. Real-time...
No way, man. We're excited.
Real-time updates about people's hotel rooms, what they saw when they arrived at the airport, how many runners in the casino employees event, level by level. And don't get me started on the fantasy draft. How many fuzzy photos from that fantasy draft? How many out of focus pictures got tweeted last night?
A bunch.
So we've got a Shamar raise, a Jacques 3-bet. Action back on Ryan Shamar. That's not our tournament clock beeping, by the way. It's one of the side events. We've still got 50 minutes left at this level. Current blinds to answer Karen's question being 15 and 30,000 with a 5,000 ante.
If I had a very strong hand before the flop, I'm probably going to 3-bet Shamar all the live long day because he does not like to fold. No, I'm not going to lie. I haven't been paying very close attention, but I don't think he's folded to a pre-flop re-raise.
We see him call a lot of 3-bets, but he doesn't often 4-bet, and that's what he's done here. He's made it 280,000.
I mean, that's what he did in the big hand against Notkin, where Notkin claimed to have folded queens on the turn, I think it was, the Turner River. He's giving Jacques an excellent price here. Did not even double the 3-bet.
Well, Jacques folds. Shamar moves over 2 million again.
James, I don't know why Scott keeps needling me. I answered his dumb question. I got it wrong. He wins. So the rumors are true. Joe can take it but can't take it. Joe can give it but can't take it. I feel sad for your weak chin hidden by a beard. I think I took it fine. I didn't have a strop. I'm not in tears. I'm still reading your tweets. One little wave of my fingers and one of your tweets never gets read again.
It's a little bit passive aggressive, this guy.
Right? We're cool. Then he sends in a question in an attempt to make a fool of me. I played along. I played the part of the fool.
Along with the 53% of MIT grads.
Exactly. And then he needles me afterwards saying I can't take it. Like I said, I think I took it fine. I'm still here. I'm probably going to, you know, tie a belt around myself later and do weird stuff. But
that's just a...
Yeah, I mean, that's just a Tuesday.
Absolutely. Action folded to the small blind. James Armstrong. He's raised to 90,000.
We see the situation come up a lot, actually, James, where, you know, there's a far less experienced player playing against a far more experienced player, blind on blind. And people still feel the need to raise pretty wide. Now, we don't know what Armstrong's hand is, but I would just be super cautious playing a pot against Antonio, blind on blind. I don't think he's going to fold very often. He's not folding here. Now you're out of position against one of the best poker players in the world. I think I'm going to give up my small blind to him a lot. But Armstrong's going to continue on this 3-4-6 two-heart board.
Zuli's not impressed with Scott's antics. She says, this dude has been antagonistic for hours. I left for 2 hours, came back, and he's still going. Nothing better to do?
Probably not.
So 145,000 apiece. Board pairs on the turn. And Armstrong bets again. This is a relatively small bet. Just 35,000 more than he bet on the flop. Sorry, 30,000 more than he bet on the flop. And Antonio pretty quickly calls that bet.
Yeah, this pot's getting mighty big. Like I said, blind on blind, it's just sometimes a little unnecessary.
Queen on the river, Armstrong slows down, he checks.
Now he checks, and he gives Antonio the opportunity to put all kinds of pressure on him. What do you do, though? You've been stationed. I don't think Armstrong can really expect to get a ton of folds when his turn bet is just slightly more than his flop bet. And when I say slightly more, I mean one big blind more. Well, that would make sense why you would play the blind against Antonio.
I'm surprised he didn't bet the river.
No, it's scary when you get stationed twice on a board like that, because you know Antonio can, can call you pretty wide in the big blind. I don't think you're going to be too happy with very many boards. I mean, how often is it that there's a just completely non-coordinated board with no ace out there? Like, just when you're playing against Antonio, it's scary.
Well, Armstrong wins the pot up to 1.8 million. Antonio drops down below the million mark. 945,000, second shortest stack at the table. Goulet, by the way, now playing fewer than 20 bigs. And I don't know the kid, maybe he always looks like that, but he still seems to be smarting from that massive hand against Mandavia earlier.
He probably is. That's it's hard to recover from something like that.
Notkin raises 75,000. Called in position by Armstrong. The blinds be a folding, so we're going heads up to the flop.
Ace, king, 6. Yeah, that's the shot I want to see.
It's all Notkin.
I hear you Notkin.
As he continues. And the 160,000. C-Bet gets the job done. Well, Joe, it's the moment we've been waiting for. It's time for round 2 of Walter's Canadian Challenge.
All right, here we go.
Now, the key thing is, and this is a plea from Walter to everyone out there watching the live stream and following along on Twitter using the hashtag Canada Cup. The question is specifically for myself and Mr. Stapleton.
Don't ruin this for us.
We are going to be allowed one guess each, and we'll have 3 minutes from when the question arrives to answer the question. So here we go. Which of the following is not Canadian? Pamela Anderson, Margot Kidder, Jennifer Tilley, Seth Rogen, Michael Cera. Now, you've been doing some research today into Canadian actors, Joe, so you might actually have an advantage here.
I have it narrowed down to 2. Pamela Anderson, definitely Canadian. Seth Rogen, definitely Canadian. Margot Kidder is such a weird choice to throw in there.
Remember when she went nuts and knocked out all her teeth?
I remember she went nuts. I wasn't aware of the whole teeth thing. Margot Kidder and Michael Cera is what I've got it narrowed down to. Heads up to the flop.
Tilley, definitely Canadian?
Tilley's definitely Canadian, yeah. I'm going to go with Michael Cera not being Canadian.
Okay, I'll go with Margot Kidder just so that we're different, okay? I mean, I've got no idea. You've done most of the detective work, so you deserve to win this one. Walter, Stapes has gone for Michael Cera. I've gone for Margot Kidder. Please put us out of our misery and tell us the answer.
Zuli, who decided to ignore no Twitter help, tweets Jennifer Tilly. Michelle Carey says Mike, whatever his name is. Oh, that's Michael. Michael Cera. Bet on the river wins this Frankush.
We're now more than halfway through this level. 40 minutes left at 15:30. The next blind level being, quite logically, 2040, with the ante staying at 5,000.
Oh, looks like I'm one of the ones I think I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I was wrong, and I led you astray.
So we should have listened to Zuli, right?
Zuli says Jennifer Tilly, yeah.
Tilly is not Canadian, guys. She was born in the US and only lived a few years north of the border. That from Anthony WTF.
There you go. 0 for 2 today.
Oh, do you know what? It was a trick question. The answer, they're all Canadian. Thanks, Walter.
Well, I feel like a trick question is more your bad than ours.
Jacques raised to 60,000, called by Ryan Rivers and by Ankush Mandavia. Shamar in the big blind with the decision. Looks like he's raising. Squeezy does it. $240,000. Action back on the original Razor. Vincent Jacques, he folds. Ryan Rivers.
Now Walter says, just kidding, the answer was Jennifer Tilly. I think Walter may have screwed up, thought everyone was Canadian, now realizing Jennifer Tilly isn't Canadian.
Yeah, you know what, Walter, we're going to call that one a draw. Come back with a proper round 2 when you've researched it properly. Now, Rashid has a Canada Cup lookalike, which I think is quite valid. Thinks that Vincent Jacques has something of the Rafa Nadal's about him. Although I think Rafa normally does wear underwear.
Oh man, Daz's wife has just left him. Keys grabbed, door slammed, motorbike screams off into the distance. I hope you're happy with yourself, Bubble Boy.
Mandavia folds. So heads up to the flop in this 3-bet pot. Rivers without the betting lead, but he is in position. And he's the effective stack here with around 1.6 million behind. 10-8 forward, 2 diamonds. A continuation bet of 375,000 wins Ryan Shamar this pot.
Guy's aggressive.
And in 3 minutes' time, our entire Canadian audience disappears as the Stanley Cup playoffs continue. Meanwhile, it's rather weird to be sitting here witnessing Twitter commentary of a TV show you voiced some time ago that's now going out around the world.
While you're doing other commentary?
Yeah. I kind of feel like I'm having a really bad nightmare at the moment. Zuli says, I got scolded for something, but I was called away from my computer, so all I heard was, Zuli didn't... I'm working while watching, guys. He was scolded, Zuli, for disobeying Walter's rules. Walter set a question just for myself and Joe, and then you tried to help us.
I mean, that's probably why I didn't pick Jennifer Tilly, is because I saw that in the Twitter timeline. I didn't want to cheat and get Twitter help.
Look, I think we basically called it off, and Walter's got to come up with another question. I'm sorry, Walter, but you're still not getting a prize. I'd rather see these 28 remaining bananas binned than awarded to you for that particular challenge. Miller's pre-flop raise called by Notkin, and he wins it with a bet on the flop. Dealer change with half an hour left on the level. And this is how the stacks have changed over the course of this level. Level 25 of the tournament. A good level for players like Shamat,
Ankush,
Nishijima, and Mandavia. And for Notkin, to be fair, he's added around 300k to his stack. Not so good for Antonio Esfandiari, whose stack has more than halved.
It'd be kind of a bummer to have, you know, an absolutely huge name like Antonio make it to the unofficial final table, make it to 10-handed, have a pretty good stack, and have him be the bubble boy. I'm pretty excited to watch Antonio at the final table.
Well, the favourite to bubble is still Francois Goulet. He is the short stack now.
Goulet?
With fewer than 20 big blinds.
We've never done a Cards Up live stream with Antonio, have we?
Yes.
Other than TV. We have.
We have, because he final tabled the Super High Roller at the PCA this year.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It all just blurs.
Walter says, okay, I'll be back tomorrow for round 3 of Walter's challenge. Hashtag better research this time. Walter, it's still round 2.
See, look at that.
We've scratched round 2.
Walter needs a whole day to come up with a question. We do like 7 in a day.
We're 9 hours into day 4 now. We're getting to that point where the headphones are starting to hurt on the ears.
Go ahead, take a break. Give yourself a little rub. That's what I do. Pop them off, give them a little rubsies.
I just all kind of like just rotate them slightly and have the headband kind of over my forehead like some strange sci-fi police officer.
I am the law.
Stay out of trouble.
It's out on video now, by the way, the remake. Will you watch it?
I have no desire to see a single frame of that movie.
Well, you're a fool, my friend.
You're going to tell me it's good?
Yes, yes, I am.
You're in the minority.
I've not seen it.
Rivers raises under the gun and gets called by Vincent Jacques in the big blind. 9-8-6 with 2 diamonds.
One more 9 on the turn after goes check, check. How's your internet working over there?
Fine. Solid.
This computer was such a lemon.
Keep telling you, delete browsing history, delete cookies.
Does that help?
15,000.
So check, check on the flop. And when Jacques leads the turn, Rivers folds.
Joe Weber says that we're wrong about Notkin's look-alike. He thinks Notkin looks like Gene Parmesan. Do you remember Gene Parmesan, James, from Arrested Development?
Oh, yes.
Martin Mull. Not bad. I'm with you, Joe.
Scott tweets, I'm with James on the remake. Can you fly, Bobby?
I guess in the new one, Bobby can fly, so it's not even that dramatic. I think tonight was the episode where I premiered the nickname for Ludo, Angus McWiener Schnitzel.
And Zulu, we're talking about RoboCop, not Dread.
How good was the new Dread, though?
That was excellent.
So good. Look, I get things like this happening.
I had no problem, by the way.
That.
I had no problem with we rebooting the whole Dread thing, because the first movie, the one with Sylvester Stallone, was god-awful.
Not good, right.
But the original RoboCop was a classic. And it does not need to be remade, rebooted, fiddled with, interfered with, destroyed. What's happened here? Now my computer's gone funny.
That's what you get.
Oh,
delete,
no.
delete your browsing history. Clear your cookies.
Oh no, what's happened?
So after Nishijima raised pre-flop, he and Armstrong went to this flop of 7-8, 7-2 spades. Nishijima continued. Armstrong raised. Just what in the world is he calling under the gun +1 with that can raise here? Some kind of overpair, I guess, he's trying to protect. 9s, 10s, J-holes. I want to ban all Stapes lookalikes from Twitter. Just please stop. No one looks like me. Except for maybe Antonio's very supple legs.
I have literally no idea what's going on with my computer right now.
I'm sorry, homie. Don't worry, I'm on board.
Boom. It's back. We're back online. Bucket Boys online. I will stop with the RoboCop quotes in a moment, I promise.
Free bet. Flop free bet, everybody.
Everyone loves a 3 bizzle on the flop, that's for shizzle.
And I kind of like this 3 bet from Nishijima because I think if Armstrong has the sort of hands that it seems like he would to just flat under the gun +1 and then raise something he wants to protect like 9s or 10s, he might get him to fold it here.
I don't think he's folding.
Do we think Armstrong's the type to slow play a really big pocket pair before the flop? From under the gun +1?
No. He's done some curious things, though. He has mixed up his play.
Yeah. I mean, there's another reason. You know, maybe Nishijima has what he thinks is a value hand here and is putting in another raise because he thinks Armstrong won't fold a hand like jacks or tens. I think you put a hand like jacks or tens in a real pickle here with a 3-bet, which is why I like it.
Now, I thought Armstrong was actually counting out a 4-bet there, but maybe he's just seeing what kind of stack he's playing at the moment.
See ya.
He folds.
Back to my original statement there. So ship that pot to Nisha. That was a big one.
Yeah, he's up to 2.7 million. He's just behind Justin Miller. These two guys pretty much tied for the chip lead at the moment.
One big blind between them.
The shortest stack still, Francois Goulet, who's been very quiet. In fact, since we went 10-handed,
Goulet,
we have played around 50 hands. Goulet's only played 4 hands. He's got the lowest VPIP of any player at this table, 10%.
Nobody's got a particularly high VPIP, though, either.
Which you would expect from it being A, 10-handed,
yep,
and B, the final table bubble.
Yep, absolutely. We're rolling the free roll password right now. I don't know if the free roll has late registration.
Give it a go. See if you can get in. Have some fun.
I don't think it does. Whoops. Oh, yeah, it does have late reg. I'm getting in.
Go and play.
Du Hamel. Capital D. Yes.
Wish I could play.
I'm out.
Wish I was trusted to actually do updates on my own computer.
I'm broke already.
Do you think it's ironic that a member of the PokerStars IT support team has to be present for me to update the PokerStars client?
Yes. I do think, well, I don't know, it's so much ironic as it is stupid.
Well, you never know what's going to be in that update. You see, it might download something malicious
I mean,
to the computer.
there could be some real shady stuff in the PokerStars update. Aren't you not supposed to be playing on the client anyway, James? Really? Didn't you have to get special permission just to play the free rolls? By the way, how's that charity fund going?
I think it's standing at around 70 cents.
You think you better keep better records than that, my friend?
I'm not allowed to play for any games of value, and I do frequently play money Zoom games on PokerStars.
Do you really?
Yeah, which I'm allowed to. The only games of value I'm allowed to play in are the free rolls that we run, and the agreement is if I were to cash in those free rolls, the money would go to charity, and so far I've cashed in free rolls this year for around 70 cents. Thank you, Michelle, who says, still listening to you guys. I'll keep you updated on the score. I feel I'm really missing out on something. I really got into it on Sunday night.
I want to see that. Maybe if we finish, before the game's over, we just ride it out here, watch it in the rail.
What's that sandwich we were advised to get at the rail?
I don't know. I'm sure 5,000 people will remind us. James, some guy in the free roll on the rail asked me if I would send him $2. Should I do it?
No.
Correct.
That's what I'm here for, by the way. My sole role in life is to provide Joe Stapleton with financial advice.
I don't think I have $2. It was a bad scoop.
All in.
We have an all-in. And the all-in gets through. Rivers bet the flop, got raised by Shamar, shoved, and chips up to 1.9 million.
Kind of went a little crazy during scoop. I put all my friends in on this for the scoop main event, the low event, not the 10,500 one. And also, I only have 2 friends. The Great Sabu says we're supposed to get the spicy chicken burger. Does that sound familiar? No.
Some kind of grilled sandwich that Kara Scott recommended, but not being funny, we had sandwiches for lunch, so...
I've had sandwiches every single day here thus far, for lunch and dinner.
It beats having wraps. But I'm willing to give the spicy chicken burger a go.
I think it's going to be too spicy for you. Remember this morning they said that that hot sauce is pretty hot?
Oh, yeah.
Gave Geoff a hard time.
JD smokes, his palate's kind of not up to much, and the fact that it hurt him means it's really going to hurt me. Oh, look at this. Mandavia raises and gets 3 callers. 4 players to the flop and an 8 trade deuce 2 spade flop.
Hello, Nurse.
How's it going in the free roll, Joe?
Pretty much got it locked up.
Are people being nice to you in the chat box?
Sort of.
90,000.
Action checked to Vincent Jacques, and he bets. Looks like 90,000, yep.
Let's see if we can stay 4 ways to the turn. This guy in the chat just said nice C bet, Joe, so he's calling me the C word, which I don't think is very nice.
Well, we're not going to go 4-way, but we might be going 3-way. Armstrong and Miller both call. Mondavia gets out of the way. Ace of diamonds on the turn. The Great Sabu insists it won't be too spicy. It's the most delicious thing on the menu. Hashtag amazing.
I'll be the judge of that.
Max says playing the Canada Cup free roll in England, feeling a bit dirty. Why? Max, you're welcome to come to this event next year. There'll be satellites again on PokerStars.
Plus, it's all good in the Commonwealth, right?
Absolutely. Do you know what, Max? They have the Queen on their money, just like you and me.
You and him are on the money?
So when check, check, check on the turn, King of diamonds on the river. Action checked to Vincent Jacques. Jacques bets 300 and 250,000.
Sizable. So Armstrong was the last player to enter this pot pre-flop from the small blind. Looks like he's got an ace here.
Hockey update. The Habs are 1-0 up.
James, it's not hockey, it's stick puck. It just seems like the kind of thing when I call soccer football, I always have to be corrected. It seems like hockey wouldn't be right.
Michelle's delighted. Go Habs go, she tweets.
Michelle, my bell. Ted, now you've got Kent all worried. Can you please answer him? Seriously. Seriously, look at the Skype. Don't do that to him. His hair will fall out. Armstrong is still thinking about this? What bad ace has he got here?
Oh, more things we have in common with the Canadians. Aaron says, James, our $1 and $2 coins are the same color as your £1 and £2 coins. See, Joe, low denomination money, coins, not bills, coins.
You know what they call them here, James? The nickname, they have a nickname for the $1 and $2 coins.
I don't know.
They're called loonies, or the $1 coins, because there's a loon on them. And then the $2 coins are called toonies. Loonies and toonies. Armstrong lays it down finally.
And Miller folds as well. Another 420,000 chips for Vincent Jack. And 13 minutes left on this level. All eyes on Francois Goulet, who's playing 485,000 at the moment. Now, if we do get to the next level in 13 minutes' time, he's going to be coming into that level with around 10 big blinds.
Sans fait moi qui vont très bien ensemble. Très bien ensemble. Yes! Michelle got my reference.
So Goulet in the big blind on this hand. And it's Notkin who opens. And this is a situation where I think it's fair to say, Joe, where if you're raising the big blind of Goulet, you need to be aware of his stack size.
For sure, and we noticed sometimes yesterday around the money bubble that some stack awareness was probably could have been better.
Now that is not to say that you can't raise and try and steal his big blind, but if he were to move all in, I would expect a quick decision. In other words, you know whether you're calling or you know whether you're folding.
Yeah, no, that's what's supposed to happen, but how often does it actually happen?
Well, I don't need to worry about that because there's a 3-bet here from Jacques. Everyone else has folded. It's back on Notkin. Notkin calls. A7-5 on the flop.
Oh, Mark Ward, you've got some nerve. You've got some nerve.
Hello. Next time, could you guys give out the free roll password a little sooner and know that there is extended registration?
Mark Ward, we gave away the free roll password 4 hours before registration even opened.
True that. It was while Jonathan Duhamel was with us in the booth. We decided to reveal the free roll password early to show Jonathan that how honored he should be that we've named a password after him.
WTF, mate.
Well, Jacques continues, as you'd expect him to do on an ace-high flop, 175,000.
So Notkin called this 3-bet before the flop. Raised fairly early. Called out of position. Facing a small but fairly standard continuation bet.
Not the kind of hand that Notkin wants to continue with. More chips for Vincent Jacques, up to 2.2 million.
Can you hear me, Notkin?
He is third in chips, behind Thiago Nishijima, who's playing 2.7 million, and Justin Miller, who's playing 2.6 million.
Lindsay can't believe we're missing out on the Armstrong and Miller references. What in the balls is Armstrong and Miller?
It was a comedy show in the UK, a double act. Adrian Armstrong and, oh, I can't remember the Miller guy's first name. Ben Miller? I think it's Ben Miller. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason why you should know who Armstrong and Miller are.
Is there any reason that you should be disappointed in for missing that reference?
No, I think about 4 people watching this might get that. And I'd actually take the under on 4. That was a high guesstimate.
That is how an over-under works.
Donnie's interested in VPIP stats, and obviously, Donnie, they've only played 53 hands, 10-handed, so the stats aren't that meaningful. No one, as we said earlier on, has a particularly high VPIP. The most active player is actually Ankush Mandavia, whose VPIP is 28%. And Goulet, who was kind of crippled by that big hand against Mandavia, has the lowest VPIP at 9%.
Ooh, look at that. Flop set of 6s.
Ooh, lovely.
Doesn't get any value on the river, though. That 4-card straight out there. It's brutal.
Mark Ward appreciated being sarcastically mocked. I'll stay tuned in. Thank you, Mark.
Yes. Got him.
We like you. That's it. Ben Miller and Alexander Armstrong. I should know that. Did you know that Alexander Armstrong once hosted an EPT TV show?
Really?
There was a charity event at the EPT Grand Final. I want to say it was in 2008. And Alexander Armstrong was the lead commentator on that show.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that it takes almost no talent to be able to host a TV show in the UK. Story checks out.
Oh, yeah.
It also helps if you're a total creep. Story still checks out.
Actually, it was 2009, so that was the conclusion.
Oh, that's the same year I invented all it takes is a chip and a chair.
I don't know whether Alexander Armstrong was able to apply that line in his commentary. So season 5, I don't think those shows are available to watch at PokerStars.tv. And no offense to Alexander Armstrong, but I think someone might actually have burnt the tapes.
Is that an option? Can I burn some of the tapes?
Look at this. You want multi-way action, you've got multi-way action. Miller raises. Jacques calls. Rivers calls. Armstrong calls. Mandavia calls. Shamat calls. We can barely fit all these graphics on the screen. King 9-8 on the flop.
Sherry Dixon just guessed bits and bytes.
Well, bless her for trying. We'll put her in the same category as Perry.
Perry the Trier. I just clicked on this guy's Twitter avatar because I thought it was a girl. Turns out he's just dressed up like the Joker. Still kind of into it.
You're not fussy. Jacques bets the flop. Not quite 950,000, but it's irrelevant. Gets the job done. Wins him the pot. Five minutes left on this level. Line's about to go up to 20,000, 40,000. Not great news for Monsieur Goulet.
Goulet!
Who's playing 455k, so he'll be coming back with an 11 big blind stack. The only other player at the table with less than $1 million is Antonio Esfandiari, playing 930k.
Good job, everybody, by the way, not going broke. I mean, some of these guys should have. Some of these guys could have. I mean, well done. Everyone wants to make the final table. You know, it's maybe not the most entertaining thing for us to watch them grind it out here. Maybe not the most exciting thing, but, you know, it's important to them. And nobody's made any huge mistakes.
Now, I would expect, and I don't like making these predictions anymore because inevitably I get them wrong, but I would expect the bubble to go in the next level. I would expect us to lose our 10th place finisher during the next level, because otherwise we are going to be coming into that final with a sub 50 big blind average. And that's not necessarily great for the finalists.
No, sir.
Shallow final tables. Not ideal. So four-way to this flop.
And Shama-lama ding dong. He's up to over 2.2 million.
Daz asks a question about Shark Cage. As we look at the change in stacks from the start of this level. He says, with the existence of Shark Cage, does this mean there will never be a big game again? It was my favorite ever poker show. It doesn't, Daz. Just because we're doing one thing doesn't mean another won't happen. What I would say is there are no immediate plans to bring back the big game, but I would never say never. Sean Connery did that, and then he was made to look a fool.
And then he said never say never again. Would you say he's a bigger fool for going back on his word or for the unbelievable turd that the movie was?
I'd say both. I think he made a lot of money out of it, though. And he modeled a fine syrup.
It's probably the most money anyone ever made for starring in a movie that took place in a retirement home.
It was not a retirement home.
It was definitely a retirement home.
It's meant to be like a spa.
Yeah, it's like a spa for old people, though, right?
Well, he was old.
Right, that's what I mean.
He was in his 50s.
I think they pushed him out in a wheelchair in one scene, don't they?
No.
Are you sure?
He's not in a wheelchair.
Isn't there a scene where Kim Basinger changes his diaper?
There is a guy in a wheelchair, but it's not Sean Connery.
He doesn't forget what year it is. His grandson doesn't come to visit him, and he thinks it's his son. None of that happened. Bingo night. I'm pretty sure there was a bingo night scene. And Never Say Never Again.
not part of the official James Bond canon.
That movie should be shot out of a cannon.
Well, this is interesting. Goulet made a standard opening raise from the hijack to 60,000. Got called by Miller in the big blind. Goulet continues to flop. And Miller raises. And Goulet is forced to fold and looks more frustrated than ever. I mean, you have to question, why is Goulet trying to play post-flop poker there?
Goulet! Because it's so tempting. It's one of those things, James, it's so easy when you're here. It's so easy when you're watching to know what he's supposed to do. And when you're in the moment, you're like, it's just this much more a call. It's just this much to defend my big blind. It's just this, it's just that. It's tough. It's very tough.
Well, they're going to squeeze in one more hand, and because of that hand, Goulet's going to be coming back from the break with a sub-10 big blind stack. He is the player at immediate risk. He is the player in the proverbial danger zone.
Danger zone!
No, he actually checks a little bit. No, he was trying to get the other end of that. Right, so.
Wow, here we go. Goulet making his move. A raise from Armstrong, called by Esfandiari. A shove from Goulet.
This could be it. Last hand of the level, too, right? I like Jesse's look-alike for Robert Armstrong, actually. James Armstrong. Says he looks like Judge Mills Lane. A little bit. It's the bald thing, though, again, I think. A little too much credit there.
Bald guys and guys with beards. It's sort of look-alike. Oh, it's now 1-1 in the Habs Rangers game. Thank you for the update, Michelle.
Mabel. Here we go.
That's a call from Armstrong.
It's a just call. What does Antonio do now? Antonio, I think, asking for clarification on what his raise amount would have to be or what his options are here. And he's going to put in a raise. Now he's basically putting Armstrong to a decision for all of his chips.
Well, hang on, Armstrong's got Esfandiari covered.
Antonio has said it himself. He loves causing pain.
I finally got him, you know? Little corner, Jimbo.
So just to recap the action on this hand, Armstrong opened to 65,000. Esfandiari flatted. Then the shove from Goulet, called by Armstrong. And now Antonio appears to have re-raised, a very committing re-raise.
Armstrong just folds away a bunch of dead money.
And Antonio is in a situation where he could eliminate Francois Goulet, who gets it in with eights. Antonio's hand, ace-king. Classic race. And it's a race that Goulet needs to win. He needs the eights to hold.
Huge race here for the final table bubble.
And there's an ace on the flop.
Very unlikely eights are going to hold. Gut shot possibilities.
Goulet looking for an 8 or a 9 on the river. It's an 8!
He gets there.
It's an 8. He doubles up through Antonio Esfandiari.
And there's a good shot. Armstrong loses that hand as well.
So a bit of sickness there. And Antonio left with around 600,000. So Antonio is going to be the short stack at the table when we come back from the break, when the tournament moves to the next level. 20,000, 40,000 blinds with a 5,000 ante. We will play on. We will play into the next level because we need to lose our 10th place finisher. We need to play to down to 9 here on the penultimate day of the PokerStars Canada Cup.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Hello, my babies. Stapes here. I'm in San Remo, Italy, and this time around for Challenge Stapes, you guys have voted that I need to become part of the EPT Massage Girl team, the best hands. So thanks for that. Before I get going, I need to go see Suki. She is the Tsarina. She is in charge of all things massage here on the EPT. So I'm going to check in with her, make sure I can get a slot on the team, and then I'm going to make some Skrilla. So here we go. Thank you, audience. Thank you. Hello. Hi there.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I don't know if you heard, but for Challenge Stapes this week, I have to be a part of the massage team, and I'm hoping that you can find a spot for me real quick here.
I suppose we could give you a try.
What's the best way to like sell myself as I walk? Can I walk? Can
Smile.
Smile? Can I walk the guard?
Good energy.
Free massages!
No,
Massages!
no.
I can't do that.
You can't. No.
Can I do one of these when I walk by?
Yes,
be like,
you can touch the players a little bit.
So I'm gonna go get
All right.
changed.
Okay.
And we'll get on out there.
All right. Well, good luck.
All right. You guys are gonna blur this part out, I hope. Let's go do this. Let's earn some money. My eyes are up here, everyone, okay? Just, yeah, exactly. Up here. Thank you. What's your name, sir?
Anton.
Anton. We're gonna give you a little treat.
What was on there?
Don't worry about it. It's
Do I
okay.
want to know?
Do you have any problem areas?
I do now.
I mean, other than being short stacked. But... Anton, it's okay if you have confused feelings right now, because I'm not gonna lie, it is a confusing situation. You know, this says to me that you're a very hard worker,
yeah,
and that you're somewhat underappreciated. I don't know if you
They didn't understand
feel the same way.
me.
Exactly. This is one of my special moves. No one's gotten this yet, by the way. This worked for me really well in college. How do you feel about me right now? Am I starting to turn the tide? I think I might have. I think I used a little too much. I have no formal training, so this is what happens.
I thought they would have given you some sort of costume. I'm surprised you're doing it in your normal clothes.
Yes, I know.
A little lower,
It's okay if you have confusing feelings right now, too. Right?
Yes, I'm a little slightly confused.
You want some Johnny Lawden? He's jealous. I'm jealous right now. I'm absolutely parched from doing this, from giving all these massages. So
Ham powder.
I'm fine.
Go.
Well, good. It wasn't good.
Oh my God.
But my mouth, oddly hydrated now. Just give it 1 second. This is lotion, I think. I'm pretty sure. Lotion. I'm almost positive it's lotion, but I used a little too much. You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. Good luck with the tournament. We're just gonna. Okay, that'll be $50. Let's see how low Vicky lets me go.
Ooh, think that's probably the limit.
Okay, there we go. We got almost halfway down the back.
There we go.
Fantastic. Anton, he's a mess back here, isn't he? Anton, what's going on in your life? I'm going to just talk to Anton for a second. Is everything okay in your personal life?
Oh, yeah, great.
Everything's fine? Because your back's saying otherwise to me.
Well, my bed last night was like this big.
Oh, it's a bed issue. Okay,
yeah.
it's that big. Are you sharing it with anyone?
No.
Maybe that's the problem. Here we go. Now's when we find out how much we made. For real?
Lovely
We got a
work.
second one.
Lovely
And like I said,
work.
if you got it, flaunt it. Anton, you have made my day. Thank you
Good.
very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to put this toward massage lessons. So
Okay.
I'm going to parlay it, sort of.
Can I pay by card?
Looking like a baller. Where's the card machine? Do we have it? We don't have it. We don't have the card machine.
Okay, there you go, sir.
Okay. It's for 5 minute work. No, it's fine. I wasn't judging at all. This is good. This is more than I make in a day doing commentary, for sure. Suki, will you take me on the team full time? I'm ready to leave commentating behind.
Sure, let's open it up to the team. What do you think, guys?
Girls, what do you say?
Yes.
We got one yes, and I don't know. Yes, 2 yeses. Yes. You know what? She's in. 1, 2, 3. Go State!
People need excitement, and when you need it fast, I'm the guy you call. 5 hands in 30 seconds on an elevator. 40 hands against 200 opponents in the back of a cab. The thrill of hundreds of hands and thousands of opponents wherever you are. Play only the hands you want, whenever you want, with Rush Poker Mobile. Because Rush is the only speed I know. FullTiltPoker.net. Download the Full Tilt Poker app for free.
Rafa Nadal is one of the greatest tennis players of all time. He's won all 4 Grand Slams. He's won Olympic gold. And now he's determined to win at a different game, poker.
I'm competitive in general. In life, I love the competition. I like to win.
When he's not on tour, Rafa is working with poker coach Alfonso Cardalda to develop his game. Rafa has just 6 months to hone his no-limit hold'em skills before playing in his first major live tournament.
Cuando Rafa comenzó a jugar al póker, realmente tenía unas nociones básicas que ya había aprendido, pero su naturaleza competitiva hacía que quisiera aprender muy rápido.
Today, Rafa's poker journey begins with a fun game against his friends and his mentor. But don't let the camaraderie fool you. Rafa wants to win.
Bueno, Rafa tiene una mentalidad muy marcada. Es un chico muy talentoso en todo lo que hace y que bueno, en póker no es una excepción.
El juego que tú tienes.
All-in and call.
I try my best in everything that I do, but playing against the friends always is fantastic atmosphere. It's good because you can have some fun.
Check out. Okay. Y el river es... Oh.
Y ahí termina mi partida.
Bien jugado, tío. Cada día que pasa está mejorando mucho su juego. La única manera de evolucionar en este juego es practicando. La que te ha preparado.
It's down to the last 2 players. Rafa is heads up against his coach. On this occasion, Alfonso's experience gives him the edge. Rafa is the runner-up. But how long will it be before the apprentice beats his master? Join us over the coming weeks as Rafa's poker training continues ahead of the toughest game of his career.
Well, I've never had any pet actually, but you know, good friend of mine, one that I've kind of grew up, you know, that was kind of my pet. His name was Jack, and yeah, just a big dog. First car was Hyundai Elantra, 1995, very old, not good looking car, but it was pretty cheap. Favorite food would be, as of right now, I think sushis. I discovered that a few years ago, and I just keep eating it all the time. first poker memory, oh boy. That would be a long time ago while playing for, you know, very small amount of money, just with the friends, having, you know, the pack of beer right there and just chilling, having some fun, winning $5 and just be like the most happiest guy ever. Well, in 2008, I final tabled in Prague, the EPT over there, so that gave me a lot of money just to keep on traveling. And yeah, after that, I was obviously the 2010 main event. I didn't buy anything big. I already had a condo, so just bought a car, Audi S4 2011, I think. So yeah, that would be Marc-André Ladouceur. Besides rounders, it would be Catch Me If You Can, probably. Best poker memory, definitely winning the 2010 World Series of Poker main event. Oh, what played me the story of my life? Wow. I don't know. I guess just Matt Damon and Edward Norton, just because of the movie Rounders.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Welcome back to the PokerStars Canada Cup. Well, on that last hand of the last level, the last hand before the break, we thought it was all over. Goulet all in, eights against Antonio Esfandiari's ace-king. Antonio hits an ace on the flop, but then the 8 on the river sees Goulet actually triple up.
Goulet!
Because Armstrong was in the hand as well. And Antonio is now the short stack at the table, 14 big blinds.
It's actually both players of that hand who didn't win are now the 2 shortest stacks in the tournament.
Blinds now 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Still playing down to the final table today. We need to lose our 10th place finisher.
Antonio Esfandiari all in. Card me, dealer.
Death Tangle Noir in front of Antonio's stack. Raise and take it. Antonio showing King Queen. King Queen suited. Ace Queen. He's been called by Notkin.
I thought that got through.
No, Notkin called. He announced call but didn't put any chips out.
And it's Domination Nation.
And with 2 aces on the flop.
1 spade out there.
It's all over on the turn. Antonio Esfandiari on the first hand of the new level has bubbled the Canada Cup final table. We are down to the final 9. We have finished play for day 4.
What a sick 8 on the river for him.
So Notkin will be going into the final table with a stack of nearly 2 million. The chip leader going into play tomorrow will be Thiago Nishijima, playing 2.6 million.
And Antonio Esfandiari is going to be on a plane to the World Series of Poker in 1.5 seconds.
These are the stacks of the 9 players you'll be able to see in action tomorrow. Our live stream tomorrow is cards up coverage of the final table. So we'll be starting an hour later because we will be on a 1-hour delay. Tune in from noon Eastern time. That's 5 p.m. London time, 6 p.m. Central European time. Watch the final 9 play down to a champion. Join us for the final day on PokerStars.tv of our live coverage of the PokerStars Canada Cup. But for now, from Joe Stapleton and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Montreal.
That's what I'm talking about.